America's Day at the Races is just kicking off. 7 hours of non-stop action, starting out at Hot Springs, Oaklawn Park. Secret Oath. She'll try to become the first filly to win the Arkansas Derby since 1984, but fillies have a storied history in this race. But Althea, who won it in '84, she was trained by this man, Wayne Lucas, a man who knows how to beat the boys with the girls. He's done it before. Doppelganger, she's being taken over to training by Tim Yakteen. First time for him from the embattled trainer Bob Baffert. He stands in her way in the Arkansas Derby, but we're at Aqueduct, and we've got 8 more races to go at Aqueduct. The stakes today, the Excelsior, headed by First Constitution, and a very good scratch for First Constitution when Splice the main brace came out, making him the controlling speed and the one to catch. America's Day at the Races just starting out. Get tied on. Tons of action on today's card. A lot of good racing to look forward to. Welcome. Andy Serling here at Aqueduct, soon to be joined by Rick Schosberg, be helping us through the first half of this card, but we've got so much to talk about on today's card. We've got the 1 stake here, but we've also got 4 stake races down at Oaklawn Park. Starting out with the Carousel, the Excelsior coming up, and these comprise the cross-country pick 5. The Oaklawn Mile, race number 9, that'll go off a little bit before 6 o'clock, a grade 3. The Fantasy for the 3-year-old fillies looking to secure a spot to the Kentucky Oaks, as well as the big one, the grade 1 Arkansas Derby. Post time, a little bit after 7. An enormous amount to look forward to. Very happy to be joined by Rick Schosberg. It feels like no more than, I don't know, 5 months since you and I were together.
Yeah, how you doing, Andy? It's great to be here today. What a great day of racing. We got 3-year-olds. They're going to try and clear up that picture for the Derby or muddle the waters, as
Right.
it were. We got 3-year-old fillies going long. We've got older horses going long at both tracks, and we got fillies and mares duking it out in the carousel down there. What a great day of racing!
It really is a great day of racing, and you look at Secret Oath heading towards the Arkansas Derby. Do you have any thoughts on fillies or mares running against the boys?
Well, you know, it doesn't happen that often, but Wayne Lucas knows how to get it done. Winning Colors is a standout in the Kentucky Derby, and obviously he's won this race with Althea in 1984, the year I graduated college. But nobody can do it better. Wayne Lucas is just a legend, and I didn't work for him, but boy, did I pay attention.
You're one of the few that didn't, and you're one of the few successful trainers.
I tried,
that
but
didn't
that's a story for another day.
Work for Wayne. Yeah, it'll be interesting because I don't think Wayne has absolutely said, even with a victory, that he would take her to the Kentucky Derby. Right. But I think that she is the first filly to contest a race since the point system began. So right. She, in all likelihood, would be the first time a filly is actually qualified to run the Kentucky Derby since we began the point system. Good point. Good point. It is, of course, the ABR Race of the Week, and for the love of the race, head over to americasbestracing.net today, and their Race of the Week, well, it's no surprise what the Race of the Week is, and it's the Arkansas Derby, and it's going to be a field of 9 squaring off. Secret Oath right in the middle of the pack. I think the first question for her is, Kavod the speed, will there be enough pace for her?
You know, it looks like there's a lot of pace in there. You got Chasing Time also has been up close to the pace. My question with him is he ran really well with Lasix and didn't run that well last time without Lasix. He doesn't get Lasix today. But she's got to probably lay a little bit closer than normal if the pace is going to be a little bit slow. But listen, you got a jock that's ridden her to victory the last 3 starts. He knows her. You got Wayne Lucas putting the saddle on. I wouldn't bet against her. She is the horse to beat in this race, but there are other players to go. We've got a lot of action, as we said. We've got races 2 through 9 from Aqueduct, and included in races 2 through 9 is the pick 6. Starts in race 4, a carryover of just under $40,000. The Excelsior, race 8, that's the stake on today's card as we head into a week next week with a lot of stakes action here at Aqueduct. Races 2 through 13, that's right. 12 races still to come at Oaklawn Park, and want to let people know no better way to play the races than to play through NYRA Bets. And we got a special deal today. If you use the promo code GET25 when you sign up at NYRA Bets and go to NYRABets.com, you'll get a free $25 bet. Best way to play the races is to play through NYRA Bet. You're keeping the money in the game and you're supporting racing in New York. Head over to NYRABets.com and use the promo code GET25. All right.
We're on the track for race number 2. That's enough talking, Rick. Let's get a little action here as they come to race number 2.
Let's do some racing.
And they're on the track. This is a maiden special weight race. They're going 6 furlongs. Have some first-time starters. Have to imagine, though, and not surprisingly, the bulk of the play right now going to the 4, Mean Jakey. Jose Lezcano down at Oaklawn Park today, filling in for Joel Rosario, who's riding at Gulfstream. We'll start out with a horse for a man who's trained a lot of big horses in his day and trained a lot of horses in New York. Nick Zito, he's down at Oaklawn Park, and he's got the homebred Be There.
He's got blinkers on today, and while he wasn't bet heavy the first time, he didn't run that well. He's taking a shot here, and you know, he's got the inside post, so
Pedigree
way around.
said long and turf. Coming in from Houston, overtaxed, goes out for Ron McQuett.
Yeah, and this horse ran really well first time out at Houston. First time out, made the lead, and just got tired, finished second.
Cunchen Bridge, the number 3, first-time starter for Jimmy DeVito. He's sired by Protonico, who sired Medina Spirit to win the Derby. And here's the favorite, Mean Jakey, Steve Aspen, Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, no reason not to bet against it, to bet against this horse. This horse has run really well in those 2 out of his 3 starts.
Is it Ludwig or Ludwig, the number 5? Thought this one was interesting, cutting back second time out for trainer Phil Bauer.
Yeah, interesting that he went long first time out, 2 turns at Oaklawn, and he's going to come back to 6 furlongs.
Call them all, the number 6, Jason Barkley.
Yeah, this horse wasn't really bet first time out, taking a shot here.
The number 7 is the live firster, a Brad Cox first-time starter, as a half to Mount Travers, actually, who had a little success earlier in his career for Bill Mott.
Yeah, and by Uncle Mo, super hot sire, one of the best sires in the country and in the world, and he's obviously taken money here. Interesting on the 8-horse Spankster. I kind of took a shot with this horse because if you look at Dallas Stewart's numbers with first-time starters, he wins 1 out of every 4. Not a bad percentage. He's a little cold on the board, but considering the 2 horses that are taking all the money, I would say this horse has an outside shot.
Everybody's favorite trainer, Dallas Stewart, saddling Spankster on the outside. John Court. Well, we are just getting started. America's Day at the Races. We're just 4 minutes away from race number 2 at Oaklawn Park. Stick around. A whole lot more good stuff to come here on America's Day at the Races.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubois standing in Kentucky. Dubois, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is establishing himself as a sire of sires. His sons at stud include exciting young international stallions like Night of Thunder, Time Test, and Zarak. With his picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubois brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Look for his first yearlings this year. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, and America's Day at the Races presented, the remaining races that is, presented by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Taking a look at the second race at Oaklawn Park once again, the field, the maiden special weight field, the number 4 Mean Jakey is the favorite at 8-5. A lot of money, though, for the first-time starter, Speed Bias. If you name a horse Speed Bias, Rick, shouldn't the horse have speed?
I would think he would have speed, and looking at his workouts, he's probably going to have some speed. And he's got the outside post, so even if he has a hiccup coming out of the gate, he could probably be able to recover quickly.
Yeah, we'll see. Florent Giroux, I mean, one of his strong suits, he's got a number of them, is being aggressive.
Yeah.
And I think his aggressive riding has been very beneficial to him. I think one of the questions, though, is he really being bet because there's a big story, or is there really just sort of nobody else to latch onto? I like the 5 Ludwig in here a little bit, cutting back. Mean Jakey's the horse to beat, but I'll tell you something about Mean Jakey. He's not as though he's just that scary a favorite, right?
Yeah, I mean, he did throw in one clunker of a race, and then he had a long layoff. He came back, and he ran well. I mean, he was third, and he closed in. But, yeah, at 8-5, you might want to find some more value somewhere else. I'm going to stay with Dallas on the outside.
Well, we have very good news for you. You're no longer just stuck with me and Rick Schosberg. The real talent is coming back. Maggie Wolfendale down at Oaklawn Park.
And it's a gorgeous day here at Oaklawn Park. The sky is shining, and it's the first time that any of these Kentucky Derby preps here in Hot Springs have been run on a truly fast track. We've had wet tracks, we have had tiring, deep winter-like tracks. So today it looks as though the skies are clear, and it's set for the matchup with the filly taking on the boys in Secret Oath. She has been sensational against her own sex, but doesn't look as though she's facing too much here with regards to the boys, and the stands are lined. People are flowing in to Oaklawn Park to witness what possibly may be the first filly to capture the Arkansas Derby since 1984. But first off, we have the maidens here on the track going the 6 furlongs, and we'll start with the favorite. That's Mean Jakey. He probably could have won last time out if he didn't have trouble. He was put up via DQ to second, and he's a horse that is big, brawny, and impressive looking. I like what I see from him. Speed Bias, the first-time starter, looks as though he might appreciate a little more ground here. Was a little bit green, and then Ludwig. I love the turn back for this horse. He's built more like a sprinter. He's solid. He's fit. He's ready to go, Andy.
Well, I appreciate that, Maggie. Having bet a few dollars on Ludwig. If Maggie likes the horse, I feel even better. We'll find out, though, what happens as the field loads to the gate for race number 2. That's race number 2 of 13. The Arkansas Derby will be the 12th. We'll be here for all of the remaining races at Oaklawn Park. Track announcer Vic Stauffer with the call of race number 2.
They're at the post. They're off. Mean Jakey and Ludwig break best. Be There is at the rail, then out overtaxed, followed by Spankster and Speed Bias. Call them all, and the trailer is Kunshan Bridge. It's Mean Jakey and Ludwig up the backstretch, and they're matching strides. Mean Jakey half ahead, Ludwig alongside in second. These two are 2 lengths clear of Be There and overtaxed. Then it's 3.5 back to Spankster, Call Them All, and Kunshan Bridge, and the trailer is Speed Bias. Ludwig and Mean Jakey continue to match strides. Mean Jakey's at the rail, and Ludwig is just outside. Now, overtaxed has taken third, and he's a length and a half from the front. Spankster and Be There are 4th and 5th. Then comes Call Them All. 3 back to Kunshan Bridge, and Speed Bias has trailed throughout, and Mean Jakey and Ludwig have been together throughout. Ludwig is outside of Mean Jakey. These two to the final furlong. They are joined by Overtaxed in the center, and now 3 of them come on with Overtaxed and Ludwig. Now these two are a half length in front of Mean Jakey. Mean Jakey is battling on Overtaxed and Ludwig. It'll be one of these two, and Overtaxed is inching just clear. Ludwig is second. Overtaxed clear now, and he's got it. Overtaxed in front. Overtaxed beat Ludwig. Mean Jakey was third. Speed Bias finished 4th.
Well, Overtaxed is continuing a theme that we have seen throughout the meet at Oaklawn Park as the leading rider, David Cabrera, seemingly doing nothing wrong, able to get that good position from an inside post, stalk the 2 duelers, Mean Jakey and Ludwig, and get the victory for Ron McQuett.
Yeah, horse ran really well. He did run good first time out. He was second at Houston, made the lead and got a little tired, so he he looked like he was going to improve here, and he did. And some of the others didn't do as well as we had anticipated.
And interestingly enough, Speed Bias has absolutely no speed whatsoever. Maybe they named him Speed Bias to say when he loses in a race like this, they could say there was a speed bias.
He was running against the speed bias.
Which I don't think there was, but he did make a run from way back to finish fourth. Let us quickly turn our attention back to South Ozone Park, to our home here at Aqueduct for race number 2. As horses are coming on the track for race number 2. This is a claiming race. They're going a mile, $16,000, non-winners of 2 lifetime. They come out. Horse on the rail, the one total effort. Currently the favorite at 3-2, going out for the Wayne Potts barn. This horse has been firing on all cylinders. You've got some more experienced horses on the outside, and Mr. Fidget and Jerusalem Gates. Total effort, Jose Gomez riding for Wayne Potts.
Hot young rider, too. He's riding fantastic races for a bug boy.
The 2, Coach Bahi, is going bias, was entered yesterday and scratched. Mr. Winston, not in good form, but he could be a pace factor.
Yeah, he's shown speed in the past before and tried to hang on. So a couple of races there, he was prominent early.
The number 4 here is Ocean Deep
for John Pregman and Marino Hernandez.
Mr. Fidget's going by here. He's one of the favorites in here. He's certainly had his share of chances, Rick.
Yeah, he has. He was my pick here. Bruce is very good off the claim, and
Bruce Levine claimed
this horse last time, and certainly Dylan is having a fantastic winter.
Jerusalem Gates rounds out the field on the outside. He's actually my choice in here. I thought he may have been hampered by being inside last time or near the rail for part of the race. He's also had his share of chances with 4 seconds, though, and 3/3.
Yeah, he has. He's dropping back into the level that they claimed him, and he was second in that race, so he's a logical first or second choice here.
Once again, you can follow along and get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs on all the races on today's show. Good news, we've got even more people for today's show. Our man Richard Migliori is standing down in the paddock here at Aqueduct, ready to join us, give us some good info on today's second race.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. Absolutely beautiful day out here. Not much of a wind. The flag is just kind of laying flat here. No wind off Jamaica Bay like the last couple of days. The one horse, total effort, he was a handful in the paddock, really tough to saddle. Actually got loose at one point. Great catch by the paddock judge to kind of apprehend him. But that's nothing new for him. That's not out of character for him. So when we talk about horses and when they act up or something goes wrong, if it's in or out of character is what's important. And this is a horse that's always difficult, always a handful to saddle. Settled down nicely once he got the tack on and made a nice impression as he went off under hot riding apprentice Jose Gomez. The 5-horse Mr. Fidget, ultimately he's going to be my top selection. I love what I saw from the paddock. Love the weight he's carrying. Got that rich hydrated coat, which isn't always as easy to discern on a gray horse, but I could really see it with him. Not an indictment on his former connections, but I think this horse probably is flourishing a bit under Bruce Levine's regimen at his barn, and I really like what I saw from him. And then the other horse that got a real aggressive warm-up, made a nice impression, and is a major player, is the 6, Jerusalem Gates. Trevor McCarthy left the pony immediately, really kind of blasted off, went to first 8th at a 2-minute lick, which is about 15 seconds to an 1/8, settled in nicely. But I just couldn't get past the physical appearance of the 5, Mr. Fidget, making his first start for Bruce Levine.
And some people think Mr. Fidget was actually named for me. I can't disagree with them. Remember the Showdown contest. You can play against your friends and fellow fans for the Showdown, a free-to-enter handicapping contest following the New York racing on our program. Place your picks now and watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Get started at NYRA.com/showdown. So I think the biggest question, there's 2 questions in this race regarding the favorite, the number 1 total effort.
Yeah.
Will he run as well as he did last time? And will he take pressure from either the 2 or 3 in this race, or is he going to be able to clear? He obviously was impressive last time, but this was a maiden claiming race. Today's race may be a little tougher.
Yeah, I mean, the Maiden 20 Opens are about the easiest races to win in New York. Even sometimes the Maiden New York bred 25s are tougher than the Maiden 20 Opens. So the fact that he won by 7, just shows that he was better than that bunch. but he's gonna have some company in here, and I still like Mr. Fidget, the one that's named after you, obviously. He does his coat looks better than yours. I'm sorry to say, but
Believe me, my coat is dull.
yeah.
I've got, as Richie, I have my winter coat on, as Richie likes to say.
Well, pretty soon we're going to change that. But I
Working
like
at
the
summer
work.
tan.
I like the work pattern on this horse too. Since he's claimed the horse, he's had 3 good, solid works over the training track at Belmont, and believe me, a 49 work over that track in the month of March is a good, solid work. And he came back with a 50 breeze and a nice, easy leg stretcher there. I really like this horse, and Richie's absolutely 100% correct. He looks terrific in the post parade.
Bruce Levine, who claimed this horse, he may be one of the few people that's been around the track longer than you.
Yep.
Richie and I have been around.
Oh yeah, no, Bruce is and a great guy. He really
Yeah, I
is.
love Bruce.
And I go
Smart
in there
guy. Good to talk to Bruce.
I can walk into his barn in the morning at 4:30, and he's in there pulling a mane, braiding a mane, checking legs. He's just, he's a consummate horseman, and he's a heck of a nice guy, and really does a wonderful job, and he's really good off the claim.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things for me, having worked here for now 14 years, getting to know more people around the racetrack, getting to know people like Bruce, I think it really does enhance your experience. Look, people are accessible. You don't have to work here to get to know people. Jeffrey Englehart, who's got the 6 Jerusalem Gates, who I slightly prefer, though his 7 seconds and thirds with just 1 win's a concern for me, he's having a terrific winter.
Yeah, no, well, he comes from pretty good stock there, with Chris and Jeremiah and the rest of the Finger Lakes gang that come down here and do really, really well. They're great horsemen. They do all the work themselves, and they have good crews and just endless work days, and it pays off.
And Jeff's been good off the claim at this meet, and it's not easy because a lot of these horses, the claims in for them, you'll see 8 or 10 claims, and I think to be successful claims, you got to be thinking a little outside the box and maybe be a little more clever than just claiming the same ones everybody else is claiming.
Exactly right. What are the chances that you're going to get a barn full of horses when you're claiming the favorites in every race when there's 8 or 10 people in on them? So you got to, like you say, you got to be creative.
All right. They're heading to the gate for race number 2. I think you and Richie both like Mr. Fidget.
Yep, I'll take Mr.
I'm a little more interested in Jerusalem Gates, but I think the favorite's down on the rail. Actually, Jerusalem Gates is now the favorite, slight favorite over Total Effort. John Embriel with the call of race number 2 at Aqueduct.
Waiting for Mr. Fidget and Jerusalem Gates. Set for the start of Aqueduct's second race. And they're off. Mr. Winston is going out for the early lead. Coach Bahi is right there in between horses. Total Effort is down at the rail and moving up. Then Jerusalem Gates racing in 4th, followed by Ocean Deep. And Mr. Fidget is the early trailer in 6th. A 3-way battle up front. Total Effort is down at the rail. Coach Bahi is in between horses. And on the outside is Mr. Winston. Now Total Effort gets clear to lead by a full length. Coach Bahi second by a head. Mr. Winston on the outside in 3rd, opening quarter 23 and 3/5 seconds. It's 6 lengths back to Ocean Deep. Another 2 to Jerusalem Gates. And then another 6 back to Mr. Fidget at the back of the pack. Total Effort shows the way here by a half length. Coach Bahi now getting closer in 2nd. And on the outside is Mr. Winston in 3rd. It is Coach Bahi, Total Effort at the rail, Mr. Winston on the outside, and the 3 of them are right together. And now it is Mr. Winston and Coach Bahi as Total Effort drops back to 3rd. Jerusalem Gates is 4th, still 6 lengths from the lead. Mr. Fidget begins to pick it up from the back of the pack as the field heads for home. And it is Mr. Winston who has taken over. Coach Bahi is back running in 2nd. Then Jerusalem Gates and Mr. Fidget. Mr. Winston is clear here. Mr. Winston is clear by 5. Then Jerusalem Gates and Mr. Fidget. Mr. Winston, a decisive winner here. Jerusalem Gates was 2nd, then Mr. Fidget and Coach Bahi.
Mr. Winston remembered the horse that he once was when he was back in Chad Brown's barn.
Wow.
He was able to stalk the pace, total effort. The co-favorite had absolutely nothing. Mr. Winston drew off. And you know what, Rick? Our horses, Mr. Fidget and Jerusalem Gates, they kind of finished where they like to, behind somebody.
They're going to remain in this condition for a little while. Now it's a 2 in a lifetime, it looks like. Mr. Fidget comes from way too far back, and then unless it's a real closer's track, he's not going to be able to get there, but he put in a decent run. But yeah, this horse ran lights out and deserved a win. He did all the most of the heavy lifting after he put the one away, and the rest of them were just kind of cleaning up.
Yeah, you have to almost wonder where that effort came from total effort last time, because today was a total non-effort by him. And Mr. Winston, he took a little bit of money actually. He actually went off 6-1. I mean, I guess he's got some things to like. I've picked him a few times in the past, but today,
not today.
Able to get it done. No, not today. I had him third today. I had him third today. A box to try, but I'm not going to take a lot of credit for that. We'll take a look at the winner's circle for Oaklawn's second race, and as we mentioned before, trainer Ron McQuett got the victory, leading rider David Cabrera. I mean, he is just having a sensational meet at Oaklawn Park. A heavy favorite at this point to win, and a well-deserved win for the riding title. Overtaxed, getting it done. Southern Springs Stables, Ron McQuett and David Cabrera, 2360. Hope you had him, 2360. Maggie Wolfendale caught up with trainer Ron McQuett.
Here with winning trainer Ron McQuett with Overtaxed today. And Ron, you brought him in from Texas, and a horse that had run well, showed a bit of speed going the 7 furlongs, but he was resolute in getting the win today from off the pace.
I was very proud of the way he performed. It's a huge crowd, and me being from 2.5 hours north, I want to show out here on big days. So it worked out well for me and my partner, and the breeder Amy Bolton. She keeps on giving me good horses.
She's great, and at 10-1 too, giving everybody that backed Overtaxed a nice start to the day. But Ron, as you mentioned, you're a fan of racing. You're a fan of Arkansas racing, and don't have a player in today's Derby, but I've heard you say that if you could train one horse on the backside, it would be We the People. What are your thoughts on the race today?
The only question is about the Lasix for me. I know he's talented. I know he's bred to run all day, and they've done a great job training him, and I love how he's coming to the race. I'm rooting for Wayne and the filly, but I think the horse to beat is We the People, and it's a good thing when you get to watch a horse follow it like that and see the progression, and he's doing well.
You're a homer, obviously, being from here. What does this day, what has it historically meant to Oaklawn Park?
Well, I mean, there's not just Arkansas license plate out front. There's Illinois, Indiana. They come from Texas and Missouri, and this is when everybody gets together and supports racing, and they love it for the fun, obviously, and the drinking and the betting. But these people appreciate horses, and that's what I'm here for.
Well, Ron, congratulations, and what a way to start the day.
Thank you very much.
All right, Ron McQuett, he likes We the People, guys, a little bit later on, but he gets a winner here in the second with Overtaxed.
Thanks a lot, Maggie. To know Ron McQuett is to like Ron McQuett.
Yeah.
Still a lot more action to go at Oaklawn Park, and quite a bit here to go at Aqueduct. Race number 3 at Oaklawn, they're going to be going two turns, and I think if there's a theme to race number 3 at Oaklawn, this horse is off of Maiden wins.
Yeah, the favorite here, the horse I picked, is Life is Hard, and coming off of 2 good races, got beat a neck in his first start, and then won by 8 in the second start. I think probably the obvious choice. Did it here at Oaklawn, stretching out from a mile to a mile and a 16th over the same track he just won by 8. So I think he's legit.
Life is Hard and Alejandro taking most of the money right now, both coming off of maiden wins. When we come back, a couple of guys who know how to get together and win some big races. Gary Stevens and Wayne Lucas had a chance to sit down and talk old times and looking ahead. We'll be back. So much more to come on America's Day at the Races.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with NyraBet.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
I know that place. I've lived there for quite a few years. A little downtown Manhattan. Remember, America's Day at the Races is brought to you by NyraBets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with NyraBets. Get started at nyrabets.com or download the app.
Beautiful shot of the Freedom Tower there.
Freedom Tower.
Beautiful day in Manhattan.
Worked down there for many, many years, actually. Heading into the winner's circle is the #3, Mr. Winston. And we saw the second choice win the first race. Well, a mild upset here, a 6-1 shot in this race is Mr. Winston and Lee Rodriguez Castro for Antonio Arriaga. And Antonio Arriaga, trainer's been under the radar.
Yeah.
But his horses deliver.
He works hard. You know, he and his owner work really hard in the morning and get these horses ready to go. They do a lot of claiming. They're pretty savvy about it and put their horses in the right spots. And obviously, this horse is in the right spot today.
You know what I find interesting about him is that a lot of times he trainers more focused on sprinters. He actually has better numbers with routers, especially off the claim. He does a really good job with them, and he got the money with Mr. Winston, $14.60 for the win. Jerusalem Gates, the co-favorite, finishing second. Exacta paid $47.20 for a $2 bet, $23.60 for $1. Race #3 coming up next. Another similar situation. Can Raffinity wire the field from the inside? I like the favorite, Girl of Toscanova, on the outside, though, for trainer Charlie Baker.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with Raffinity. Obviously has to get out of the gate good from the rail. Has done okay. Runs best from the outside when she's in the clear. But I'm going to stick with Raffinity in here with Dylan Davis and Bobby Falcone, who's done a great job. Has had a good meet.
Well, we're just getting started here on America's Day at the Races. We will be with you on FS2 until 4 o'clock. FS1 from 4 to 8:30. All the Aqueduct action and all of the action, including the big stakes and the Arkansas Derby at Oaklawn Park. We'll take a look ahead at that. Cross-country pick 5, the Excelsior from Aqueduct. 4 stake races from Oaklawn Park. Stick around. America's Day at the Races continues.
Like father, like son, the start of Palace Malice's career at stud closely resembles that of his sire, Curlin. Curlin was the sire of 2 first crop graded stakes winners, while Palace Malice was the sire of 3 first crop graded stakes winners. Subsequent to Structer's Breeders' Cup victory, he attracted a stellar group of 200 outstanding mares who will shape the future of this promising young son of Curlin. With his best crop of yearlings to date, now is the time to breed.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Run Happy, the champion sprinter who raced medication-free. And as you may have heard, he's standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm and Run Happy. I'm sorry, his son Smile Happy prepping for the Bluegrass next week, one of the favorites heading towards the Derby. A lot more good action to come from Oaklawn Park post-parade for race 3, but let's talk about the cross-country pick 5 sequence kind of quickly. We'll start with the Carousel. The sprinters. Can Frank's Rocket get back on track? Will she show more speed with Flavien Prat? One of my questions.
Yeah, I really like her in here. I think under the circumstances, she's really got a good shot if she can get up close.
Backing out gets loose, though. I think she wins her last. I don't think she's 5-1. Frank's Rocket. The thing with Frank's Rocket, I have a lot of respect for her. She doesn't have the speed she once had, and I think she was a better horse when she was more aggressive. And I wonder if Pratt will be more aggressive.
Yeah, I agree. She's the runner-up in this race here last year. She likes the racetrack. She's run over it 3 times, got a win in 2 seconds. Probably the obvious favorite here, I would think, with Billy Mott.
The Excelsior feels like the Todd Pletcher show in here. First Constitution got the big scratch, is the speed, and it feels like if he doesn't get it done,
untreated.
Todd Pletcher has a pretty good backup and untreated. Yep. Slice the main brace coming out, changed complexion. First Constitution rode a bias last time out, but it's not as though his last race was his only good race.
Yeah, no, it's this horse is going to be the obvious odds-on favorite, and certainly can handle the distance, handles the racetrack very well. And Kendra Carmouche coming off a fantastic winter meet and won the first race already today.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens in this race. He might be in a position to leave these gonna marry Chase again, though I think Untreated is gonna be tough in here. He was in against a tough field with a slow pace and a wide trip last time out down at Fairgrounds. The Oaklawn Mile, relatively new race. It's a grade 3, and it's coming up a strong one. Cezanne is shipping in. Cezanne? I wonder if he's better around 1 turn. Is that the question with him?
You know, it kind of looks that way when you look at his 7 furlong races, the mile race that he won easily, and then in the mile in the 16th race at Del Mar, finished 4th, beating a length and a half, so I think he may have something there.
Can we say, taking a look at him, that he paints a pretty picture?
He's gorgeous,
I just
isn't he?
couldn't resist.
Oh,
I'm a big Cezanne
beautiful
fan.
horse.
The Fantasy coming up, and that's the next race at Oaklawn Park. It's an interesting matchup with a couple of horses that ran together in the Goldenrod down at Churchill last November with Dreamlift breaking the rail and Uguri, the number 7, who has speed. And keep in mind, that morning line not going to be accurate as the 2-1 morning line favorite, Ida, scratched.
Yeah, we had that late scratch. Don't know why, but you got Steve Asmussen in here with Jose Lascano again with Magic Circle. You got Dreamlith on the rail, and certainly Uguri, who's Rudy Bissett. She's in front,
and Dreamlith is going to run her down in this Goldenrod. Dreamlith did not have the best of trips in Fairgrounds last time. I'm an unabashed Dreamlith fan. I like her in today's Fantasy. It's a fun race, though, and at least probably 2 horses will stamp their ticket for the Kentucky Oaks in this race.
I agree. And you have the horse on the outside. The big question on the horse, the outside horses, has never really run on dirt. You got 4 turf races and 2 synthetic races, but you have a guy named Brad Cox and you got a guy named Ricardo Santana riding, and the only question is, can she handle the dirt?
And if she's favored, I can't wait to bet against her. Her pedigree does not say dirt, but then again, Brad Cox ran Monomoy Girl on the turf in her first 2 starts. Right. And finally, the big one that closes out the cross-country Big 5, that'll be the Arkansas Derby. And I don't think there's any question what the big question is with Secret Oath, but also, We the People. He's one of those new faces, and I think he's a horse in this race you're either a big fan of or you think he might be a little vulnerable. I'm going to side with the latter.
Yeah, well, he's 2 for 2. He's won by open lengths. He's won at the racetrack, at a mile and a 16th. He's stretching out, but over a track that he obviously handles. His numbers are increasing with each race. He was the heavy favorite last time and did not disappoint. Flavien Prat rides in place of Giroux, but you can't fault him on anything except experience a little bit. But,
yeah, I'm not knocking him. I want to see him do it against some tougher horses. It may not be the toughest Arkansas Derby we've ever seen, but there's some solid runners, and there's horse near with potential, but he is one of them. Keep in mind, you can head over to NairaBets.com, and you can get information and picks for racetracks all around the country from our friend Anthony Stabile. He'll be on after Rick and I leave, actually. But he's also got a ticket for this cross-country Pick 5. It's all stakes action, 4 of them at Oaklawn, as well as our Excelsior here at the Big A. Don't miss out on this cross-country Pick 5 that'll close out the Arkansas Derby. Race number 3 at Oaklawn at 1 mile and a 16th. And we talked a little about it before, Rick, talking about how it's a bit of a battle between the two favorites, Life is Hard and Alejandro. Two horses, actually, both of them coming off of impressive and high-speed figure maiden victories. Life is Hard taking the most money. I thought Hidden Promise a little bit interesting. You were talking to me off camera about Space Odyssey stretching out for Diodoro. And we're not going to argue that the 6 and 8 may be the horses to beat in here, but winning a race off of a maiden win can be a very difficult thing to do. Kairos down on the rail starts it out, Steve Asmussen and Ricardo Santana.
Yeah, this horse coming off a 2 lifetime win, breaks from the rail, and has not had any luck breaking from the rail before. The last 2 times he broke from the rail, he did not run
Maybe
well.
2 horses back-to-back from Sam Houston can win. Gospel Way, a long shot. Horse that runs more on turf and synthetic.
Yeah, this is kind of a hard horse to handicap here just because we're running back on dirt. Did run in Woodbine off the turf once and won by 5, so you got that.
Namesake coming off about a 3-month layoff in here, the number 3, 31-1 in this long shot. Space Odyssey, the number 4 for Robertino Diodoro, a horse I know you're a little interested in.
Yeah, I like it because his numbers on the stretch out. This horse obviously can run long. He ran him short one time, but he's stretching out this time. Diodoro has wonderful numbers stretching out.
He's 24% at Oaklawn Park stretching out in the dirt with a 266 ROI.
Yep.
So you're right on target with that. Hidden Promise, a horse that ran a big race seemingly out of nowhere last time. Can he repeat it for John Ortiz and leading rider David Cabrera? Quickly, the 6, Life is Hard, the favorite for Jimmy DeVito.
Yeah, this horse has done nothing wrong. Got beat ahead in its first start and then won by 8. But like you said, a JBM just broke maiden. You never know when they're jumping into allowance competition.
Absolutely. Restoring Hope, as Rick and I were commenting off camera, participated against Justify in the Belmont Stakes. His form has been dwindling, and the main competition, at least in the odds board, is the Stone Street stable. Steve Asmussen trained Alejandro. Jose Lezcano down at Oaklawn to ride for Steve today.
Yeah, and that horse is taking some money here. 3-1 on the morning lines, 2-1 now. Another one that just broke maiden. Took a while to break its maiden. Actually broke its maiden twice. Got DQ'd one time, but had some good seconds and thirds along the way. So if you got experience, you got Steve Asmussen, you got Lezcano.
We're just 3 minutes away from the race number 3 at Oaklawn Park. We are 9 minutes away from race number 3 here at Aqueduct. The horse on the outside, the favorite, Girl of Toscanova. The horse on the rail, Raffinity, looks to be the speed. A man who knows the value of the speed is Richard Migliori. He is in the paddock.
Thanks, Andy. And, just interesting watching these horses in the paddock because there's just a lot of different equipment going on. And when we talk about blinkers, there's all different type of blinker cups. The one, Raffinity, she has what we refer to as French cups. Basically, all they are cups that extend outward. It limits their peripheral vision, their vision behind them more than it does the vision from side to side. It kind of keeps them from seeing what the rider's doing more. The 2-horse Freddie Mo Factor has an extension blinker on the outside. The conventional wisdom about extension blinkers is horses won't run to where they can't see. I can tell you from a jockey's experience that's not necessarily always the case, but she has been equipped with that extension blinker, a blinker that covers more of the outside eye than a normal blinker cup. The 4-horse Mia Be a Star has full cup blinkers with no holes in the back. A lot of times they'll put holes in the back of the blinkers so that horses can see if competition's coming. She's completely closed up. Big wide cups on both sides. And then the 5-horse, I'm Fine, who I will say would get the check mark from Paddock appearance. She actually has cotton in her ears. No blinkers, but cotton in her ears. They will put cotton in horses' ears to mute sound. A lot of horses that are nervous have a tendency to react to sound more than anything else. But she looks very, very sharp in the paddock, showing up here from spending the winter at the fairgrounds, Andy.
Thanks, Richie. Appreciate the help as always. They're heading into the gate for race number 3 at Oaklawn Park. Track announcer Vic Stauffer with the call.
They're at the post. They're off. Life is Hard and Hidden Promise break well. Carousel away in a third. Then Gospel Way and Space Odyssey with Restoring Hope and Namesake. And the early trailer is Alejandro. Life is Hard is the leader from Carousel at the clubhouse turn. Life is Hard a length in front. Carousel and Hidden Promise are together second and third with a 3 wide. Space Odyssey in fourth. Then comes Gospel Way, fifth and less than 2.5 from the front. Namesake is a pumped up sixth. Then it's 3 back to the trailers, Restoring Hope and Alejandro, who has moved to the rail. Nice move, Jose Lascano up the backstretch, and Hidden Promise puts his neck in front. It is Hidden Promise now a neck in front of Life is Hard in second. Namesake is tugging on the center of the racetrack, and there he goes up outside of Space Odyssey. 2 lengths to Carousel at the rail with Gospel Way just outside of him. Alejandro is second to last now with about 6 to make up. Restoring Hope is the trailer, and Hidden Promise and Life is Hard are 1-2, and Life is Hard counter punches through from the inside. He and Hidden Promise are 1-2 around the far turn. Then comes Space Odyssey and Namesake. Carousel is an all-in fifth. 3 back to Alejandro in sixth. He's beginning to move. Top of the stretch, and Hidden Promise has a short lead from Life is Hard. These two are matching strides. Carousel is going to guide off the rail, and he comes on. Alejandro stays at the rail, and he's in on the move. Alejandro's up to fourth. Hidden Promise. Life is Hard. Carousel in the center. These three. Alejandro searches for a way through, and he's found it. Life is Hard has taken over the lead. Carousel and Alejandro are coming after him. It is Life is Hard. Carousel to the outside. Alejandro in third. Life is Hard. Carousel. Alejandro. Life is Hard in front. Life is Hard 1 by 2. It's very close for second between Carousel and Alejandro. Hidden Promise finished fourth.
Life was not easy. Life was hard for Life is Hard, who had to fight for it every single step of the way. An excellent ride on Alejandro by Jose Lascano, but Life is Hard, just too good for these, Rick.
Man, he was a neck behind the entire turn, and not too many horses are going to push through and muscle through there like he did. He looked like he was done turning for home, and then he just, once he got through there, he went on and did his business. But it was a really impressive win off of a maiden win.
I agree. I'm very impressed by that horse's victory. And Alejandro ran fine. He just wasn't good enough to get the job done, finishing probably third. Moving back over to Aqueduct, where they are on the track for race number 3. The number 1, Raffinity, will hit the track first. I think there's quite a few grays in this race, actually. I think that 3 of the 5 are grays, so that's not going to help Johnny I. Dylan Davis, coming off that big win in the trainer's title, and the rider's title, he is the speed.
Absolutely. The first 3 horses are grays. Look at that. The 2 horses are gray. Also, Framo Factor for Chris Engelhart and Jose Gomez.
Yeah, Jose Gomez, what a winter he had. You were talking about it a little bit earlier.
Great rider.
He really is established himself as he's an apprentice that could go on with it. This is number 4, Mia Be a Star with Sammy Camacho. I'm Fine comes back to the circus for Eric Cancel. Can she find a little more speed? She can be a little slow early.
Yeah, she's going to have to stay up a little bit closer than she has. It's interesting that they took a New York bred down to Fairgrounds for the winter, but she's back where she should be.
No, I agree. It's an easier spot. Girl Toscanova's in good form for Charlie Baker. This looks like she's in a good stalking spot. Jorge Vargas has them out.
Yeah, Charlie's having a fantastic year. Look at him; he's 15 for 50. So Charlie's just lighting it up and doing really well. I like this horse.
Yeah, no, I agree. I thought she was in very, very good form. I think the question with is, whether Raffinity's last race was, we'll get to her, a bit of circumstance, or Gora Toscanova, I thought she ran well in her second start, and in losing the suspended Campaign, who's just been in good form, and she faced tougher the next race, a suspended Campaign, and she improved her Beyer figure 3 points. This was a day where most of the racing was dominated on the front end towards the inside, and she and suspended Campaign made big runs in the outside.
Ran against the bias here and ran very well. She's a big filly, and she covers a lot of ground here.
Yeah, it feels like she's sort of gotten back into good form. You go back a little bit, she had some better races, and horses, they go in and out of form cycles, and it just feels like she's in a good form cycle right now.
Yeah, I think this race with a little bit of improvement, she should get the job done here. She obviously likes the outside. She's breaking from the 6 out of 6.
She's the favorite. She's drifting up, though, and the one down on the inside, Raffinity, the likely speed, is drifting down. For more on this race, let's head down again to Richard Migliori.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. And we'll start with the 6, Girl of Toscanova, excuse me. You know, it's funny. Sometimes you look at a horse in a paddock and they're just not really calling to you. They're a little bit nondescript, but they get on the track and their energy level really kind of amps up. And that's what I saw from Girl of Toscanova in the paddock. Quiet, unassuming, got on the track, really got a great energy level. Loved the way she strode out, warmed up really, really nice under Jorge Vargas. She really elevated once she hit the track to me. The one, Raffinity, is interesting. Dylan Davis went to leave the pony and she was like reluctant to kind of gallop off. Dylan had to get after her a little bit, but then she hit a nice lick, kind of galloped on, you know, and she does look like she has speed. And from the inside, it always kind of simplified things for me. If I had an inside post and a horse that had any modicum of speed, I was going to go forward. And if somebody really wanted it, they were going to have to take it away from me. The two, Freddie Mo Factor, with that extension blinker on the outside, very important that the rider has a horse with his head cocked a little bit to the outside, so the inside eye, the eye that is less inhibited by a blinker cup, can see the doors open. Otherwise, that's when horses with extension blinkers have a tendency to break a little bit slow when they don't see. They don't react to a bell. They react to the doors actually opening. So apprentice Jose Gomez, who I agree with you guys, I think he has shown steady improvement throughout the entire winter, and that's what you want to see from apprentices. They get the apprentice allowance because they lack experience, but you want to see them with the experience learn, and he has continually learned and progressed, and I really like what I'm seeing from him, and I hope he sticks around for the summer. I know it'll get tougher, but if he wants to be a New York rider, he has to dig his heels in and work hard and make it happen. I think when they start bouncing around, it doesn't do them a service, like what I'm seeing from his rider, Jose Gomez. And then I'm going to get back to my pick, which will be the 5, I'm Fine. Just, I couldn't get past how good she looked in the paddock. Very, very sharp. She's getting back with New York breds. She takes the blinkers off, and I loved what I saw on the racetrack from an energy level-wise, too. So I'm with the 5, I'm Fine, guys.
Thanks, Richie. And you like the 1, Raffinity, hoping she can wire the field?
Yeah, you know, and also if you look at the percentage that Falcone and Dylan Davis have together, it's practically 43% wins. So they obviously work very, very well together. This filly's coming off a good race, and if she can break good from the rail, she's going to be very tough to catch. The question is, can she run? Can she get out of that gate from the inside post?
We'll see what happens. We'll find it all out in under 2 minutes with the call. John and Brielle.
Set for the start of the 3rd. And they're off. I'm Fine, Girl of Toscanova. Freddie Mo Factor is up close, and now moving up at the rail is Raffinity up the chute. Raffinity and Freddie Mo Factor, and they are right together with Girl of Toscanova sitting just off them in 3rd. Mia Be a Star has moved up a spot and has taken 4th, as I'm Fine drops back to 5th. Down at the rail, it is Raffinity. In between horses, Freddie Mo Factor and Girl of Toscanova on the outside. The quarter went in 24 seconds. Mia Be a Star next in 4th, but only 2.5 lengths from the lead. A break of 3 to I'm Fine. Raffinity down at the rail is holding the lead here by a 1/2 length over Freddie Mo Factor. And then on the outside, it's Girl of Toscanova. Now the 3 of them are across the track for the lead. The 1/2 in 48 seconds. Raffinity, Freddie Mo Factor, Girl of Toscanova. They are right together. They've got 3 lengths on I'm Fine, who is getting closer now in 4th. Mia Be a Star has dropped back to last. Here's Girl of Toscanova on the outside. Now to take over the lead. I'm Fine continues to advance as they come for the quarter pole. It is Girl of Toscanova with the lead. I'm Fine on the extreme outside. Raffinity is down at the rail. 3/4 went in 1:13 3. It is Girl of Toscanova in front. The lead is 3 lengths. I'm Fine driving in second as they pass the 8th pole. Girl of Toscanova trying to hold off I'm Fine with less than a 16th to the finish. Girl of Toscanova in front. I'm Fine second, and that's the way it'll be under the line. Girl of Toscanova by 3. I'm Fine was second. Freddie Mo Factor finished 3rd.
Well, this was really easy, Rick. You just threw out all the grays.
Exactly.
We tried to tell you beforehand, just pitch the grays, and you're good. Girl of Toscanova, I mean, you said it to me at about 3/8 of the mile of the race. You said the horse on the outside basically is going to win this race. I'm Fine, got a little closer, but Girl of Toscanova held it close.
Yeah, no, she improved just enough off her last race. She got beat ahead last time, or neck last time, and she, like I said, she likes the outside post. This track obviously is fair. The inside horse made the lead, couldn't get it done, and the favorite got the job done.
And I think that Vargas was aware, Jorge Vargas, of course, who rode Girl Toscanova, that the horse he had to beat was Refinity. And you can't let him get her way too much. So he made sure to be sitting on her flank and was able to stalk her and hold off. I'm fine. And that's Charlie Baker, Jorge Vargas, and Saul Kupferberg. Saul Kupferberg's owned horse for a long time.
Oh, Saul,
I'm a Saul fan.
And his dad, Max. Actually, long story, but my grandfather was partners with Max on a couple of
Saul's
properties.
Dad. Yeah. And Saul, anybody that takes the subway with me, coming home from the Big A sometimes, is okay by me, and that would be Saul Kupferberg, as well as quite a few other people. Time for a little bit of a break as we catch our breath, but there's still plenty of action left on America's Day at the Races.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
Today at Oaklawn Park, top-ranked 3-year-olds face off in the $1,250,000 Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, the final leg of the Kentucky Derby Prep Series at Oaklawn Park. Watch and play the Arkansas Derby today, live on FS1.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Then we come. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today as we continue on America's Day at the Races. And there's Charlie Baker and company in the winner's circle. Girl at Toscanova getting it done. 570 to win. Richard Migliori standing by with the man of the hour, Charlie Baker.
Thanks. With a happy Charlie Baker. Charlie, she's been in good form, Girls at Toscanova all winter. A lot of your horses seem to get in good form and keep it. What's the secret to getting a horse to hold their form?
No, you know, basically, I don't think there's a secret. We just try to maintain them where they're at. You know, we do the best to maintain them, take blood works as often as I can, and try to maintain them to keep them at that same condition, basically. Yep, and we try to maintain them in a way that we don't try to overtrain, trying to just balance the hack of keeping them fresh at the same time fit, basically. Yeah.
Well, is that something you think, because there's so many good horsemen have come out of Finger Lakes, and you had great success at Finger Lakes. Do you think that's something you learn at Finger Lakes, particularly working with lower level horses?
You know, I think I learned it from the guy that I started out with, and just the experience over the period of years. You adjust stuff, you change stuff, and you try to figure a horse out. It's all individual, so you figure a horse out and you figure what they like and how to maintain them. And so it pretty much goes from my experience working with a good horseman and experience over the year.
Well, a horse that Charlie's got in good form and kind of figured out his glass ceiling worked this morning, and we'll see her next week in the distaff. Charlie Baker hitting on all cylinders, guys.
He is, and he has done an exceptional job with glass ceiling. She'll start taking on the big girls, though, starting with that distaff. Race number 4 is coming up. The favorite right now, the number 4, True Empress. I think by post time, though, the favorite's going to be on the outside. It's close, though, looking at the multi-race bets. Race number 4, 5 maiden special weights, 10th anniversary of Take Two. It is not the reason that we have Rick Schosberg on today, but it's one of the reasons that Rick Schosberg is one of our heroes.
Yeah, the Take Two program is in its has its 10th anniversary this year, and we're having a big fundraiser. Going to try and raise $100,000 over the next 10 months. And you know, if you put food on your table or put gas in your car, put your kids through college because these horses run around the racetrack, everybody involved in the industry has a shared responsibility to make sure that these horses have a safe, proper, and purposeful aftercare and hopefully a good second career. As you can see, these horses here from our Take Two program and the Take Two Second Career Thoroughbreds Incorporated and the Take the Lead program. It's been a fantastic ride. The Take Two program was started by Rick Violet and Andy Belfiore, and I inherited it when Rick passed away, and he's our mentor, and he was the architect of the Take Two and Take the Lead program, and it's a great tribute to him. And we've retired almost 900 horses through the program. And last year we had a record year of 177 horses. And the Take Two show circuit for thoroughbreds only is we have prize money of over $100,000. And
recently retired Twisted Tom, I think you were telling me?
Twisted Tom just recently
Nice
retired through the Take Lead program. He's up at Rerun up at East Greenbush for Dr. Wilmot, who bred him. And that was one of the great stories, and he's a good, big, good-looking, sound horse. He'll have a great second career. 75% of their life is after the racing.
They give us so much pleasure, and they do so much for us. The least that we could do is to try to do something in return. Well, we still have lots to come. We've got 6 more races through that pick 6 at Aqueduct. Steve Asmussen's coming back. He's looking to go back-to-back in the Arkansas Derby.
Run Happy, who was at #1 second prop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. Run Happy is represented by Smile Happy, the Kentucky Derby individual future pool favorite. A leading dirt sire and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful called Bernie Sams now and book your mare to Eclipse champion Run Happy right now. Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Superstock is a fresh challenger in the center of the racetrack. And here comes Superstock outside of Concert Tour. Superstock has taken over the lead. Concert Tour has been defeated. Superstock, Ricardo Santana win the Arkansas Derby.
Well, Steve Asmussen already has possibly the current Kentucky Derby favorite in Epicenter, but he's going to try to get some more ammunition in his barn and win back-to-back Kentucky Derbies. Or back-to-back Arkansas Derbies, I should say. A little tougher to win your back-to-back Kentucky Derbies when you've never won one. He's got the long shot chasing time today, but last year he had a long shot and he won the race with Superstock.
Absolutely. Well, I have something in common with Steve. I haven't won the Kentucky Derby either.
Yeah, well, he has won the Belmont, which you haven't won.
No.
He has won the Preakness.
I haven't won it, but I did run in it.
Who'd you run in the Preakness?
Giant Moon.
Giant Moon. He ran third or something. Didn't he run third?
No,
or
he
fourth?
didn't run. No, he was third or fourth here in the Wood, and then we ran in the Preakness, and he was like 7th or 8th. But he was a New York bred champion twice.
But you did win the Pimlico Special with As Indicated.
We did.
That you did do. You have won a mile and
ABC Wild World of Sports with Jim McKay.
Grade 1, exactly. There you have it. Taking a look at that Arkansas Derby, and Steve does have the number 2 chasing time. He is a horse that will need to improve to get it done, but Steve knows how to get him to improve, especially going long.
Yeah. My only question with this horse, again, he ran lights out with Lasix. He has run without Lasix before and won, but then when he came off the Lasix in the Rebel Stakes, he backed off a little bit, and if he needs Lasix, he's going to, it may be a problem today.
And his Rebel was disappointing. I mean, he's going to have to run a lot better than he ran the Rebel. This is a tougher race than the Rebel was. You've got Doppelganger, Secret Oath, Cyberknife, We the People, all horses that potentially better really than the top finishers in the Rebel. And I thought the Chasing Time had a very good trip. And it's interesting you point out the Lasix factor. Maybe that contributed to it. He just might not be good enough, but Derby time, you got to take your shot.
It's a possibility. And also, with Cyberknife also, if you look back, he's got Lasix, then no Lasix, he got beat 10, then he had Lasix and he won. It could be a factor in these stake races for these horses.
All right. Well, Steve Asmussen has more things to worry about than just the Arkansas Derby. He's got Gun It going out in race number 4. We'll be back as America's Day at the Races takes a quick break.
Precocity.
Strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run.
Improbable, now a Grade 1 winner.
It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run.
It's Improbable to win the Whitney.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
Honor AP, a mesmerizing horse from the very beginning, who captured the imagination of the racing world and proved his potential on the track. A Grade 1 winner, out of a multiple Grade 1 winner, with incomparable looks and an unbeatable pedigree. The speed, the bloodline, the physical. Honor AP. Only at Lane's End.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by NYRA-Bet. Special promotion here. Big days all around, not just at Aqueduct and Oaklawn, Gulfstream Park as well with the Florida Derby. If you opt in at NYRABets.com and you bet $75 or more on each of Aqueduct Oaklawn and Gulfstream, not a hard thing to do today. You'll get $25 back, win or lose, all through Naira Bets. All you got to do is opt in. Lots of good stuff happening at Naira Bets. Play through Naira Bets. Keep the money in the game and support racing in New York. Thought this was a very, very tricky race. And I understand Gunnett's got the figs. He's not really a winning type. And I wonder, he ran well last time. Is he really a two-turn, 1 mile horse?
Well, you know, here's my concern with the horse. I mean, he hadn't run since July, and he comes back and runs a bang-up race. Now, they gave him plenty of time. Steve Asmussen's one of the top trainers in the world, much less the country.
There he is.
And
Flavien Prat.
Yep.
Flavien rides this one. Jose Lascano rides Sonoman, the one that went by. 2 horses for Steve Asmussen.
Interesting.
The number 3 background, a long shot. Giovanni Franco. This is a rider who has really impressed me at Gulfstream this winter, going out for Michael Pulich.
Yeah, and this horse could be the speed of the race too. He could show the way.
What about the number 4? I thought Fact Finding with David Cohen could be out in front in this race. He caught a flyer he was against a bullet in Warriors Charge. I thought he was a danger to wire the field.
Yeah, he tends to open up on the field a little bit more than the 3-horse does. The 3-horse might get up there and give him some company, but you're right, that horse opens up most of the time.
John Velasquez will need a little bit of speed up front to get this horse title ready home for Dallas Stewart and Charles Fipke.
Well, you got to look at the huge class drop here. The horse ran in the out at Gulfstream in a Grade 1, and he's coming back in this allowance.
We missed
race
Wells
here.
Bayou, who might try to be part of the pace as well, going out for Brad Cox and Florent Giroux. My 6th sense. Is he a possible upsetter in this race?
He's got blinkers on here. When he ran with blinkers, he was doing some of his best running. A lot of times when you take the blinkers off, they run a huge race, but then they never repeat it. It's just something different. It's like when you claim a horse, sometimes you look smart.
Interesting.
Okay, so they're putting the blinkers back on.
Rounding out the field, is the 8 Twilight Blue, a long shot, coming off a win, but this is tougher.
Yeah, and it was a big race off a long layoff, almost a year layoff, so I would expect a retreat, a little bit of a bounce. But I'll be honest with you, Joe Sharp is 5 for 10, second off a layoff. So you got to consider that.
I actually thought that Gunnett ran fairly well last time. He was a bit wide in this race. Concert Tour ran well to be second, leading the front end. Necker Island, who got a very good trip, ran him down. Necker Island will try the Oaklawn Mile later today. It's a good effort for Gunnett, especially considering he's coming off a 7-month layoff.
Yeah, no doubt. And when you're 4 wide on both turns, that's a lot of lengths. You got beat a length and a half. If you're 4 wide on both turns, that's the difference between winning and losing.
Yeah, no, I thought it was a decent effort. So Flavien Prat's coming to New York to ride. He'll be coming here, I assume, after the Derby. Any thoughts on him joining our colony?
Listen, he's one of the top riders in the country, and it's always great when you have some new blood coming in here. It makes the other riders, get ramped up to hold their position, and it gives you another alternative if you have, if it's a big field, especially on the grass. We got grass. The grass is beautiful. Looks out here at Aqueduct.
Taking those tarps off, looking nice and green.
It's gorgeous, and then we'll be over at Belmont in the 1st of May. So the
I need
fields
one
are
of those
going to get
tarps.
bigger.
I need a tarp. To get
Well, there's
get over the
190,000 of them out there.
We
You
were
can
trying to
take
count
one.
them out there. It's like the jelly beans in the jar, trying to figure out how many tarps are out there.
Unbelievable.
And Flavien Prat, I think he's going to have an effect on Irad Ortiz. He's going to ride a lot for Chad Brown. Now, Background and Wells Bayou dueled around the racetrack last time, and that is settled for 2nd and 3rd behind favored market analysis. Are they the speeds today, or is fact-finding faster than they are? That's maybe the big question going into the race.
Does fact finding go ahead and make the lead, and the others two just trying to stalk and take themselves out of their own game? That could happen.
I mean, it's no disgrace losing to market analysis. Another horse on a good run. He's trying the Oaklawn Mile a little bit later today. I'm not sure. I feel like I'm wondering with Wells Bayou. He was the one I would take if I took either of them, simply because he has the back form. And is it possible that he's rounding into better form? But we're bouncing all around because we've got a lot of action. We're still a couple of minutes away from race 4 at Oaklawn. Let's head down. I think we're heading down to Richie in the paddock, Richard Migliori, for the 4th race here at Aqueduct. Starting out that pick 6, carryover.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. We've got Maiden, New York-bred fillies and mares going 6 furlongs here, and a couple of first-time starters. And the one that really impressed me and caught my eye was the one, Impassable Dream. She just looks fast. She just looks like that quick type from a physical perspective. Her coat's good. Her weight's really good, and really acting well. I like what I'm seeing from the one, Impassable Dream, for trainer Gary Siaka. Asked Gary, I said, she looks quick. Has she been shown speed in the morning? He said she's been quick out of the gate in the morning trials. Now, it's always She's different in the afternoon. There's a lot more distractions. You're dealing with other horses. Usually in the morning, you only break with one or two other horses. Obviously, this is in a big field, 6 horses, but it is a little bit different, and she is drawn inside. But I got to tell you, the one Impossible Dream looks like she should be quick. The other first-time starter from the Dave Donk barn, number 2, Mo Nahin Don, if I'm saying that correctly, hopefully. She looks good. You know, Dave not noted for winning with first-time starters just because he doesn't crank them up. Not that he can't win with them, but he usually kind of develops a horse for a career more than a race. But I tell you, she's making a nice impression as well. I'm really taken with the 2 first-time starters. Out of the horses that run, that, you know, look like contenders to me, the 6 Liberty Flame ran so well first time out for trainer Pat Quick. He had her ready to fire that way. I can be honest, though, I think she really looks like a filly that's going to improve a lot with this race under her belt. She ran well on with the ultimate layoff first time out, but she certainly looks like she could be a lot more tucked up and a lot more defined. I do think this race will help her go forward. I don't think today is necessarily the day, but the 4 True Empress makes a lot of sense out of the ones that run, and she looks good here in the paddock and is coming off a big effort under Eric Cancel, who rides her back.
Thanks a lot, Richie, and like to hear those thoughts about the one Impossible Dream. We'll get to more on that. First Through is taking some real money right now, but we're going to head back over to Oaklawn Park, as I believe they are heading into the gate. Oh, they got lots of time to go here. So here's the eternal question: are you trying to beat Gunnet or not?
I am going to go with Gunnet. Yeah, I think he's going to. Just what you pointed out last time. When a horse is 4 wide on both turns, it gets beat a length and a half. That's the race right there. I mean, he more so on the turf than on the dirt, but 4 wide is 4 wide, and that's more than a length and a half. So yeah. I have to say that that Gunnet's a horse to beat in here.
I went into this race looking at it, thinking I want to find somebody to bet against Gunnet, but I couldn't, and I think the points you're making are good ones. He didn't have a great trip. I thought he ran very, very well last time. I hate the fact that he's 3 for 21 with the 11 seconds and thirds. And the other thing is, you know, it's not like he's been a super short price in all his races. Steve Asmussen, trainers like, they win.
Yeah.
Their horses win when they're supposed to win, and that bothers me a little bit, but I'm like you. I just couldn't make a strong case for anybody else. They're almost in for race number 4 at Oaklawn. Don't worry, there's 9 more to come after the 4th at Oaklawn. Vic Stauffer has the call.
They're at the post. They're off. Perfect start. Wells Bayou in background. Fact-finding. Hard scent between horses. Gunnet at the rail. Then Twilight Blue and a title ready with My Sixth Sense. And the early trailer is Sonneman. A solid jointly set pace by both Fact-Finding and Background, and they'll match strides with Background ahead in front. Fact-Finding is second, 2 lengths to Wells Bayou and Gunnet at the rail. Then comes Twilight Blue. He's 3 deep in 5th and 2.5 off the lead with Title Ready just inside of him. Sonneman is second to last, but only about 4 behind, and the trailer is My Sixth Sense, and they head up the backstretch. Finish line is the 16th pole, and now Fact-Finding puts his neck in front. Fact-Finding is a neck in front of Background in second. Then comes Wells Bayou, who has just taken 3rd. Gunnet stays at the rail 4th for Flavian Pratt, and he's only 2 off the lead. Twilight Blue has 4 lengths to make up. Then comes Sonneman, and to the outside, My Sixth Sense. Less than 3 furlongs left to race. No change up front. Background and Fact-Finding, they are matching strides. Wells Bayou is an all-in 3rd. Gunnet is at the rail in 4th. He's still 2.5 from the front. Twilight Blue outside of him. Top of the stretch, Fact-Finding and Background. Still 1-2. Gunnet is moving up. Wells Bayou's got a chance. Twilight Blue, many chances. Top of the stretch, Fact-Finding a neck in front. Background is second. Gunnet now 2.5 from the front. Twilight Blue, Wells Bayou, Title Ready, and Background is now clear. Background has the lead. Twilight Blue, Wells Bayou, between horses, Title Ready. Background just in front. Twilight Blue, Background, Twilight Blue, Background. Background 1. It is 4 across the track for second.
Talk about earning it. I mean, they went 23 seconds flat to the quarter. They were battling up front. Yeah. Fact-Finding had absolutely nothing left. But Background and Giovanni Franco, he turned them all away.
Absolutely, and no excuse for Gunnet. Gunnet had an inside
trip
the whole time. He's throwing his head around in the stretch here, looking very reluctant, not switching his leads. I think he was happier being 4 wide in both
I was going to
turns.
say that. I think he just doesn't like taking any kickback. He just feels like a horse. You need him. And, that's probably why he's more suited to closing in one-turn races where he can get himself outside in the clear. Right. You want to get the trip he got. Flavian gave him the right ride.
Yeah,
he just wasn't happy down there. And Background was best. I mean, you could say whatever you want.
No, he worked hard.
Background did all the dirty work getting it done. A nice performance, and always nice to see Giovanni Franco getting the job done.
Earned it.
Absolutely. Race number 4. Well, we want to touch on the first-time starter coming out first, and that's the one Impassable Dream. This horse has taken a lot of money for a Gary Siaka first-time starter in the face of 2 that can run a little.
Yeah, Jackie Davis riding a good blowout in 35. The horse shows some speed in the morning. Somebody likes something.
I'm the biggest Jackie Davis fan there is in the game right now.
Great.
No Naheem Don went by, or Mo Naheem Don. Steppen Hawk has had a lot of chances. The number 3 goes out for Oliver Hosang. The number 4, True Empress, currently the second choice.
Second choice.
George Weaver.
Yeah, this horse was the early favorite and second choice. Now, it got beat a neck in its first start. First time Lasix, first time blinkers, second time Lasix and blinkers today. Should improve.
Had so many chances, though. That's my problem. Liberty Flame, on the other hand, the second time starter, liked the field that he met first time. Richie thought, though, she might need one.
Yeah, he thought she wasn't quite as tucked up as he thought she should be. But she's first time Lasix here. You got Raul Mina, who's one of my stable riders, and he's done a great job for us this winter. And
ridden a lot for you this winter.
Yeah, he's done very well, and he works really hard, this kid, and he won a beautiful race for us the other day up the rail on a filly that didn't have much experience. Did a great job for us.
So we'll take a look at True Empress last time. She did finish second in a race that collapsed. She's fairly consistently run numbers that make her a player in here. For me, though, she's been a short price 4 times, and she's just not getting it done. That's why I prefer either a Liberty Flame on the outside, and you just can't ignore the money the one Impassable Dream is taking.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting race, but you always got to watch the board with these maiden races and these first-time starters. And this filly ran a good race. She's widest of all last time and just misses. Gets caught here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not criticizing Eric because I don't think he made a mistake. It turned out maybe she moved a little soon, but I thought she should have won last time. Richie with more on True Empress.
Yeah, listen, True Empress looks good, and out of the horses that have run that I think are main contenders, and obviously the 6 Liberty Flame, who ran a crackerjack race on debut, I just think she's really going to improve with the race, and I've got to go with my instincts on that one. True Empress ran well last time. She looks good. She's obviously fit. I like what I'm seeing from her. I do think she's the horse to beat. But I like the one Impassable Dream. When I watch first-time starters, particularly when they're coming up out of the paddock onto the racetrack, I look at little things, like how do they hook up with the pony? Are they green about it? Is that something they've been schooled with? She has done everything professionally. She's obviously been well-schooled. She was good with the pony. She was good in the warm-up. She's got some, a quick blowout of 35 and change. The reports from the barn is that she's been quick away from the gate, which she's going to need to be from post 1. Jackie Davis has worked her several times, so she's familiar with them. I think those are all positive signs, but she could have not been more professional from start to finish so far, and I'll keep an eye on her as we head to the gate, but I really like what I'm seeing from the one Impassable Dream.
Thanks, Richie. Well, the public seems to be going in Richie's direction, the 4 True Empress, though he's interested in the 1 Impassable Dream as his top choice. You've got Liberty Flame on top, a horse that I also had picked on top.
Yeah, I mean, the horse hasn't run in a while. If you look at it, it hasn't run since October 21st at Belmont, but has some good works since then over the training track. Interesting rider switch here, though. You got Dylan Davis, rode her first time out, and Raul Mini is on here, so I assume he's been working this filly in the morning. Right? He does a lot of work in the morning for a lot of trainers, including myself, and he's a really top rider, and he really tries very, very hard. So I'm going to stick with my 6, but it's interesting that this one horse has taken so much money, but she's got to get out of the gate good.
I agree. We'll take a look at the first start for Liberty Flame. Unless she ran well in here. The winner was clearly best. She had trouble at the start. She was a Bruce Levine first-time start. It was very, very well met. Finished 3rd, I think, in her second start. But I thought Liberty Flame ran very well in there, and if she can show some improvement, as you've mentioned, first-time Lasix, I'm with you. I thought she was the horse to beat. Now, Richie has some concerns that she might need one coming off of the 5.5-month layoff.
Yeah, and you got to have that concern, too. I mean, she only shows 3 works since March 15th. She got a good 3/8, a good half mile, and a good blowout. Is that enough? Well, I guess we're going to find out in a few minutes.
Yeah, and keep in mind we have that pick 6 carryover, $39,862, just under $40,000. And today's pool right now is at $190,000. So we're just pennies below being 5 times that pick 6 carryover. And I'm very proud that we went back to the original basic pick 6. There's nothing like pick 6 carryovers to get people excited. I am not a fan of the jackpot bets. I think for a variety of reasons they're very, very unfriendly to players overall. And I'm really proud we got back to these pick 6s. And I think that getting the carryovers has brought back that excitement we always had with the pick 6 carryovers.
Well, I'm still trying to figure out an exacta.
Well, before, when I used to actually have some courage and bet, a lot, I used to get involved in some pick 6s. Lately, though, I'm just not the same anymore.
Well, I trained for the pick 6 king, Ken Ramsey, and
he's been known to put in a ticket or two.
Yeah, a
in
ticket
his day. Yes.
Absolutely.
And he's been known to hit a few in his day. But the pick 6 is a really, really fun bet. I'm really glad that we got back to that situation. I'm very curious to see what we get from the One Impossible Dream. But, of course, as you were bringing up to me, the break is going to be so important, breaking from the inside. Yeah. Because when your first-timers are bet, they usually have speed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no doubt about it. And that blowout in 35 on March 27th shows that her feet can move pretty fast.
We'll see what happens. John and Brielle coming up next with the call of race number 4, kicking off the pick 6.
Waiting for True Empress and Liberty Flame. In the gate for race 4. And they're off. Liberty Flame on top early here as the field moves up the backstretch and Impossible Dream gains at the rail. Mo Neon Don is next in third. Alongside is Steppen Hawk. And trailing the field is True Empress in 5th. Liberty Flame is the leader here by about a length. Liberty Flame on top. Impossible Dream is down at the rail. Steppen Hawk now moves up on the outside. That move is followed by True Empress. Mo Neon Don has dropped back to 5th. The quarter in 23 and 1/5 seconds. It is Liberty Flame, the leader here by a length. Steppen Hawk and True Empress. True Empress on the outside. Now moves right alongside of Liberty Flame. The two of them are together. Steppen Hawk is next in third. Farther back, it's Mo Neon Don as they come off the turn and enter the stretch. And here is True Empress to take over from Liberty Flame. True Empress in front. Liberty Flame down at the rail. And Steppen Hawk is in third. With a 16th to the finish, it is True Empress. The lead is now a length and a half, 2 lengths, and it will be True Empress to break her maiden here as we start the pick 6 at Aqueduct. True Empress the winner. Liberty Flame was second, and Steppen Hawk finished third.
True Empress and Eric Cancel able to get the money for George Weaver. Randy Hill and Reeves Thoroughbreds getting it done in race number 4, Liberty Flame. Maybe a little confidently ridden, but as it turned out, True Empress just best, and maybe Richie was right. The number 6 Liberty Flame probably needed one off the way.
Maybe needed one, yeah. And if you look at the jock on the 4-horse, he's just out there as a passenger. He knew he had the race won, and Raul's on the rail riding pretty hard for this filly, and that filly will improve next time. There's no doubt about it. She'll be the horse to beat. The first-time starter broke well and just didn't show up.
That was it. A little dirt, and she was kaput.
Yeah. Interesting to see what she does next time.
Eric Cancel was sort of quietly a real hero in yesterday's card. There was that gate incident in race number 4 where Manny Franco, aboard the eventual winner, literally fell off his mount coming out of the gate, was sideways coming off the horse, and Eric was able to help him get back on his mount and get back to win. And while it was an incredible job by Manny Franco getting back on, it doesn't happen without the help from Eric Cancel. That was really amazing what took place yesterday as we head back to Oaklawn for their 4th race and going into the winner's circle, the number 3 background for Giovanni Franco and Michael Kuich. Scoring a bit of an upset here
Yeah, there have been some surprises down at Oaklawn today. Like I said, Gunnett just didn't show up today, didn't like the inside, and yeah.
They had pace to close in. They were moving up front. The other speed sort of abdicated in the stretch, but Background was very, very strong for the stretch.
Yeah.
Getting it done, paying $16. Twilight Blue, actually, the number 8 horse on the outside, able to get second. What looked like about a 5-horse photo for second, but Background was clearly best, taking the 4th at Oaklawn. So much more action to come, and the stakes action's actually going to kick off at Oaklawn Park in race number 5, and that'll kick off our cross-country Big 5. Keep in mind, head over to NYRABets.com to get a ticket from Anthony Stabile if you're interested in that cross-country Big 5. The question here is Frank's Rocket, who is a heavy favorite at 1-2 right now for the Carousel 4-year-old nut fillies and mares, going 6 furlongs for $200,000. That kicks off the stakes action, and it's the first of many that'll culminate with the Arkansas Derby, as America's Day at the Races will continue in just a moment. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We want to welcome all our friends at Bally Sports San Diego. Joining us on America's Day at the Races, Rick Schosberg joining me, Andy Serling, for a plethora of action. Don't worry if you think you're coming in a little late. We've still got 5 to come at Aqueduct and 9, count them, at Oaklawn, culminating with the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby. Welcome, Rick. It's been a lot of fun talking with you the last hour and a half, and we got some more action to come.
Yeah, we got some stake action to come from Oaklawn. We got some races from Aqueduct, and then we got the Excelsior down there, along with 4 or 5 other stakes from Arkansas.
Yeah.
A lot of good racing coming up, all different ages, sexes, styles, and distances.
Yeah, we'll start it out with a little taste of the stakes action, then we'll take a little break with some other interesting race before we head to so much more stakes action. Well, the Carousel, as we mentioned, Frank's Rocket is the favorite in this race. She has had a remarkable career, continuing to run Frank's Rocket for trainer Bill Mott and Frank Fletcher Racing Operations. Well, Kathy Howard has been a major part of the Frank Fletcher operation now. She's a former rider and has a tremendous story of her own. She's also gone on to be the racing manager for the Frank Fletcher Racing Stable. Let's hear more about Kathy Howard.
In horse racing, Kathy Howard is a lifer. She's worked as a paddock judge, placing judge, stakes coordinator, even a stint as a trainer following the death of her husband, Tom Howard. And she's been racing manager for Frank Fletcher Racing Operations for over 20 years.
It is true.
But many don't know about her trailblazing days when she was known as Kathy Moore, a promising female jockey making a name for herself in a world foreign to women.
Seems like horse racing is still a man's sport. Is it any easier for you being a female jockey?
Well, from what I can tell, it's pretty rough. I don't know if it was any harder, 5 or 6 years ago, because I wasn't in the position I'm in now.
But yeah, it was tough. I was so shy. I wasn't shy when I was on a horse, but I was so shy growing up.
See ya.
And I'd be at somebody's stable to work a horse, and if I was a few minutes early, I was too shy to even go into the office or the tack room. If there was more than 2 people in there, I would just stand out there by the door until they came out.
Look at this, was my grandmother. That was my grandma. Isn't that something? My grandmother and grandfather, they were Russian, Babadito. They were the first ones that ever took me to the racetrack. That was a big deal.
In 1980, at the age of 23, Kathy became more than the first woman to win a stakes race at Oaklawn.
Despite becoming the first female jockey to post an Oaklawn handicap victory, Moore didn't say anything about women's liberation and equal rights amended. I never said anything like that. It's just 41 years ago, but I remember it's like it was yesterday. The Gallant Serenade, right here at Oaklawn. I had a speed horse, and so I think I did set the fractions. He was all speed. There's an old gentleman named Jim Hughes that trained, and he rode me. I remember his barn was over there by the gap. He was kind of jumping up and down, and when I was galloping back, he said, "You're a real juryman now. You did it, Kathy, you did it." There's Jim Hughes. That's the guy that was saying, "You made it as a juryman." And he's long been passed, but I'll never forget that. It's just a tough game. I've never really thought about it, except it's kind of like I know what I did, and I know the trails that I've hopefully blazed for some other females. I'm a very humble, quiet person, so, you know, it makes me feel good. It was almost like a past world. And then when I was married to Tom Howard until he died, whenever we won a race, and it was always we, because we worked together, it was a really big, it gave me like almost the same rush, exciting. And now with Mr. Fletcher, and we win a race with a homebred, especially Frank's Rocket, it's almost the same. He's my boss, but he's also my friend. And we have the common interest, the love of horses.
Well, Kathy Howard, quite a trailblazer, and it's always good to see women that do well in this sport more in the front lines because they're such a huge part of the game.
Absolutely.
They sometimes just don't get enough frontline attention.
Yeah, I mean, you look like trailblazers like Julie Crone and Karen Rogers, and then obviously Ms. Howard here.
Karen Rogers,
Kathy
you're
Howard.
dating yourself.
Sorry about that.
We're the
Come
same
on, we've
age.
been around
so,
here. Yeah, we've been around here
I
the
remember
same
Karen
amount of
riding,
time.
absolutely.
Absolutely.
I'm old too, no question about it. Yeah. As far as Frank's Rocket, who is the heavy favorite right now in here, she has had a remarkable career, hitting the board in 17 of her 19 starts with the 8 wins, just under $1 million. With a win today, she could actually go above $1 million.
Yeah, she's definitely the horse to beat. She's got tactical speed. She's been working well. She's the runner-up for this same race here last year. Just got beat by Edgeway by just under a length, but she's won since then and had a good second last time out at Gulfstream.
They need our tarps down there. You know, they need the tarps. Get a few tarps down that grass up. Here's her last race, losing the Center Isle, who the horse who had been sort of refound her form since coming off a layoff. And I think that she's best when she uses her speed. And it'll be interesting to see if Lavian Pratt is aggressive or if the number 4 in this race, Acting Out, is able to clear.
Yeah, and then Martin Garcia's on the 4 horse. He rode her last time. And while she didn't break all that sharp, she was on the lead the whole time. Half from 46-1. And this filly, Frank's Rocket, certainly is capable of going faster than that. I think she's got the main speed.
We'll see how things play out. This is the first leg of our cross-country pick 5. The first of 5 stakes will be showing today, 4 of them coming from Oaklawn Park, the Oaklawn Mile, the Fantasy for the 3-year-old fillies, and the Arkansas Derby as well. But the cross-country pick 5 will kick off with the Carousel as we return to America's Day at the Races.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes and added a Grade 1 with turf credentials in the Maker's Mark Mile. From ages 2 to 4, this versatile son of War Front proved his class at the highest levels. Now his first foals have arrived. War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Andy Serling and Rick Schosberg holding down the fort here at Aqueduct. But it's looking like a beautiful day down at Oaklawn, and you might not have noticed it that much, but we've got a big team down at Oaklawn Park today. Gary Stevens, Lafitte Vinkai, Maggie Wolfendale as well down at Oaklawn. Lafitte, we could use the break.
And it couldn't be any nicer here this afternoon. Picture perfect afternoon for thoroughbred racing. The Hall of Famer Gary Stevens. We're getting set for the stakes activity, the first of 4 stakes races at Carousel. And these jockeys riding, like, they actually get a chance to win one because one of his riders is sitting it out. Tiago Pereira, congratulations, back-to-back big wins.
Yeah, not a bad day to start things out with Tiago winning actually the 3rd race on Life is Hard. Giovanni coming back and winning on background in the 4th race. So let's move on to the big stuff now.
The Carousel, the start of the cross-country Pick 5. Riders up in the infield. Field updated odds, 6 of them. $200,000 purse, and all eyes on Frank's Raquette. Classy mare Gary, 3-5 with Flavian Pratt in the saddle.
Yeah, and this filly, she's run over this track and had success in the past. She was actually 2nd in the Carousel last year, so she obviously likes this racetrack.
Fast fillies and mares. You see the crowd here, more than 60,000 anticipated at Oaklawn Park. Like, there's only 39,000 people that live in Hot Springs, but on this afternoon, that's the kind of crowd you get for the marquee event of the season, the biggest race day at Oaklawn. And later today, major prep for the Kentucky Derby, the Arkansas Derby around 7:30 Eastern. First things first, start of this cross-country Pick 5, the Carousel, filly and mare sprinters. Wildwood's Beauty pictured 16-1.
16-1. She's going to need a speed duel up front. She's showed some speed in the past, but she hasn't shown any of late, Lafitte.
Francisco Arrieta won the opener on the program. Number 2, the star of this Carousel show. Frank's Raquette, 3-5, still looking at Wildwood's Beauty, trying for a 7th lifetime win. There's the odds-on favorite.
Yeah, I earned her of over $888,000. This filly's got speed. She can be tactical, sit just off of the pace. I'd look forward to lay probably 2nd or 3rd in here, Lafitte.
David Cabrera, leading rider, seeking a 2nd on the afternoon. Novel Squall.
Yeah, he's another one that she's going to need this race to fall apart a little bit. David Cabrera having a career meet here right now.
Number 4, Acting Out. She is quick, the gray mare.
Yeah, she was able to take him gate to wire in an allowance race here on March 11th. We'll take a look at that here in a few minutes, Lafitte.
Number 5, Little Tootsie, Florent Giroux, a date with Cyberknife in the Arkansas Derby. Here on Little Tootsie at 5-1.
Little Tootsie, she was in that battle with Acting Out last time out. Little Tootsie got beat 3/4 of the length, finishing 3rd.
Joy's Rocket denied in a pair of heartbreakers most recently, Gary.
Yeah, she was. She's drawn a favorable post today. She's come from just off of the pace. She's improved with all 3 of her races. She's a filly that's just turned 4 years old, and I think if there's going to be an upset of Frank's Rocket, it'll be Joy's Rocket.
Start of the cross-country Pick 5. It is the Carousel, first of 4 stakes races in 5 minutes. You know, it could be a big afternoon for trainer John Ortiz. Barber Road later in the Arkansas Derby. Here has Novel Squall as we check in with Maggie.
Lafitte, thank you, as well as with Jaden as well. But, Johnny, a horse here, we'll talk about this Carousel first in Novel Squall. She may not be as accomplished on paper, but she looks the part on the racetrack. What do you think of her chances here?
No, she's as live as anybody else in here. You know what? Look, she is accomplished. She's multiple winners. She's not just a 3X. You know, she's won 4 races already, and she's just sitting right behind this class. You know, I think this is a great time for her to show us what she's got.
Now, in between the Fantasy and the Arkansas Derby, a contentious allowance race as you'll send out Garhole. Facing open company for the first time, he has been excellent this year.
Yeah, you want to talk about a horse for the course, you know, this is the horse, you know. He's 4 here. We thought very highly of him when he was last year. You know, he had an incident where we just had to give him a little break, and now he came back very mature. He's a gelding, obviously, and now I think that's just it's helped him mentally, and now his development just shows all the results on the track.
Johnny, in the big one, the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, sending out Barbara Road, who has been right there in each and every one of these preps so far. You've said that you think that more ground will eventually help him? And two, in his training, you've been kind of tightening the screws. What are you looking for today, and how do you finally get a victory out of him?
Well, you know, he's handled this track, and this track is very tricky for people that haven't been stable here year after year, and it goes through different phases. You get a loose, cuppy, kind of sandy track during the coldest part of the time of our winter, and you know, then you get the storms, the rain, and you know, we had both last preps. He had a dry, cuppy track, and the last one right before our race, he had a very muddy track last minute, and today we actually have the track that we've been looking for, and this is why I've been training him the way I've been training him here. I want a fresh, happy horse that's going to show a little bit of speed than he normally does, and we'll take it from there. You know, hopefully he comes down and runs him down the stretch.
Well, Johnny, thank you for your time, and congratulations on the meat of your career so far.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
All right, Johnny Ortiz, looking forward to getting things underway in this carousel with Novel Squall, guys.
Maggie, thanks so much. Gary, as the wind picks up here in Hot Springs, you've had a chance to spend some time with John Ortiz this winter, along with watching Barber Road progress. I think what I've enjoyed watching is him enjoy the ride. This is his first Arkansas Derby starter, potentially his first experience on the road to a Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, Lafitte, I don't know where he gets his energy, but he's been making constant trips, driving between the fairgrounds in New Orleans and Hot Springs, Arkansas all winter long. He's been spending quite a bit more time here at Oaklawn Park over the last 3 weeks, I would say, keeping a close eye on Barber Road, but always excited, always in a good mood, just full of energy, and trying, hopefully, Barber Road having that type of energy himself today.
Has Novel Squall here, as you look at the favorite, Frank's Rocket, 1-2. Gary, for Flavien Prat, what does he need to do early on to put her in the best position to be successful in this carousel?
Well, he's going to have to deal with Acting Out, Little Tootsie, and Joy's Rocket, who just competed against each other in that March 11th race. They finished in a blanket finish, and Acting Out has that speed. She's drawn down in the 2-hole Frank's Rocket, so she's going to have to deal with that as well, with pressure from the outside, Lafitte.
Yeah, you mentioned the March 11th heat. Acting Out, Joy's Rocket, Lil Tootsie, a question of how productive you think that race will be in terms of those fillies meeting up once again in the carousel, and now, of course, they have to deal with Frank's Rocket. If you can make out what's on your picture.
Yeah, that was one of those days with the little fog, but I was actually covering the race, and Acting Out, she had everything pretty much her own way throughout. And Little Tootsie, she was fifth, 3 lengths behind. She closed the most ground. Joy's Rocket, she was only 1.5 lengths off of the lead, and they closed the gap to where they all finished in a blanket finish. But Acting Out, she's not going to benefit from having Frank's Rocket tagging along with her or putting pressure on her either way. And I would look for, if that does, if a speed duel develops and they're going head-and-head, then Joy's Rocket is, in my mind, Joy's Rocket is going to benefit the most from it.
Like footage of that early NFC divisional playoff game in the early 90s, Philadelphia Eagles, Chicago Bears at the old Soldier Field. We'll see how those fillies do here in this upcoming carousel. With more on the favorite, Frank's Rocket, 1-2. We check in with Maggie.
And Lafitte, she's coming in off a bit of a break, and her last race very good when dueling the whole way. She was kind of taking the harder part of it. I always think it's harder for horses to duel down on the inside or in between as opposed to being outside, and that's what her rival Center Isle had the benefit of doing. And Frank's Rocket is a horse that I've known since she was 2, so I've gotten to watch her and how she's progressed physically throughout her career, now as a 5-year-old reaching full maturity physically as a horse. And finally, she looks so strong. I mean, it's just a filly that always a little bit on the slighter side, and this is the strongest that she's ever appeared, especially through her hind end, and I think that's so important to you know, possess when you are a sprinter. So I actually like what I'm seeing from Frank's Rocket. But, like I alluded to, and Gary talking about the speed, she's out on the inside, so it's not an easy row for her to hoe. And Acting Out, she's definitely sharp out there. She looks to be the main speed. But Joy's Rocket, she's been drawn down on the inside, and she's kind of lost a little bit of the early speed that she once had as a young horse, more so as a 2-year-old. But not that it's necessarily played against her. You know, she's found a new way to be effective from off the pace. But I do like the outside post for her. I think it just makes her and puts her in a more comfortable spot. I like what I saw from her her out on the racetrack. But I can't really fault your 1-2 favorite, Lafitte, here in Frank's Rocket.
So Joy's Rocket, perhaps with the better start in terms of the outside post, says Maggie. Frank's Rocket, who we're looking at, having to tangle with an inside draw, Gary. And it's funny looking at Flavien Prat here, riding for the Hall of Famer Bill Mott. You think back, as you look at Joy's Rocket, you think back to the Arkansas Derby 3 years ago. Absolute downpour. Omaha Beach won the Arkansas Derby. Third place finisher on that afternoon was Country House with Joel Rosario. Flavien Prat had ridden Omaha Beach in races prior, but he eventually lost the mount. And he rode Country House in the Kentucky Derby. That's the only he rode him in the Kentucky Derby, wind up finishing second at 50-1. Maximum Security crosses the wire in front, disqualified about 25 minutes later. Just like that, Prat, a Kentucky Derby winning jockey, Mott, a Kentucky Derby winning trainer, and here they are teaming up in the carousel momentarily.
Yeah, this game has a lot of twists and turns, and I truly believe in fate and what has been decided by the Derby gods. It's already been decided. I think this year's Derby has possibly already been decided from a higher power than us. But look, I know that Flavien is looking forward to the time that he can actually cross the finish line under the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs and win a Kentucky Derby. I believe that's in his cards. He's having a phenomenal year. He's getting ready to move his tack to the toughest jockey colony in the country in New York. He'll be joining us up in Saratoga this summer. Looking forward to seeing him compete with that great colony up there.
Flavien Prat to ride We the People in the Arkansas Derby in front of this packed house at Oaklawn Park. More than 60,000 on hand for the marquee event of the season. Flavien Prat to ride Zandon next week for Chad Brown in the Bluegrass Stakes. First things first, all set for the carousel. Frank's Rocket, odds on. Here's Vic Stauffer.
They're at the post. They're off. Acting Out and Frank's Rocket break best. Acting Out to the front. Frank's Rocket is second. Then to the outside and Joy's Rocket third. Wildwood's Beauty is fourth. Then Novel Squall. And the trailer is Lil Tootsie. Up the backstretch in the 43rd Carousel and Acting Out and Martin Garcia have the lead. They're a length in front of Joy's Rocket. Wildwood's Beauty has moved into third as Frank's Rocket is now back to shuffled to fourth and 2.5 off the lead. 2.5 more to Novel Squall. The trailer is Lil Tootsie and the leader is Acting Out. Acting Out around the far turn. Now only a half length in front of Joy's Rocket, who comes to challenge in second. 2 lengths to Wildwood's Beauty and Frank's Rocket. Novel Squall is still fifth and about 5 from the front. Lil Tootsie is the trailer and Acting Out is riding the rail and getting away just a bit at the top of the stretch. Acting Out now a full length and a half in front. Frank's Rocket splits horses. Joy's Rocket to the outside, and here comes Frank's Rocket after Acting Out. Acting Out gonna have to dig down very deep. Frank's Rocket to the outside, trying to push on by. Acting Out doesn't want to let her by. Frank's Rocket, Acting Out, Frank's Rocket, Acting Out, yes! Acting Out beat Frank's Rocket. Novel Squall was third, close for fourth. Joy's Rocket and Wildwood's Beauty.
The old last race in a blizzard play, Gary Stevens. Acting Out on the inside, Martin Garcia digging, repels a late charge from the favorite, Frank's Rocket, in the carousel.
Yeah, and Acting Out, she got a flyer at the start. Frank's Rocket didn't get away that cleanly. There was no speed duel that happened. Acting Out had everything her own way and then had plenty left in the last 100 yards to hold off your favorite, Frank's Rocket.
Exciting finish. And so good to hear the roar of the crowd at Oaklawn today, Gary. The first time in front of a packed house, the Arkansas Derby in 3 years.
Yeah, and it's a special day. Not a cloud in the sky. We had some rain overnight. It was raining a little bit early on, but a beautiful racetrack. Great race right here, and they've got plenty more of it coming up, Lafitte.
Winning jockey Martin Garcia, of course, he was instrumental in the development of American Pharoah, eventual Triple Crown winner. How'd he get there? Through Hot Springs, winning the Rebel Stakes Arkansas Derby in 2015. Something for Garcia to celebrate today with Jerry Hollendorfer Acting Out in the Carousel Stakes. That'll wrap things up for Gary Stevens and myself until the Fox Sports 1 show gets started around 4 Eastern. But America's Day at the Races does continue. Results coming up, reaction following the Carousel. Acting Out on top.
Perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big handicap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race at the Race, scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Getting back here to Ozone Park, Queens, and of course America's Day at the Races. Brought to you by Naira Bets. Play through Naira Bets. Keep the money in the game. Happy to be joined by Rick Schosberg. We don't have much time left, Rick. You've got a real stamp on this race. You used to train the one Stormy Cat Lady, who comes out first. Also the current favorite, Irresistible Girl. But we'll start with Stormy Cat Lady. Heeman Harkey riding for Gustavo Rodriguez.
She ran very well last time for him. Came from off the pace well back, which is her modus operandi, and he ran real well. And Rudy's keeping her back on. Gustavo's keeping her
Long
back
shot, Handle the Truth, passed us by. Appreciate. I think the connection appreciated a trip to the winner's circle in her 50th start. She's only been there once.
Yeah, but she's been third her last 3 starts. Gomez is riding great. Toscano's had him a pretty good meet.
Mid-Mon broker Maiden 2 back for Dylan Clark, who's doing better in Wordle than I am. Jackie Davis has the mount. Irresistible Girl going by. The favorite, my choice, Ray Handel training. You used to have her.
Yeah, I had her. We claimed her last year. She had some issues that sent her to the farm. She came back for Ray, and Ray's had a really good year, and she looks to be the horse to beat in here, as far as I'm concerned.
We missed Sabrine, who I'm surprised is 5-1, who looks like the speed. Bella Dominica going out for the hot. Oh, she's 6-1. I'm sorry, 2-1. Bella Dominica going out for the hot barn, and Rudy Rodriguez. Sorry, Queen Tigua will wrap it up. Omar Hernandez Moreno riding for Eddie Pringle.
Yeah, this horse is. I would say, looking at the form, you got the 6 and the 5. I think the public's right here.
Yeah, I like the 5. I like 5 over 6 in this race. I happen to agree with them. I'm not going to bet Irresistible Girl 2-1, but let's find out what our main man, the Mig, thinks as he's in the paddock.
Well, kind of a racing oddity here. The 4-horse Mid-Mon and the 5-horse Irresistible Girl are half sisters, both out of Monarch Miss. Mid-Mon by Midshipman, Irresistible Girl, by Tapiture, but they are half sisters drawn side by side. But what makes it even odder is Jackie Davis rides the 4, and her brother Dylan Davis rides the 5. So we've got a lot of family issues going on here. The 7-horse Bella Domenica. The 6 looks great. I think she'll be very tough to beat, but I'm going to go with the 7 Bella Domenica. Really turned out well. Rudy's horses are really running big right now. Barn's gotten hot, and from a physical perspective, to me, she was an absolute standout, and I put more credence on that when I see horses coming off of layoffs look as good, particularly in lower level races, Andy.
Thanks a lot, Richie. Well, Richie had a lot of good families. Rick, I can't speak for you. I missed that Mid-Mon and Irresistible Girl were half. I know you being a horseman, you knew it. You just didn't want to correct me.
Oh, yeah. I didn't want to show you.
I appreciate that.
Absolutely. I had no idea. No idea whatsoever. And very interesting that it's brother and sister riding next to each other, too. But it's all legal. Everything's good. It's on the level. And
no question about it.
Yeah.
Believe me, Jackie would do anything to beat Dylan.
Yeah.
You I would say that the competition in the case between brother and sister is probably as steep as any competition you could find.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. I can commiserate with other brothers.
Yeah. As far as Sabrine, who's the current 8-5 favorite, she did run a winning race last time out. I think if she runs back to this effort, she's going to be tough. This was a good effort, and the horse that beat her came back to win and improve her buyer.
Yeah, I mean, she broke her maiden 2 back with a very, very low buyer figure. She went 3/4 and 1:16.3, came back and actually ran a very good race in the 2 Lifetime for 16, which is this race, and had the lead and just got beat by Red Pepper Grill.
And of course, the Steve Aston horses that run in New York outside of Saratoga are trained by Toby Sheets, the assistant, who's been with him for seemingly forever.
Yeah.
And Toby is doing a tremendous job with Morello, who is not the favorite in the Woodmore Hill. He's going to be very close, and he could be.
Yeah.
And it's shaping up to be a fun race next weekend.
Toby's a fantastic horseman. I know him very well, and the work he does is unsurpassed.
I like seeing him get a chance to get in the spotlight a little bit. He's not a guy who's looking for the spotlight. Obviously, it's hard when you're an assistant trainer.
Yeah.
The guy whose name is in the program is the one who gets the attention, and rightfully so. But I think it's important for assistants to get the credit, and I think it's nice that Toby's getting some real credit with Morello, and he has from the connections as well.
Absolutely. No, he works hard, and he runs a real tight ship over there, and those horses look like $1 million, and they run like it.
No question about it. The late pick 5 kicks off in race number 5. The voice of New York racing.
Waiting for Mid-Mon and Queen Tigwa. Set for the start of race 5. And they're off. Queen Tigwa, Bella Domenica, Irresistible Girl now moves on through, and it is Irresistible Girl who has the lead. Sabrine has now moved up into second. Bella Domenica's on the outside, along with the Queen Tigwa. In between horses is Appreciate. Handle the Truth is down at the rail. Then it is Mid-Mon, who is racing in 7th, and it is a huge break. Back to Stormy Cat Lady, the trailer in 8th. Opening quarter, 23 1/5 seconds. Irresistible Girl leads here 3/4 of a length. Sabrine and Bella Domenica, they are right together, 2nd and 3rd. Queen Tigwa on the far outside. Handle the Truth is down towards the rail. And then farther back, Appreciate and Mid-Mon as they come for the top of the stretch. Irresistible Girl down at the rail. Bella Domenica on the outside and Sabrine in between those two. With Handle the Truth racing in 4th, and then Queen Tigwa. They pass the 3/16 pole. Irresistible Girl challenged here by Bella Domenica. Irresistible Girl, Bella Domenica, then Sabrine. Handle the Truth with one last surge here on the outside, but Irresistible Girl has spurted clear, and it will be Irresistible Girl to take it. Very, very tight for second between Handle the Truth and Bella Domenica.
Well, Irresistible Girl, a tie-in the show to our friend Rick Schosberg. You just had some very nice things to say to me about the connections, turning for home stable, getting it done off the layoff for Ray Handel, taking advantage of the claiming waiver, where she's been off for over 6 months and didn't have to run for a tag. And the way she ran, I'm sure they're glad that she didn't get claimed.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And they are really good people. I've been training for them for a long time. And Steve and Carol and the rest of the gang up there, congratulations. She did a great job.
Nice to see getting done. Ray Handel is having really good run. Of course, he's going to be representing the Jeff Ruby Stakes by, I think, constitutional lawyer Little Todater. Be rooting for the New York connections down there. We'll head back over to Oaklawn Park for the winner's circle for the Carousel. Hope you used the winner acting out. It was the controlling speed to start out your cross-country pick 5. As she went wire to wire, and Martin Garcia, he said, I am going to the front. Flavian Pratt made him work a little hard, but he was able to hold off Frank Raquette. Maggie has a special guest, Alan Sherman, joining her in the winner's circle.
here with owner Alan Sherman, and a filly that you're obviously very familiar with, having trained her previously. As you were just telling me, you couldn't get a race to go over out on the West Coast, so you come here and you've cleaned up.
Well, I had her at the Thoroughbred Center in Lexington, and she was ready to run, and we kept entering her, and the race wouldn't go, so I decided to send her to Jerry, who is not only one of the best trainers ever, but a very, very good friend, like family to us, and he did a heck of a job with her. She ran great the first time we ran her, so in this race the timing was perfect, so I said just keep her down there and we'll try her in the stake, and it all worked out.
She has been ultra quick away from the stalls, and it seems to be that's her best weapon, is her early speed.
Absolutely, she's fast. You know, I don't know if there's anybody that could hook her to the first part and finish like she does, but she's just really fast filly with a lot of heart, and we're so proud of her.
Do you tackle some big players, maybe the first, Friday or Saturday in May at Churchill and the Derby City Distaff?
That's a possibility. We'll definitely weigh out our options. I'll talk to my dad, and we'll talk to Jerry and Dan and see what our best options are and go from there.
Well, enjoy some champagne today. Congratulations, Alan.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys, co-owner and somebody very familiar with acting out, Alan Sherman, as she gets the win in today's carousel.
Thanks a lot, Maggie. And the cross-country pick 5 kicked off with a nice price, $15.40 on acting out if you had her, and a good start. A lot more action to come. Not much more action for us, at least. You'll be leaving us. I'll be coming back at 6 o'clock a little bit later to join Greg Wolf, but it's been a fun afternoon so far. We're going to leave, but we're going to tell you about the 6th race at Oaklawn. Before we do, it's a maiden special weight. They're going a mile and a 16th down at Oaklawn. Plausible denial, perhaps. Trying to get the mile and a 16th distance, maybe the one to beat in here. But, Rick, try not to be such an infrequent guest on our show. I think I've enjoyed it, and I imagine the people at home have as well.
Well, it's great to be here, and I really enjoyed looking at all the races at different racetracks, especially on a big day like today when the 3-year-old picture is going to be, like I said, it's either going to get cleared up or it's going to get muddled up. But, you know, you got a really exciting day down there in Arkansas with the filly trying against the Colts, with the master of doing exactly that, and Wayne Lucas, and he's a legend, and it's great to see him back on the pony at his age, and having some really great horses. He's been he's really set thoroughbred racing into a whole different era since the mid-'80s.
I don't think the scariest thing is that it's been 38 years since Wayne Lucas has won the Arkansas Derby with the filly. The scary thing has been 38 years since both Rick and I graduated from college. Rick, thanks again so much. Coming up next, there's a secret filly running the Arkansas Derby. America's Day at the Race will continue. Anthony Stabile and Greg Wolf will be taking over when we come back.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
There's a saying in horse racing, pace makes the race, and it's true. Most horses have a preferred running style. Some of them are speed horses. They jump right out of the gate and head to the lead. Others sit off the pace. They're stalkers. And others come from way off the pace, and they do their running late. They're called closers. When speed horses run loose on the lead without being pressured by other horses, they're more likely to win. On the other hand, when there's a lot of pace in the race, many speed horses, they're going to battle and likely tire each other out, which sets up for a closer.
Welcome to our continuing live coverage of America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today we got a crew change here on the desk. Greg Wolf, Anthony Stabile with you on Arkansas Derby Day. Of course, our crew live in Hot Springs as well as we get set to see Secret Oath, the filly, take on the boys.
Yeah, looking forward to that. First time in a long time since 1986 a filly's going to take on the boys, Greg, in the Arkansas Derby, and looking forward to it. She's going to be the favorite off of this effort where she shows some versatility, moving inside and being able to be closer to the pace. And by the time we pick up this replay, she is long gone and on her way to punching a ticket for a chance against the boys this afternoon.
She was boxed in for a little bit in this race, was able to find room down on the inside, and then she just exploded when she got that room. It was impressive. And even the start before this, that Martha Washington, how easily she did that and just blew by that field really impressed me.
Versatility, agility, the first two words that come to my mind when I think of this filly. You know, and Wayne Lucas, of course, has had plenty of success running fillies against boys, won his first Kentucky Derby, first of 4 with winning colors back in 1988. I mean, the record speaks for itself. She seemingly loves Oaklawn Park. She has been just simply brilliant down there. And, you know, of all the colts and fillies and geldings I think we've spoken about this year as sophomores, she's the first one that comes to a lot of people's minds, including mine.
And you look at that performance, and you got to believe Dwayne Lucas feels so much confidence running her against the boys, because in that performance, she went a full second faster, nearly a second, than Unoho did in the Rebel Stakes. It's our ABR race of the week. She is going to be the favorite, the filly tackling the boys, Dwayne Lucas. Again, he did it back in 1984 with Althea. Trying to do it again here with Secret Oath. Better group overall that's going to line up in here than we saw in the Rebel. But let's take a look at that Rebel Stakes. The one-eyed wonder coming up the fence with a ground-saving trip. The New York bred for the win at 75-1.
Yeah, he really got a fantastic trip in here, and he's just going to make the right move in here. You're going to see Barber Road come with a big late run, but the effort put in by Unoho this day, and I know he got a good trip, and he was just, he was fortunate enough to save some ground. Ramon Vasquez, who's really, started to come into the fore. Of course, Lone Rock, I think, was the horse that's really kind of made him a little bit of a name, and now he gives Unoho a great ride. Barber Road, you had Cavada out of the race as well. It was an interesting Rebel, like you said. The filly, Secret Oath, is just seems a little bit faster than these colts and geldings right now.
There's a couple of new faces that are interesting. We'll talk about later in the program. Cyber Knight for Brad Cox. Obviously, We the People on the outside.
I'm a We the People fan. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him in his stakes debut today.
It's going to be a great edition of this Arkansas Derby. It is a 100-point race, as are these, as we take a look at our remaining schedule on that road to the first Saturday in May. And this schedule right here is going to determine who's going to be the horse to beat in what seems to be the most wide-open year in a Kentucky Derby in a long time.
You would imagine at least a dozen horses are going to emerge from these 6 prep races with enough points. Right, at least a dozen, because the first 2 finishers from each of these races are going to have enough points, and whoever has some other points in one of those preps just so happens to be our Derby bankroll builder over at Naira Bet.
This one is a no-brainer. Boost your Kentucky Derby bankroll with this Derby bankroll builder. You win up to $100 towards the Derby when you bet select Derby preps with Naira Bets. Got to opt into that promo. on the website or the app. Bet $50 on the Florida Derby today. You'll get $25 to bet on Derby Day. Go to NYRABets.com for the full Derby bankroll builder schedule. We're going to take a timeout. We'll get you back to Hot Springs, Arkansas when we return. You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2 and regional networks across the country. Stay with us.
Run Happy was a #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. Run Happy is represented by Smile Happy, the Kentucky Derby individual future pool favorite. A leading dirt sire and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful. Call Bernie Sams now and book your mare to Eclipse champion Run Happy right now. Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Today at Oaklawn Park, top-ranked 3-year-olds face off in the $1,250,000 Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, the final leg of the Kentucky Derby Prep Series at Oaklawn Park. Watch and play the Arkansas Derby today, live on FS1.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Program brought to you where you can play it all. Go to NYRABets.com, download the NYRABets app, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Race 6 is the start of a pick 4. It's a maiden special weight. No one has won yet in this field. Mile and a 16th. Coming up right now, it's 8-5. Plausible Denial, making a lot of changes here.
Yeah, a lot of changes, and it's a race that features quite a few changes. Greg, 4 of the 9 runners are making some sort of equipment or medication addition or subtraction to their repertoire.
Yeah, including the colt we're going to see first, a Son of Blame for trainer Brad Cox on the rail. Quick to Blame, who 2-back was second to Ethereal Road. That's the Dwayne Lucas colt, who's looked pretty good. He's on the Triple Crown trail.
He's going to the Bluegrass. This horse takes the blinkers off, having run with them in all 4 of his starts. Son of Blame gets Florent Giroux in the saddle once again.
Red Dog sighting. Gary Red Dog Hartledge with paid in full.
Fresh Gelding hasn't run in a little over 2 months. He'll also get back around 2 turns for the first time since an off-the-board finish 2-back.
2 sprints, and now comes the stretch out for Blame Eli.
Yeah, a Son of Blame out of a Bernardini mare. You got to think this mile on the 16th is going to help the cause here. He's a juicy price, too, at 12-1.
Big jump up in start number 2 when this horse stretched out. Plausible Denial, and that's why he's favored.
Dueled on the front end. The blinkers go on. He gets Lasix for the first time. Lots to like about the favorite.
Steve Asmussen with a couple of horses. The first, King Ottoman.
Yeah, attended the pace. Wasn't too far from it. Son of Curlin should benefit from the second start of his career today.
The other stablemate here, Riders Special for Asmussen as well.
Blinkers went on off a almost 3-month layoff, and he ran the best race of his life. Would still need to improve a little bit, I would think.
Western River, Ricardo Santana Jr. for Rudolph Brissett.
First time Lasix off the layoff last time, came flying to get 3rd place money. You'd think that he's going to come running again today. Another horse, it's a decent price, 4-1.
And 25-1, here's Commander Compton. Blinkers come off. This is a horse who was 4-1 against Rattle and Roll a couple starts back.
Yeah, first time Lasix. I thought the race with Blinkers was okay, but his first start since that November race, he's going to take him off today.
Rattle and Roll, Kenny McPeak, Derby contender. And here's Chiron on the outside, who's been monster prices his first 2 starts.
Yeah, and he should be in monster price again. He'd need a big turnaround, although he had a ton of improvement from the sprint first out to the mile race last time.
So let's look. Here's the favorite, this gray. He'll be easy to identify on the screen during the running of the race. He started out 6 furlongs, start number 2, stretched out to a mile, and a big improvement figure-wise.
Big improvement figure-wise. And I'll tell you what, he gets the blinkers, he gets Lasix, he gets a rider change to John Velasquez, though I don't think Giovanni Franco did anything wrong last time. I'll tell you what, though, Greg, this horse has had a big workload. He started his career on February 26th, came back in 3 weeks. Ran well last time on the stretch out from 6 to a mile. He's coming back from March 19th to today, and he's got a 59-4 breeze in between on March 28th. Jimmy DeVito is saying, you know what? Let's see how much this young man can handle in a very short amount. Think about that. His 3rd race and his 2nd work since February 26th. Man, that's just an awful lot to put on this horse's plate.
Yeah, heavy schedule early on in his career with more on the favorite. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Anthony brings up some very valid points, and kind of with that in mind, with all the racing and all the hard training that Plausible Denial has gone through, it doesn't look as though it's caused him any ill effects physically, because sometimes with a horse that's run that much and trained that hard, they get a little light on you as far as weight and conditioning is concerned, but that's not the case. My problem is mentally. He's definitely the one that had the most kind of nervous energy. I wish he was moving a little bit better behind too, now watching him on the racetrack. But Johnny did the right thing with a bit of a nervous horse, that is, take him away from the pony, give him a big warm-up. And the problem too with the blinkers going on, just a shortcut, yes, he was kind of looking at the horse that ran up on his outside and just kind of got a little lost in between horses. But the horse that he dueled with the whole way came back and almost won the race, where he was a beaten 3rd in that March 19th effort. So for him to be the favorite, I'd rather look elsewhere. And we'll take a look at the one in here, Quick to Blame, another horse that does have speed. So these two might cancel each other out. Blinker's coming off, though, this guy, and he has been very headstrong in all of his route races. Now he breaks from the inside, blinkers come off. He is affixed with a ring bit, which I'm pretty sure he's worn in at least his last race. He's so calm today, and they've done their homework in keeping him calm. Big, rangy, good-looking animal. I like his appearance, and I like the way he's heading into this race mentally to maybe settle for once. As we'll move on to number 7, Rudy Brisset, looking to kick off a big day. Western River came back off of the layoff as a 3-year-old, ran a bang-up race to finish 3rd last time. He has no early speed, but he was running on quite nicely late, and he feels like a horse that the longer the better. Now, I know he's coming back in a mile and 16, but I think the screws were tightened there. He's showing good energy. I love the way this horse looked, as well as the other gray horse. I'm not a gray horse person at all. And number 5, though, King Ottoman, I thought had a useful effort first time out at the fairgrounds. A bit wide throughout, was professional. He kind of did switch back to his inside lead, but it was more of an indication of just being a bit tired. And he's a big, heavy horse that I feel as though they might need to race more into fitness. He's just solid, and he's so strong behind. I think this horse could jump up and run a big one here, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. He's 9-2 on the board. Never easy to try and go long, go 2 turns in your debut, and that's what they tried to do with King Ottoman.
Yeah, and that obviously would lead one to believe that distance is not going to be an issue. In fact, he probably could not sprint. I mean, I guess he could sprint, but he wasn't going to be successful at it. And you get that foundation first time. A lot of times, too, a race is worth 2 or 3 workouts, and I know the barn uses that philosophy often.
We'll see if Plausible Denial, the 4, the favorite, can break through despite that heavy workload you talked about. Obviously on the rail, Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, Quick to Blame. He is dangerous from that inside post, going a mile and a 16th. Here in a race that kicks off a pick 4 sequence on Arkansas Derby Day. From Hot Springs, let's go to Vic Stauffer for the call.
They're at the post. They're off. King Ottoman and Plausible Denial paid in full, hard scent. Riders Special and Kyron in the center. They are flat flying early. Then comes Quick to Blame, followed by Commander Compton and Blame Eli, and the early trailer is Western River. Paid in Full and Plausible Denial to the backstretch, and they couldn't be going any quicker. Paid in Full and neck in front. Plausible Denial is second, 2.5 lengths to King Ottoman, who now settles in a good spot, third. 2.5 to Quick to Blame. He's fourth at the rail and traveling well. Then comes Kyron, a length and a half to Riders Special. 3.5 to Blame Eli, and then far back to the two trailers, Western River and Commander Compton. Midway on the backstretch, and Plausible Denial has completely dropped back, and Paid in Full is going to the half-mile pole. Now Plausible Denial will re-engage. Meanwhile, King Ottoman is running up 3 deep, and now Plausible Denial. He was head and head, then dropped back to 3 behind, and now he's back in front by a head. King Ottoman goes right with him. A length and a half to Quick to Blame to the outside in Kyron. 2.5 back to Blame Eli. Western River begins to unwind. Plausible Denial and King Ottoman. These are the two at the top of the stretch. Western River is fifth now, but he's about to move into third, and he could be heard from down the lane. Western River's on the move. Plausible Denial, King Ottoman, they're matching strides. It's now only 2 lengths to Western River, who is coming on, and here he comes in the center of the racetrack. Plausible Denial, Western River, even a late run from Riders Special, Western River, Plausible Denial, King Ottoman, Western River now a length and a half in front, and Western River has won it. Western River won by 3.5. Riders Special was second, Plausible Denial third, King Ottoman finished fourth.
Perhaps the start of big things to come for Rudolph Brissett. He's got Yagiri in the fantasy. We the People, of course, in the Arkansas Derby. Western River breaks his maiden start, number 5.
Yeah, you know, I mean, the first 2 finishers here could not have gotten a better setup. They get giant long shot, Paid in Full to go and duke it out with the favorite Plausible Denial. They go 22-3, 46 and some change to the half. It's set up, Greg, for the closers. And you know what? Despite the setup, they have to do the running, and this the winner did. Western River, who Maggie had kind of pointed out here, came with a big late run for Rudy Brissett and Ricardo Santana Jr. I think the 6 Riders Special, a good effort to get second as well. They got the setup, and the closers did the running late.
Yeah, the bigger number of the uncoupled Asmussen horses looks like able to get second here. It's tight. But Western River, your winner, Ricardo Santana Jr., Brissett, and September Farm with the son of Tappet for the victory to start off that pick 4 as we head back to New York. Race 6 kicks off a pick 4 here in South Ozone Park, an allowance optional claiming race. 1-turn mile coming up, and all the money on sound money for Chad Brown right now, the 4. Let's go downstairs to Richard Migliori.
Yeah, thanks, Greg, and welcome to the show. Obviously, you and Anthony. It's unusual when you have 2 horses that look the most logical on paper, just reinforce what you see on form by their physical appearance in the paddock. You know, sometimes a horse will stand out that maybe doesn't look as logical on paper, but the best of both worlds is they look good on paper and they look even better in the flesh. And that's the case with the 3, Captain Bombastic. He's obviously a main contender. Just could not look any better, but the 4, Sound Money, is like a whole nother level, which is what we come to expect from Chad Brown runners, winning at such a high percentage. And Sound Money, he just looks like he's breathing different air. He looks great on paper. Like I said, looks even better in the flesh.
All right, Mig, thank you. I looked at this race. I thought Sound Money was absolutely the horse to beat. I didn't think anywhere near 1-5 to try and beat this horse. I mean, that is ridiculous.
I thought he'd be prohibitive. The morning line, I didn't think there was this morning line. If you would have told me that Sound Money was going to be 2-1, that he wasn't, the 2-1 he was on the morning line, I would have broken the piggy bank open.
Yeah, well, we knew 2-1 we weren't going to get, but 1-5 is the other end of the spectrum here, which is a bit crazy.
His last 2 races, Greg, are knocking on the stakes door kind of efforts.
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, the race he ran last time broke poorly, rushed up. They went 44-3, and he lived to tell the tale at the wire. He got beat a neck. He got beat 2 jumps for the whole thing in a remarkable effort. It was the fastest mile we had run here by far this past winter at the Big A. And, you know, he ran from bell to wire. I didn't expect listen, you never expect 1-5, right? But I thought he'd be closer to I thought he'd be 3-5 today. And he still might be. We still got 7 minutes to post.
We'll take a look. His last couple of races, figure-wise, some of the numbers I look at, they tower over this group. But you still have to look at that race. And, yes, he did break slow. He was 4 wide early in that race. But he did get nailed late at the wire. Because he had the lead in the stretch, and he got a fast chase to kind of run into. Did you downgrade him for that at all? Or
no, the fact that he was able to even put his head in front at any point in that race after the start and the rush up and the duking it out from the 3/8 pole to the 8th pole, and again, still lived to tell the tale. It took a great ride from Dylan Davis aboard Zoomer, who was able to sneak up and get him in the last 2 jumps. Danny California had a beautiful setup to run at him. He's in the teeth of that 44 when he rushes up, and the 2 horses come and run him down. We're waxing poetic about a 1-to-5 shot, but he was the goods in his last couple of starts, and if he runs one of those 2 races, they're all running for second money today.
Prices you see from Oaklawn Park right there in Western River's maiden win. And by the way, the horse back to sound money, the 4 here, the 1-to-5 favorite at Aqueduct, the horse that did wind up beating him with all that trouble that he had. Zoomer, that's a horse who's actually pretty good right now. He's won 3 of his last 6. 2 of those 3 wins, 92 and 95 buyers.
Yeah, the race holds up. That effort last time absolutely holds up. And the race 2 back, where he was helped a little bit by the racetrack, would beat this field as well.
We're going to wrap up our coverage here on FS2, switch on over to FS1, where our coverage continues, including live coverage of the Arkansas Derby.
On a picture-perfect first Saturday in April, welcome to Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas. The grandstand is packed. More than 60,000 expected for Oaklawn's signature day of racing. And this crowd can't wait for Oaklawn's signature race. Big reason why? That filly, Secret Oath, trying to become the first to win this race since 1984. Can she beat the boys? That's the $1.25 million question. Trained by a living legend, Dwayne Lucas, the last trainer to win this race with a filly, the last trainer to win the Kentucky Derby with a filly. This is the Arkansas Derby, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. From the infield on this picture-perfect Saturday afternoon, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. In exactly 35 days, the 148th running of the Kentucky Derby will take place. And today's Arkansas Derby could go a long way in determining what part of that field will look like. There's 170 Derby points available, 100 to the winner. What does that mean? In short, without diving too deep, it means the top 2 finishers will have a guaranteed spot in the starting gate for the Kentucky Derby. You combine that with the filly, Secret Oath, the 5-2 morning line favorite, and we're in the midst of a spectacular day of thoroughbred racing. Let's take a look at the field for the 86th running of the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby. 3-year-olds, 8 of them, and 1 3-year-old filly running a 1 1/8, $1.25 million purse. Number 6, Secret Oath, perfect with Luis Contreras in the saddle, 5-2 morning line favorite. As I welcome in my co-host, 2-time Arkansas Derby winning jockey, the Hall of Famer, Gary Stevens. Gary, you won a Kentucky Derby with a filly, 1988, winning colors. We'll have much more on that throughout the remainder of the broadcast. But the point is, you know what it takes for a filly to win at the highest level against the boys. So, why Secret Oath? Why is she so special that she's been installed as a morning line favorite for the Arkansas Derby?
Well, with winning colors, she had the physique. Check that box for Secret Oath. She has the physique. She's big, she's rangy, she's got a long stride to her. Number 2, they have to have attitude. Now, Secret Oath, she's a little kinder than what winning colors was. She was a little bit on the ornery side, but this filly is very confident, and her ascent has been meteoric from the start of this year, from the start of this meet here, without pushing all the buttons. She's been doing it on her own the right way, and when she puts a field away, granted, it's fillies. She may not have been running against the caliber that she's running today, but the harder that Wayne has squeezed her, the more improvement I've seen in her morning training.
So many good horses running today, and she's the one everybody's talking about. Winning colors, rags to riches, Rachel Alexandra. Why are they remembered? Because they beat the boys on racing's biggest stages. Is Secret Oath worthy? We'll find out around 7:35 Eastern. As we say hello to Greg Wolf, standing by in New York. Greg, Arkansas Derby here today. Next week, another big Derby prep headed your way, the Wood Memorial.
Yeah, we cannot wait for that. And Steve Asmussen, of course, that's the big one he's looking for in his resume. He's going to send out Morello in that race. Greg Wolf, Anthony Stabile. We still have our feature to come here in New York as well.
Yeah, looking forward to the Excelsior later on here at the Big A. Looking forward to the Wood Memorial and that fantastic undercard next weekend as well.
Let's take a look at today's remaining races presented by Claiborne Farm. We have races 6 through 9 ahead. The late pick 4 here in South Ozone Park. Track is fast. And on Arkansas Derby Day in Hot Springs, track is fast, beautiful weather out there as well as we get set for not only that Derby prep in the Arkansas Derby, but the Road to the Oaks as well, which looks like a wide open field. You can play it all by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets, $25 free play for new members. Take advantage of that offer today only. Go to NairaBets.com or download the app. Use the code GET25 to take advantage of that offer. Here in New York, the race that kicks off the Pick 4, an allowance optional claiming race, Big A at a 1-turn mile. And for those just tuning in here on FS1, Sound Money, 1-5 favorite who we're looking at, Clarvich Stables. 4-time Eclipse Award-winning trainer Chad Brown looks to be very imposing here.
Clean up the old adage a little bit. Not a better alive ever paid the mortgage at 2-5, but that's what they're asking you to take that right now. And here's the start. Last time out for Sound Money, you see him in the white cap. He's going to break last. Just did not get away from the gate well. Had a little bit of traffic trouble here, and you're going to see that he is going to start to improve right away. Go on the march, as they like to say under Kendrick Carmouche. And by the time we get to the quarter pole, that red and white pole right there, his head's going to go in front. This is a remarkable effort, Greg, because what you don't see here is they just went 44 to the half, 44 and change to the half, 109 and 3 to the three-quarters, and he actually has his head in front here. He has the lead. A couple of closers are going to come and snatch the victory away from him. You're going to see Zoomer in the pink, Danny California outside, but this is just one gigantic effort from this horse who was just, he ran too good to lose last time.
He's 1-2, trying to pick up the third win of his career. Let's head downstairs and check in with the winningest rider in the history of this racetrack, Richard Migliori.
Yeah, a lot of trips to this winter circle I'm standing in, and I love Aqueduct. My hometown track, grew up about 8 or 9 miles from here. Man, Sound Money just looks too formidable. Loved him in the paddock, loved his warm-up. He just, he looks like an Adonis. He couldn't be better turned out. Might be the best turned out horse I've seen the entire winter, and I've seen a lot of good-looking horses. Not giving anybody any great information at a very, very short price. Sound Money just looks too tough to me, guys.
And Anthony, you look at some of the horses that he's facing, and the horses who ran him down last time. Zoomer, Danny California, he's won over $500,000 in his career. Those are probably, would you say, better than most he's dealing with in here today?
Yeah, you know what? They're more seasoned and hard knocking, right? Salty, as our pal Acacia Courtney would call them. Yes, and the one thing he'll have to face today, and we don't know how it would have all played out last time had he broke with the pack and not lost that precious position in the beginning of the race. Secret Rules is going to break from the rail today.
Who's never gone a mile.
He's stretching out to a mile. He gets one of the bright spots, I think, of the winter meet, Jose Gomez,
who came in today leading the meet. I know we're early on. It's day 3.
He's going to be, if he's not already, I think in 3 years he's going to be a household name. I think he is a fantastic rider. You get the weight off with him. He's a fast horse. He's stretching out. I've always wanted to see this horse at a mile. But what he'll do today is he'll provide a target for Sound Money, who never really was a speed horse until his last couple of starts. So I'm curious to see how Sound Money and Kendrick Carmouche deal with a horse who could potentially be in front of him and, quite frankly, is naturally faster than him. See the LRE from my man Lee Einseidler going into the gate for Secret Rules.
Big Lee Einseidler fans on this program. We always wish him the best. He's got Secret Rules. Some of the pace taken out with the 2, but you still have Sibelius the 5 in this race as well. So with a 1 and 5 duel early, the 4, Sound Money, heavy favorite here at 1-2 for Chad Brown. Let's send it upstairs for the start of the Pick 4 here from New York. John Imbrial, the call.
Set now for Aqueduct's 6th race. And they're off. Going out for the lead is a Captain Bombastic. Sibelius is right there on the outside, and Secret Rules down at the rail as they move up the chute. It is long shot Sibelius with a narrow lead over Secret Rules. Then it's 2 lengths to Captain Bombastic, who is now back running in third. Little Commissioner's on the outside in fourth, and the heavy favorite, Sound Money, is in fifth, and Sound Money has made his way to the inside as they race up the back stretch. The quarter went in 23 seconds. Secret Rules has the lead over Sibelius. Sound Money moving through now on the inside to grab third. Captain Bombastic's in between horses, and on the outside is Little Commissioner. Secret Rules, the leader here by 3/4 of a length. Sibelius runs in second. Then it's the trio of Captain Bombastic, Sound Money, and Little Commissioner. Half mile, 46 3/5 seconds. Here is Sibelius on the outside of Secret Rules, and now the two of them are right together. Sound Money is in behind horses, is going to need some racing room. Little Commissioner's on the outside, and then Captain Bombastic. Sound Money now looking for a way through. It is Sibelius, Sound Money now making a move on the outside. Secret Rules is down at the rail and now back running in third, and then Little Commissioner. It is Sibelius, and here is Sound Money moving up now on the outside. Sound Money and Sibelius. It is Sound Money with the lead. Sibelius continues to battle on down towards the rail, but it is Sound Money in front. Sibelius a close second. They're coming on for the finish. Sound Money at 2-5. Sibelius at 34-1 completes the exactant.
Well, that's how you create value in a race with a 2-5 favorite. 34-1 shot underneath. Kendrick Carmouche, he got a test here in the stretch from this big long shot.
Boy, and it's not often you say a 34-1 shot ran as well as the 2-5 shot did in defeat, but what an effort from Sibelius. Sound Money, once again, Greg, did not get away from the gate as cleanly as you would think a horse who went gate to wire 2 starts back would have, but he was able to overcome the, I don't want to say awkward start, but the not fleetest of foot start under Kendrick Carmouche. Kendrick did a good job being patient, saving some ground, being able to make all the right moves from the half-mile pole home, and he was able to put away a stubborn Sibelius in the latter stages. Here's the start, and you see he kind of gets away from there, but he's not as fast as he was 2 starts back. And 2 starts back, he came out of there like a rocket. He just hasn't been that fleet of foot coming out of there lately, but it didn't matter today. Who would have thought he'd be last coming out of the chute and onto the main track in this event today? I'll tell you what, the people who bet him at 2-5 weren't too happy with him being last coming out of the chute at 2-5 today, but they're plenty happy now when he gets home a 2.5 length winner.
This horse for a while in the stretch, Sibelius, looked like he was not going away. Finally, Sound Money gets a little separation. Multiple win day for Kendrick Carmouche. 4, 5, 6 finish. And the 2-5 favorite gets it done here to start off this late pick 4 in New York. We head back to Oaklawn and check in with Maggie.
Yeah, here in the paddock for today's 7th race, guys. And we'll start with the prohibitive favorite from the rail. That's Pharaoh's Heart. Now, she is a 5-year-old. She definitely got a late start to her career, only debuting right after the turn of the year last year as a 4-year-old. And she came back last time off the bench, and she almost broke too quickly for her own good, because she broke in front and then she stumbled because it was like she was trying to go faster than her feet could actually take her. Now, Steve Asmussen's assistant here at Oaklawn, Darren Fleming, is on her head, and I kind of looked at him like, what's up? And he's like, she is bad. So now we see Steve saddling her on the walk, but I don't want to jinx her, knock on wood. So far, so good in her behavior. Now that she is second off of the layoff, and I can kind of see where they had to be patient with her, because she is a bigger, heavier filly, and sometimes you just have to wait until the legs kind of catch up with the body to be able to carry them and support them and be strong enough. But she looks fit and solid second off the bench here. She is taking a lot of money at 3-5, though, as we'll check in with a complete wild card, number 7, Irish bred Liberated Lady, as she will try the dirt for the very first time. There isn't much to report on as far as handling it in the pedigree, but Jerry Hollandover does take over, and she has a long list of pretty quick works here at Oaklawn over the main track, obviously, because there's only one track here, that indicate that at least in the morning, she's displayed that she can handle it, and she comes in off of a break. She is very fit, and she's also very sharp, which is a good sign with her at least turning back in distance. She does have a little bit more of a turf look as far as physically, but at least that work tab gives you a glimmer of hope. Moving on to the outside, that's number 9, I'm the Boss of Me, and last time out, she was the favorite first off the claim, and now you're getting 9-1 on this 4-year-old daughter of midshipman turning back in distance, and it was all over from the break last time out. She was getting fidgety in the gate. You could see it in the replay, and then she reared up and just completely blew it where she looked to be the projected speed. Well, here in the paddock, I love the turn back. This filly doesn't want any part of going long. This is where she belongs, and if she can act right in the gate, I think she has a big shot here, Greg.
Yeah, cutting back in distance. She may be the speed of the speed from that outside post. Sayonara, the 5, the other one that's going to be involved early in here. We're going to take a timeout. Tremendous day of racing on an Arkansas Derby day from Hot Springs. And Jose Lezcano getting a lot of work in for the winningest trainer in North American history, Steve Asmussen. We'll see him, of course, on the heavy favorite for that barn coming up. And Magic Circle, they'll team up in the fantasy to come on the road to the Oaks.
With 5 champions, 70-plus stakes winners, there is arguably no better proven stallion value than Sky Mesa. Among his leading progeny is Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes winner, Perfect Alibi.
Perfect Alibi runs in her.
Sky Mesa has a higher percentage of black-type horses to starters than More Than Ready, Malibu Moon, Kitten's Joy, Hard Spun, Candy Ride, and Street Sense.
Spinaway.
Creator is flying. Creator now strikes to the lead. Down the outside, sudden breaking news is coming late. Creator of sudden breaking news. Creator is almost there. It's Ricardo Santana Jr. It's Creator to win the Arkansas Derby.
Creator, Lonnie on the outside. Destin and Creator. These two come down to the line together. Too close to goal. It was Creator and Destin right on the wire.
4 wins in the Arkansas Derby for Steve Asmussen, and of course would go on to win that thriller in the Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, what an effort in the Belmont Stakes, beating Destin, and Lonnie was back in 3rd. Steve Asmussen, this is his winter home, his winter playground. I shouldn't say home. He has multiple homes. He gets in the horse van and he just goes. But yeah, Creator to the second tap it to take the Belmont Stakes after my boy Tonalist. And you see the Asmussen success in the Arkansas Derby, Greg.
And last year's, I would think, would be the most satisfying for Steve Asmussen because that's a horse really that was all in the family for him.
House horse. That's what we call him, right?
Parents
The
were
house
involved.
horse. See that name when you see the same name under the ownership line, regardless of how the relation is, it's always a good feeling.
7th from Oaklawn. Post parade starts with the Asmussen runner with Lescano here, the odds-on favorite, Pharaoh's Heart.
Yeah, just missed by a head last time out. 4-5 right now. You see a bunch of multiple winners, a bunch of stakes winners as time goes by. Crystal Ball in the PPs.
Izzy Bella, 3-time winner.
John Geraldo going to ride again. This horse 1-2 back in a claiming race from off the pace. And going to need a big form reversal off that last effort.
14 starts, and Munlove finally broke through to break her maiden last start in the mud.
Yeah, third start off the layoff now. Got the job done in the mud. We'll see what kind of trip she works out in here from just off the pace.
Here's maybe the only one that could try and go with that outside horse early on.
I would imagine Sayonara is going to be the one that is in front. Ricardo Santana Jr. and Steve Asmussen. We just saw them team up, and they're going to team up again.
Sweet Tea, she did show speed when she broke her maiden 2 starts back.
Yeah, she had a little bit of trouble in her debut. She was tight at the start last time. We'll see if she can get away from there. She'd still have to deal with some other speed in here.
4-year-old debut and dirt debut for Liberated Lady.
And she won on the synthetic in Europe. She gets Lasix and Flavian Pratt for Jerry Hollendorfer. Like Maggie said, not a lot to go on, but she has a couple of bullet works on the tab.
And speed, and as Maggie said, cutting back in distance here with a 9. I'm the boss of me.
Yeah, she's a strange sort, Greg. Had a ton of speed in sprints. They ran her long last time, and she did not break. So we don't know. Obviously, we can assume she was going to be on the lead, but we don't know that for sure. We'll see what happens today, cutting back to the sprint and getting Francisco Arrieta, who's had a sensational Oaklawn Park meet this year.
Well, Jose Lescano, he's on the odds-on favorite here. He's got some good company. He's teaming up with Gary Stevens, making this trip out to Hot Springs with the winningest barn in North American history with some big mounts to come.
Yeah, you know, Joel Rosario has been riding most of Steve's horses throughout the winter and spring here. And he's in Florida today for the Florida Derby. So flies in Jose Lescano, and it's not unusual for a rider to ride multiple horses for a particular trainer on the day. And in this case, he's on 11 for him, or he was on 11. 0 for 4 right now, but looking to get off the mark with Pharaoh's Heart right now. Of course, riding Chasing Time in the Arkansas Derby. Listen, Chasing Time, he's had 7 different riders in 7 different races, and no rider is stuck with him. Is a rider change going to make the difference today? He ran in the Rebel and just flat didn't show up. He was here, but he didn't run his race. The conditions were rough that day. We had a deluge of rain that came in. Perhaps he didn't like the kickback. Perhaps he didn't like the track. But he's going to have to get back on track today and show what he's made of. Perhaps Jose Lescano can make the difference. Like I said, trying to get off the mark right now in the 7th race. A lot of times when you fly in and things aren't going right, it kind of knocks you for a loop. If you can win a race, get your mind back on business. Not saying that Jose's not paying attention to what's going on right now. He just hasn't been mounted right so far today. So hoping to get off track right now, or back on track, I should say. Greg?
When you look at the mounts still to come, obviously Magic Circle, she might be the one to catch in that fantasy. And you look at that sprint, too. I'm very interested in seeing Garhol run. Very talented Arkansas-bred sprinter, but Macron might be the best challenger to him in that race.
Yeah, I like Silver Prospector in that Oaklawn Mile today. We'll talk about that a little later on before I head off air. But, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing. And, you know, Jose Lescano is a guy that we're so familiar with here. He's an excellent rider. He's done a great job year in and year out, and he rides Morello for Steve Asmussen, so this is not a surprise that Steve's going to put him on the barn, literally and figuratively, today down at Oaklawn Park.
Yeah, Morello again, we're going to see in the Wood Memorial Derby prep here in New York next week. Here's Pharaoh's Heart, last time out. This was the first start in about 9 months' time and just misses off the layoff.
Yeah, big effort here with the widest of all move. Joyful Cadence has come back to since win. You know, we mentioned this too. As time goes by, she ran against her last year in the Santa Margarita before going to the bench. Crystal Ball. You know, these are graded stakes, grade 1 type fillies, and now she gets back to sprinting, and last sprint was good, and I just that's a short price. That's a very short price, I think, for anybody in here, if I'm being honest.
Well, let's bring in our moneymaker, Jonathan Kinchin. JK, how do we play the 7th from Oaklawn?
Well, I'm going to set you up on how to play it, but then the person after me is going to tell you, she's going to answer my question for me. Look, for me, Pharaoh's Heart, this horse is very, very good. She's run really big races in the past. And even last time, or two back, she scratched in the gate the last time. But the time before that, when she was beat, she ran extremely well. She had everything go against her. I bet her that day. I was furious the entire time into the last jump, and I said to myself, oh my goodness, I might have won. She's got to work out a trip from the inside. But depending on Maggie's answer that I'm going to ask her in a second about the 7, I think the 1 is the horse that you want to play in here. But Stranger Danger, the 7 ships in here. First time in the U.S. for Jerry Hollendorfer, picks up Flavian Pratt. And if my friend Maggie tells me the 7 looks like a runner, then maybe that's the play you want at 6-1 instead of the 3-5 on Pharaoh's Heart.
JK, I'm a little disappointed you weren't listening to my Paddock report, as I did report on number 7 in here, Liberated Lady. I do think she looks more like a turf horse, but she looks ready. She is sharp, she is fit, she's ready to go. But a filly to her inside that has consistently taken money, she's actually been the favorite in all 3 of her career starts so far, is number 6, Sweet Tea. Now, she is one that had a little trouble at the break last time, kind of got crowded, pinched back, and she didn't like that. She didn't like being off the pace. So look for Gabe Sias, who has been, historically a bit of a more aggressive rider, to get her out of the gate today. And I like what I'm seeing from this Larry Jones trainee, as she is 3rd off of that layoff, incredibly fit, very athletic, really well suited to the 6 furlongs here. So at her current price of 7-1, it's the first time you haven't been able to take her as a favorite. I think she makes a lot of sense. Look for her to rebound off that poor effort. Greg?
Maggie, thanks. I mean, that 80 Beyer speed figure that she ran in career start number 2 off the bench, I mean, that really kind of touts her in here. And she had a tough start next time out. Maybe put a line through that race. If she can return to that maiden score and maybe improve off that a little, she's going to give this favorite a run for her money.
Yeah, I just don't like the fact that has trouble at the start, 2 of her 3. Bit slow start in her debut, tight start last time. Now, maybe the tight start last time wasn't her own doing, Greg, but more often than not, these horses that don't get away from the gate, obviously, they're prone. They leave themselves susceptible to traffic trouble from their rivals, and it appears to me that could be a little bit of an issue with this filly. But you're getting a great price on her at 7-1.
Maybe the even bigger problem too is the fact that how she did it. She did it on the front end, and it looks like she's got speed to her inside and outside with the 5 and the 9.
Yeah, you see, I had a pretty good opinion, and I like Sayonara in here. I like Sayonara with Ricardo Santana Jr. climbing back aboard. She gets her 2nd start off of the layoff. Then it was a pretty considerable layoff from July of last year. So you're looking at an 8-month layoff, essentially. Every time she's run fresh or off a layoff, she has not come with her best effort. And she's did it in her debut. She did it off a 5-month layoff. She did it off a 9-week layoff. And now she did it off an 8-month layoff. All different types of layoffs, and she's always seemed like she's needed a race. She's only had a 2nd start of her form cycle once, and she won. I would imagine Ricardo's going to come out of there running if Sweet Tea and Gabe Sias, if Francisco Herrera and I'm the boss of me want the lead, I would imagine he will let them go. But if they don't, and Sayonara can get in front, I think she could be very dangerous in here, and I like that price at 7-1.
Still, the race goes through this mare right here.
Pharaoh's Heart. No question about it. No question. But if she comes with quite frankly, if she comes with any one of her races, save the Santa Margarita where she was overmatched and obviously went to the bench after that, she's going to be ultra tough to beat today.
Great crowd on hand as expected for one of the biggest days at the meet, Arkansas Derby Day, and a race that's going to establish potentially here a few Kentucky Derby starters. Can the filly beat the boys? Secret Oath for Dwayne Lucas, the last trainer to win a Kentucky Derby with a filly, and it was Gary Stevens, our own Gary Stevens, aboard for that win back in 1988. We'll try and do it, and she'll be the favorite in that race, still to come later today. Right now it's Pharaoh's Heart, Jose Lizcano for Steve Asmussen from the rail, an odds-on favorite. We'll see if Jose can get on the board with still his biggest mounts to come for this barn.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how Jose does shipping in from the Big Apple down to Hot Springs for the rest of the afternoon. He's got a lot of bullets still to fire, and he's got some good ones, and I think that Silver Prospect is a live long shot later on in that Oaklawn Mile.
So Pharaoh's Heart from the rail, the heavy favorite. Let's go to Vic Stauffer for the 7th from Oaklawn.
Munlove. Last to load, I'm the boss of me. They're at the post. They're off. Perfect start. Munlove and Pharaoh's Heart show speed. Sweet Tea and I'm the Boss of Me are close up. Sayonara's on the move, and there goes Sayonara up into third. Then comes Liberated Lady, and the trailer is Isabella. Sweet Tea and I'm the Boss of Me up the backstretch. Sweet Tea a neck in front. I'm the Boss of Me second by a length and a 3/4 to Munlove and Sayonara. Liberated Lady is fifth with about 5 lengths to make up. She's a length in front of Pharaoh's Heart. Now Pharaoh's Heart moves into fourth at the rail, and she's on the move. 3.5 back to Isabella. Match racing around the far turn. I'm the Boss of Me is the leader, and now she gets away. I'm the Boss of Me with a 3-length lead. Pharaoh's Heart is about to split horses and move into second, and here's Pharaoh's Heart after the front running. I'm the Boss of Me. Sayonara and Sweet Tea have backed out, and I'm the Boss of Me has the lead by 2 lengths. Pharaoh's Heart has the final furlong to try to get by, and she's now closing with every stride. I'm the Boss of Me, a 2-length lead. Pharaoh's Heart is flattening out just a bit. She's got to re-break right now, or she's not going to get by. I'm the Boss of Me. Pharaoh's Heart going to have to settle for second. I'm the Boss of Me. I'm the Boss of Me, won by 2.5. Pharaoh's Heart was second. Liberated Lady third. Munlove finished fourth.
Well, I'm the Boss of Me eventually took control of this race, got to the front. Her speed made her dangerous. And if you thought you'd see her in front at any point in this race cutting back in distance, you had to feel pretty good about her chances.
Yeah, she's really fast, Greg. And it was funny because Sweet Tea was able to break today and get in front of her. And at around the 3/8 pole, it was almost like Francisco Arrieta was driving a sports car, and he put the pedal, he put his foot on the gas, and she just zoomed away, and it was over. Pharaoh's Heart, no excuse, every chance to run by her. She just couldn't get past the speedy I'm the Boss of Me.
Gets the win with Francisco Arrieta. Greg Compton second off the claim. I'm the Boss of Me, the winner. Still to come, our big one, the Arkansas Derby. And the Hall of Famer, Dwayne Lucas, no better trainer to have a talented filly in his barn to take on the boys. He won this Arkansas Derby with Althea back in 1984, and winning colors, of course, his first of 4 Derby wins with a filly back in '88. We'll be back.
Eclipse champion Blame ranks among the nation's top sires at a fraction of the price. His recent top runners include Aga Khan stud Sinabad, a top performer overseas, plus these recent standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch is truly a gold value stallion. Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS1. Great to have you with us. Gorgeous day in Hot Springs, Arkansas, and South Ozone Park, New York. We'll get back here to New York in a moment. I'm the boss of me. Putting that speed to use, finally getting to the front, and once she did, this daughter of midshipman did not look back.
No, she did not. This was a big effort today. Like you said, there was she hesitated to start last time. She was cutting back in distance. It was just her second start for the barn. And you worry, after the incident at the gate last time, you always worry how they come back, and she didn't have any problems today, Greg. She came back just fine and dandy, and she reverted her old ways. She was as fast as could be out of there, and she was able to hold off a big favorite.
And it's big back-to-back starts. Pharaoh's Heart, she is ultra-talented, but has not been able to get it done.
No, she's burned an awful lot of money, not just in her last 2 starts, but throughout her career. We'll see what she does going forward.
All right, we're back in South Ozone Park, race 7. Approaching the 5-minute mark to post, 6 furlong sprint. It's a $10,000 claiming race, and we'll kick off the post parade here with Deputy Flag. 2 starts back, a gate-to-wire win.
Speaking of fast, they don't come much faster than Deputy Flag on that Belmont Park backstretch. He's 3-2 now. The Rudy Rodriguez barn is going very well at this point. We'll see if he can take him. Flag falter. That's all under the apprentice Jose Gomez.
Yeah, who of course being mentored by the great Angel Cordero Jr., who has told him certainly at this meet, be in front, be close to the fence. Couple of good places to be. He's heeded those lessons, and he's riding phenomenal. Macho Boy comes in off a win. Mike Luzzi rides.
Yeah, he's another horse. He has some speed. Used to be a little bit faster than he is now. We'll see if he can put how much pressure, if at all, he puts on Deputy Flag. He's 10-1 right now.
High Command comes in off a win. Was forward, though, with pretty soft fractions.
Yeah, was able to set a tepid pace last time and parlay that into a win for 8,000. This is a tougher bunch.
Here's Taylor Mist, Jorge Vargas Jr.
Half-brother to my boy Tonalist. I will say that all the time. He found some form earlier in the meet, but kind of tailed off again.
Dream Bigger, who in his debut was favored over Tis the Law.
Yeah, fortunate win, 3 back under a good ride from Trevor McCarthy. First off the Jeff Englehart claim. That's been a good angle here this winter.
Tis the Law, of course, would go on to win the Belmont Stakes. It kicked off that year's Triple Crown because of COVID. Summer Bourbon at 5-1 went by. Dylan Davis.
Hasn't won since last September. He'd need a little bit of a form reversal in here, I would think.
Big price on Not a Trick, the 7.
Ships in from Charlestown. First start in almost a year.
And Banyan Breeze outside. He's a 5-time winner. 4 of those 5 wins, though, came at Finger Lakes.
Yeah, first time for Wayne Potts, who's had a really good winter as well. He's drawn outside. He gets Sammy Camacho, who's kind of an under-the-radar rider. I like this horse a little bit at 7-1 today. I think he's a little interesting.
Now, Bets has an exclusive offer for America's Day at the Races viewers this afternoon. Get signed up, started, and you'll get a free $25 bet. Use the promo code GET25 and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the app or go to NyraBets.com. There it is, that promo code GET25 for that $25 free play.
You can play the Wood Memorial Challenge on Naira Bets next week as well. I know we got our Wood Memorial. Looking forward to the crown jewel of the Aqueduct meet. Wood Memorial Challenge is a $500 buy-in. That'll be fun next weekend for Naira. We can't play, so we're sorry that we don't have $1,000 in dead money in there for you folks, but you can if you get over to Naira Bets.
Well, here is Deputy Flag. Even money on a horse who's 3 for 20 lifetime, has 7 seconds. He's drawn right, I guess. He has speed. He has the inside draw with Jose Gomez. He gets a little weight break. What are the negatives?
He's just faster than these horses right now. The negatives are he's 3 for 20 in his career. And there have been plenty of times where instead of doing what he's doing this day and running away and hiding from his foes, he would just stop. He'd get to the 8th pole, he'd stop. He'd get to the 16th pole and stop. Now, the start 2 back obviously gives you a little more confidence. He was in over his head last time.
Yeah, that was a much tougher group. Jonathan, short price from the rail here.
Yeah, and look, I don't love the horse here, especially at this price. I do think that you should take into consideration how Rudy's horses have been running. And when that happens, Rudy's very streaky. When his horses are rolling, it seems like he's getting everything into the winner's circle to get their picture taken. So if you're looking at a multi-race situation, if you're trying to stay alive here to get on to a price you like maybe a little bit later, I wouldn't try to get cute and beat the 1 Deputy Flag. I just have no interest in betting this horse to win. Horse I'm interested in is the 6 Summer Bourbon. It's a horse that, you know, Mike Maselli's been having a pretty good meet to his standards, right? I mean, he's a 12% career trainer, and so far for the meet, he's winning at 19%. I think a lot of times with stats, it doesn't really matter if it's 20% or not. I think it matters if it's better than what someone normally does. That's an indication that you got something here. I think you can probably toss Summer Bourbon's last race, kind of got stuck down on the inside. If you look at the race 2 back, that race can win this one. And a lot of times when you're looking at these races, if you can somehow make an excuse for a poor performance, pretend it didn't exist, you can typically find a little bit of value in some of the previous races that a horse has run. I'm hoping Summer Bourbon runs the race 2 back, not the one last time.
All right, JK, thanks. And, we looked at that Deputy Flag race, the favorite, the one, and, yeah, he won easily. It was for non-winners of 3 lifetime. This is a much tougher spot. The horse Jonathan was just talking about is a 13-time winner. Dream Bigger is a 4-time winner. You have a 7-time winner in Tail of the Mist. The list goes on and on.
I'm glad you brought that up. I am not a fan of betting horses out of condition claiming races, and what that means is 3 lifetimes. So that means all of the horses that he ran against last time when he won, 2 starts back when he won, have only had 2 wins to their career. He is now running against horses like you pointed out, right? The horse I like, High Command, has won 8 times in his career. 13-time winner, Summer Bourbon. So the water gets considerably deeper. As deep as last time when he ran allowance New York bred horses? New York bred allowance horses? No. But certainly deeper than it was 2 back when he was able to have things his own way on the front end and just keep going.
And that gray you see there in the background, that's a horse I had mentioned who was favored over Tiz the Law in his debut. He'd lose that race. He'd actually go on and starts 3 and 4 to win a couple of stakes. He had some talent early on in his career. He's not that same horse. He didn't progress, but he is a 4-time winner. He's won almost $500,000.
Yeah, he got beat in the Stallion Series race here, a Zop a few years ago for Rudy. He got 100,000 of that 500,000 that afternoon. And you see here, Trevor McCarthy, one of the leading riders on the circuit this winter, going to ride the rails to victory. This was a good effort. He was aided by the racetrack here a little bit. Down inside was kind of the place you wanted to be at this run of the Aqueduct meet. But, yeah, he can win here today. I don't think you can really lean too heavily on anyone in here, let alone a horse who won the 3 life at 7-5, even though the barn is going really well right now.
And there's Jackie Davis, very capable when she has the right mount. She's on High Command. Who do you think puts the pressure, if anyone can, on Deputy Flag?
I don't know if anybody can. I just don't trust him necessarily. So I took High Command in here, hoping that maybe a couple of the others, namely Macho Boy, can put a smidge of pressure on and set the trip.
Let's go to John Ambrell. Here's race 7, Aqueduct.
And they're off. A good start for Deputy Flag from that inside post position. He's out for the early lead along with Dream Bigger. It is Deputy Flag in front. Dream Bigger runs in second. Not a Trick on the outside is next in third, followed by Banyan Breeze in fourth. Summer Bourbon's in between horses. Macho Boy is down at the rail. And at the back of the pack are High Command and Tail of Mist. Deputy Flag in front, 3/4 of a length. Dream Bigger on the outside runs in second, and the quarter up in 22 1/5 seconds. Not a Trick is racing in third behind the front 2. Summer Bourbon. Far outside is Banyan Breeze. Macho Boy moves up a spot down at the rail, and Tail of Mist is looking for a way through. Meanwhile, Dream Bigger and Deputy Flag are right together as they come off the turn and enter the stretch with Summer Bourbon kicking in now on the outside, and Tail of Mist is in fourth as they move for the 8th pole. It's Dream Bigger on the inside and Summer Bourbon on the outside. Dream Bigger digs down, and Dream Bigger is prevailing here. Dream Bigger putting in a big effort here, drawing away at the end. Dream Bigger won by almost 4. Turned out to be close for second between Summer Bourbon and Tail of Mist.
Dream Bigger, he was in a battle with Summer Bourbon, and then he just turned on the jets and found more.
After the battle with Deputy Flag, he chased a fast horse in Deputy Flag around there today, Greg, outside of him the whole way, and then Summer Bourbon comes with this big run. It looked like JK was going to get all the candy here, and he hooks him here, and he's going to go right by. And so Dream Bigger sees him, and he re-engages him. And you see Trevor head down, riding hard, just like he did 3 starts back on New Year's Day. And this horse, he kind of spurts away. He discourages Summer Bourbon, and he's going to win by. Who would have thought this horse would win by 3.5, 4 lengths at the 3/16 pole? I know I certainly didn't.
Dominant performance. That's got to be a deflating feeling on the outside there. That's Dylan Davis coming off the first riding title of his career at the Aqueduct Winter Meet. He's head and head with this horse, and then all of a sudden Dream Bigger just takes off.
You know what we say back in the barn area? That horse, Summer Bourbon, won't eat up tonight because he was real discouraged by the effort today from Dream Bigger. That was a big, big effort on the Trevor McCarthy this afternoon.
5th win of his career, 4 of them coming here at Aqueduct. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, our feature next in New York. It's the Excelsior and newly minted Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. He holds a strong hand. He's got maybe the 2 horses to beat, including the even money morning line favorite, First Constitution, coming off that big win in the Carousel Stakes.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Back on America's Day at the Races here on FS1. We have our feature from New York coming up next in the Excelsior, back in race 7. Dream Bigger. 5-year-old son of Mission Impassable. Pulling away mid-stretch in an impressive win for this horse. 5th of his career.
Yeah, big effort again. Can't say it enough. Love seeing these hard-knocking claiming horses. You know, a horse that was a New York Bridge Stakes horse at one point in his career. Just putting his head down, and right there, just spurting away. Trevor McCarthy, the reason he was one of the leading riders here this winter, just puts his head down. Whenever you see whenever you see Trevor, you see his head down between his horse's ears. I know that's something the MIG has to absolutely love, just riding hard.
3-1 on Dream Bigger, 5-6-4 finish in the 7th. As I mentioned, the feature is coming up next. That is the Excelsior, 2 turns, mile and an 1/8 for 4-year-olds and up, and Todd Pletcher has not 1 but maybe 2 of the horses to beat in here. The odds-on favorite, though, is First Constitution, even money morning line. We're going to see 3 to 5 here in a moment. Kendrick Carmouche will be aboard.
Yeah, and he was able to ride a little bit of a speed bias. He discouraged his main rival, Core Conviction, last time. Core Conviction was chasing outside, put him away, and he was pretty much left by himself from the quarter pole home. I think things are going to be a little bit different this afternoon.
Big assist, though, too, with Splice, the main brace, coming out of the race. The other speed, maybe, to try and pressure him on the front end. And that's why you're going to see an even shorter price, probably than at even money. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, Florent Giroux going to team up with Brad Cox and Cyberknife in the Arkansas Derby. Still to come, coming off the career effort last time out, making another attempt to get into the Derby in graded stakes competition.
Run Happy, who was at #1 second prop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. Run Happy is represented by Smile Happy, the Kentucky Derby individual future pool favorite. a leading dirt sire, and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful. Call Bernie Sams now and book your mare to Eclipse Champion Run Happy right now. Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Today at Oaklawn Park, top-ranked 3-year-olds face off in the $1,250,000 Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, the final leg of the Kentucky Derby Prep Series at Oaklawn Park. Watch and play the Arkansas Derby today, live on FS1.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
Welcome back to a very special edition of America's Day at the Races, Arkansas Derby Saturday from Hot Springs. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today.
My mom, she had such an incredible love for racehorses in general, Oaklawn specifically. I went to Oaklawn grade school. We grew up a half mile from Oaklawn Park, just straight down Oaklawn Street. And she worked from about 5:30 in the morning at the hospital until about an hour before post. She'd just give her time to get back and do some handicapping. Mother's main thing when she was handicapping, she loved the drop in class. And then she would certainly also play the very professional, fairly highly scientific method of betting the gray horse. My brother and I, we can't really do anything without thinking of our mother. When I see that one picture of her reading a racing form, with how beautiful was that with the word Oaklawn on the tote board, that represents my childhood. Right here, this is where it all started, right here. Oaklawn Park.
Really good stuff. Virginia Clinton bet the gray horse. Would have been all over Barber Road in today's Arkansas Derby. Welcome back to Hot Springs, Arkansas. As I'm very pleased to be joined by Louis Sella, the president of Oaklawn Park. Louis, thanks so much for taking the time. How's your Arkansas Derby Saturday going so far?
Thank you. It's terrific. The sun is shining. We have a fast track and fast horses, and we have about 60,000 people here enjoying it. So it's good to have our crowds back.
Yeah, I think that family is a good place to start. As we just heard about Virginia Clinton, your family, you're a fourth-generation Sella in terms of running Oaklawn Park. Describe the level of pride, specifically on a day like this with this packed house here at Oaklawn for the Arkansas Derby.
Well, it's terrific. We've always had great crowds. Our fan base is the best in the country, bar none. But with COVID, it was a sad moment. We're used to having 60,000 people, and we had zero. When we have large and high crowd noise and fans running around, we had none. So it's awfully neat today to see the fans come out and really enjoy themselves like they are today.
You mentioned during the pandemic and that Arkansas Derby that took place on Kentucky Derby Day because the Kentucky Derby had been postponed. So what was the biggest difference, considering we haven't had this kind of crowd in over 3 years, walking into the front doors today in Oaklawn Park, just humming the way it's supposed to on this particular day?
Well, it's gratifying. You never know after these last couple of years if the fans were going to come back. if racing was going to continue to excel like we were so accustomed to. And when we opened the doors today and we saw lines trying to get in the infield with their families, they're playing in a petting zoo over here, and they're walking about on the rail. It's really neat and gratifying.
You have the fans that drove here, and then you have some that are staying here, the brand new hotel and casino. Lewis, what's the response been thus far?
Well, it's been terrific. When we came up with this idea of building the hotel, we wanted to do something for our fans and for Arkansas. And we built this right on the track. No one has ever done that. We have a recognized spa that people enjoy, an event center, so now we have concerts. We have gaming. And to cap it off, we have the best racing there is in the country. When you give $700,000 a day away in purses, you have full fields of quality fields. So when you see that and you put it all together, it's gratifying and awfully neat that no one else in the country can do this.
And from firsthand experience, there's nothing like it. You see the hotel there, pushing aside the drapes, and the first thing you see in the morning is the horses training. And if you want to hang out and watch the races right from your room, you can do that as well.
And we did that for our fans. Our fans love horse racing, and they enjoy staying in the room and seeing training. And I know a number of groups that stay there and watch the races and bet on their Oaklawn Anywhere app because it's such a unique experience. Again, this is unheard of in racing, and we wanted to do it to really tell Arkansans and our race fans this is a special place.
And this particular day, a little bit different in terms of the calendar. The Arkansas Derby, traditionally 3 weeks from the Kentucky Derby. Now we're 5 weeks from the Kentucky Derby for the first time. What inspired the change?
Well, I think if racing is going to survive, we all have to change. We had some flexibility to push the calendar into December. And to stay until May. We play nice with our other tracks industry-wide, so we don't want to encroach on their schedule. So we saw an opening in December that could go to the first Saturday in May. And we wanted to give it a try. And we talked to our horsemen, with whom we have a wonderful relationship with. We spoke to our regulators, who we have a wonderful relationship with. And frankly, it starts at the top with our governor. And we spoke to him and said, this is going to be an experiment, but we think it'll be good for racing, and this is our first year, and we're going to do it next year.
And hopefully in a few moments you're going to get your picture taken in the winner's circle here. You're also an owner. You got to tell us what's behind the name Wobberjod, about to run in this upcoming 8th race at Oaklawn Park, and should our viewers be betting?
Well, I don't know if they should be betting. It's an awfully tough race, but Wobberjod, I have a good friend up in St. Louis that named him. He's from South Africa. And as anyone in the industry knows, it's impossible to name a horse with the Jockey Club because they've all been taken. And we were sitting around, and he came up with the idea. He said something, and then Wobberjod. And I said, what in the world is a Wobberjod? He said, oh, that's South African for whopper jawed in America, a little off-center. And I said, that is a perfect name for this horse. He didn't see a racetrack since he was 4, until he was 4. And he's a pretty good horse, so we'll see.
Tried to bite someone this morning.
I did. In fact, Turbo, who named Wobberjod, he wanted to see him. Well, I brought him to the backside. I told him, I said, to Turbo, I said, watch out, these horses bite. He walked right up to it, and Wobberjod bit him right on the arm.
Every great athlete, a mean streak. Lewis, thanks so much for taking the time. Best of luck with Wobberjod, and enjoy the rest of your Arkansas Derby Saturday.
Great, thank you. We got some have a super racing ahead of us, including the Arkansas Derby.
That's coming up. Louis Sella joining us on the show. Getting closer to this 8th race at Oaklawn Park. 2 minutes out, a post-parade here. So we send things back to Greg in the studio.
Lafitte, thank you. We start things off with Chief Ron Longshot from the inside.
Yeah, I thought this was a little sneaky, a little post relief from the outside draws to the rail today.
Bandit Point, he's kept some good company, including Garhole, where we're going to see later, Macron, edge to edge.
Yeah, 4 wins in his career for over $400,000. He's 9-1.
Martini Blue coming off a third-place finish, going longer.
Yeah, cuts back. Hasn't won since his debut at Hawthorne back in December of 2020.
He's on the Triple Crown Trail for a moment last year when he competed in the Smarty Jones. It was brief. Drina's Star, He's had some big races, and at one time last year this time, he was a very good sprinter.
First off the claim, he's won 4 of 10 starts at Oaklawn. He cuts back in distance for Robertino Diodoro and David Cohen.
A reclaim for Diodoro, that's always a good sign from one of the best claiming trainers in the country. Beer Chaser, 19-1.
Another cutback here. This horse did not run well in the money allowance. 2 back, a little class relief and distance relief as well.
And here's the Sella horse, Waberjadi, won the first 3 starts of his career.
Going to be forward under David Cabrera for Ron Moquette. The house horse is Luis Sella, owns this one.
And his only defeat against a very good one named Cumberland Avenue. He lost to by not much last start. Breaking news, he missed by a neck in his last outing.
Yeah, that was first off the claim, now second off the claim. This one's just 1 for 20 in his career, however.
7-2 on AC Expressway.
Yeah, it was a good second last time in the money allowance. He dead heated, actually. He's hit the board in all 3 of his starts locally.
And a big step up in class. It's, I guess, a sign of confidence from the trainer here with Incorruptible.
Yeah, this horse galloped for the True Life 30,000 last time out. He's going to need to really bring a little bit of a bump in class for this.
Let's look at AC Expressway. This was back on February 18th, his most recent effort. He came from pretty far back to get second, beat less than 2 lengths against a nice horse named Safa's Day.
Yeah, when he won 2 back in a star allowance race, he got a fantastic ride from Joel Rosario saving ground and getting through along the inside. This day he's got to take the long way around, and he's just not able to run down Safa's Days, and it'll wind up, like I said, dead heating for second. It was a good enough effort. It was a regression from his win, which kind of sticks out. The start 2 back really sticks out like a sore thumb on the card for him, and now you're asking him to take. You're being asked to take a kind of a short price on him at 3-1, I think.
Jonathan, he doesn't win a lot as we take a look at AC Expressway, and it looks like he's going to need some pace setup. You want 3-1 on him?
I'm not crazy about the price, right? But I thought this race was really hard, so I mean, it's one of those situations where I'm just going to try to give you a winner. I do think the 9 does set up well in here. And like Anthony mentioned, the race 2 back, he ran extremely well. He got a better setup that day, I thought, than he did last time. If you look at his race last time, the winner there was wire to wire. And often when a winner goes wire to wire, you'd like to think that possibly being forward was where you wanted to be. I mean, obviously, if they went too fast early, the race would fall apart. It would set up really well. So I kind of gave him some bonus points for that last race. And also, I'll talk about it all the time on the show. I love horses that find themselves towards the middle of the track at Oaklawn. It just seems that trip works much better than those inside trips. So I'm hoping that AC Expressway towards the outside can get that trip. And he always finishes. And I like horses that finish drawn towards the outside because they typically don't get stopped and should have one nice long run as they turn for home.
I certainly want to be outside with that kind of trip as opposed to inside and getting stuck inside of horses.
You won't have that problem today. Like Jonathan said, this horse is drawn in post 8 now with the scratch of the number 3. So, yeah, it should not be an issue. I thought Waberjad, just, you know, when you get to these levels, Greg, the one thing you'd like to see is some consistency. There's no more consistency than 3 wins and a head defeat to a horse that's done his own share of winning in Cumberland Avenue this winter. Yeah, I mean, he's going to be forward in a race that does not feature a ton of pace. He gets the leading rider in David Cabrera. And I would imagine this horse, who's been tough as nails in his 4 prior starts, brings a lot to the table today. He's 3-1. You know, he's the same price as Drina's Star. He's the same price as...
And that horse who beat him, by the way, was a standout in that race.
You know, he got beat. He got
beat
by a horse.
Much.
Yeah, and he didn't get beat by much. So, he's the horse that I think at the price, when you look at him at being a slightly better price than the other 2 favorites, with the again, the word here at this level for me is going to be consistency. He brings a consistency that no one else in this field really has.
Good look at that tremendous crowd on hand for Arkansas Derby Day. I want to remind everyone again watching from wherever you may be. Derby Bankroll Builder. Don't forget to opt in. Go to NYRABets.com on the website or on the NYRABets app. So 5-2. We haven't talked a lot about Drina's Star in here. We've tried to look at some other runners, but Robertino Diodoro, we talk about him a lot on this program. He's one of the best claiming trainers in this sport, and he went back in and reclaimed a horse he had for a while and had good success with.
Yeah, you won a beaten claiming race over at the fairgrounds. Now you ship over. And keep this in mind. You're going to see this horse is in for the tag and the allowance optional claimer. This is a $25,000. He's in for the $25,000 tag. He's running for $106,000 in this race today. That's roughly $60,000 to the winner. So, yeah, there's 60,000 reasons for him to be making the ship over. He beat a considerably easier bunch last time. He's going to have to step up today.
But he has some backlash
He does.
that it deserving to be favored. Big stop for the call. Here is the 8th from Oaklawn.
Actually, AC Expressway backed out. Not yet at the post. Here's Incorruptible to complete the lineup. Now they're set. They're off. Fast start for Wobberjod and Martini Blue. Breaking News and Incorruptible are close up. Drina's Star breaks 5th. Then comes Beer Chaser, Bandit Point, and AC Expressway, and the trailer is Chief Ron. It is Incorruptible, Breaking News between horses, and Wobberjod at the rail. Incorruptible, a half length in front. It's 2 lengths to Drina's Star and Martini Blue. Breaking News is in a very tight spot. He's got to get in or out of there. He could take up sharply. 4 lengths further back to Bandit Point and AC Expressway. The 2 trailers are Chief Ron and Beer Chaser. Around the far turn, Breaking News now splits horses, and now he's in the clear. It is Breaking News, Wobberjob, and Incorruptible. They're a length and a half in front of Drina's Star. 2 back to Martini Blue. AC Expressway has 5 lengths to make up. He's a length in front of Bandit Point. Breaking News off the top of the turn. He's a half length in front of Wobberjod in second. 2.5 lengths now to Drina's Star. Martini Blue is next. AC Expressway at the rail. Breaking News has the lead. Drina's Star is coming after him, but he's got 2.5 lengths to make up. Breaking News, a late run AC Expressway up the rail, but Breaking News is clear and he's got it. Breaking News in front. Breaking News beat AC Expressway. Drina's Star was 3rd, close for 4th between Bandit Point and Chief Ron.
Well, you heard Rick Stauffer talk about Breaking News being in a tough spot. This horse just wanted to go on with it and was crying out to be let loose, and finally Francisco Arrieta had to let him go between horses, and then he just didn't look back.
From dicey to dynamite. This horse, Breaking News, in between Wobberjod on the rail, Incorruptible outside. You saw Ray Lou Gutierrez and Incorruptible take a look in, see how tight it was. He was able to, again, just explode through there, get away from his 2 chasing speeds, hold off AC Expressway, and the rest, Greg.
8, 9, 5. This horse just exploded. And he probably could have made that move a lot earlier. Francisco Arrieta was in tight, didn't want to try and make that move. When he did, it was all over. We're going to take a timeout. Our feature is next here in New York, the Excelsior, and its first Constitution for Tad Pletcher. 2-5 favorite coming off that win in the Jazzle. Back on America's Day at the Races. Program brought to you in part by Naira Bets, where you can play all the action. Go to NairaBets.com, download that Naira Bets app, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Coming onto the track for the feature here in New York, the Excelsior at 1 1/8 miles, and here is Untreated, 1 of 2 for Todd Pletcher.
Shifts back up from the fairgrounds. He got the job done in 2 prior starts right here at the Big A.
Here's his stablemate and the more highly regarded in this race, First Constitution, coming off that Jazzle win.
Was able to ride the inside bias and speed bias to a win in that Jazzle over his rivals. We'll see if he can get the job done today. 2-5 on the other Pletcher.
9-1 on Son of an X for Randy Persaud.
And New York bred was in the Caixa Electronica on our claiming championship card last week. Stretches back out to 1 1/8 miles.
And a trainer with a history of enormous upsets. This was a horse who provided one of them 3 back at 42-1 forewarned for Uriah St. Louis.
Yeah, this was a big effort. 2 back, it was 3 back rather. It was a big effort last time down in the Campbell at Laurel. He needs a little help up front though, Greg, and in a 4-horse field, he's likely not to get it.
There is Kendrick Carmouche. He is on the 2-5 favorite. And last time out in the Jazzle, he found himself in front, and he would go on to win by more than 6 lengths.
Yeah, he put Core Conviction away. Core Conviction is a Chad Brown-Klarovich runner who was chasing from the outside, who would come off a big effort on the front end. He was just not able to get in front of First Constitution on a day where you wanted to be on the lead and you wanted to be inside. He had the position. He used that position successfully. I'm not going to say that this effort was solely because of the bias, but I do believe he was aided greatly last time out. And if you were to ask me who the more talented of the 2 Pletcher horses are, to me, it's clearly Untreated. And if you're going to let that tote board stay that way, I'm going to go on my Naira Bets account as we talk to JK, and I'm going to bet myself a few bills on Untreated today, my friend.
Well, Jonathan, the other Todd Pletcher horse, he had the better price, obviously. Back-to-back wins off a 7.5-month layoff, and then he faced some of the best older horses in the country last start.
Yeah, Big A, throw a bill on Untreated for me as well. I'll pay you back when I see you. I like Untreated as well in this spot for the reasons that everyone's kind of mentioned. I have nothing against First Constitution, but I do think that based on the trip that he got on the racetrack that he did, you're supposed to try to beat First Constitution at 1-2. I'm not cutting in line to bet thousands of dollars on Untreated. First Constitution is the better horse. It's just a price thing. The prices are just a little bit out of whack for what I think these 2 horses are. But the most interesting thing that I am curious about here, and we'll ask our man Richie, is, Richie, how do you handle when you have, there's 2 horses, they're the 2 horses to beat in the race, and they're both trained by the same guy? I mean, do you do a lot of race riding in this situation?
Yeah, it kind of inhibits your ability to race ride. I still think Trevor McCarthy on the 2 Untreated has to use his inside position and try to leave. He's not always the sharpest out of the gate. He takes a stride or 2 to find his stride. But I agree with the public, and I agree with you guys. I like Untreated a little bit better. I think they're a lot closer than the board would indicate as far as ability, because First Constitution's last race, as good as it was, and I think he ran, and I give him full credit, was also aided by a very strong inside speed bias. And from a physical perspective, both the Todd Pletcher trainees, the 2 Untreated, the 3 First Constitution, are standouts from a physical perspective. Now, just for people to understand, they have Untreated's a 4-year-old born in April, so his birthday is coming up soon, if not already. The 3 First Constitution is a Chilean bred, Southern Hemisphere. He's donated as a 5-year-old. He actually won't be 5 till October. Their foaling season is opposite of ours. They're going into fall. Their fall is their spring. Our fall is their spring, actually, I should say. And so he won't be actually 5 until October. So there's only about 6 months separation as far as an age gap goes because of the Southern Hemisphere. But I'm with you guys. I like Untreated, but he's got to beat his uncoupled stablemate in First Constitution.
Meg, thanks. And, we should say we go back to forewarned for a minute, the 5. He has produced from a trainer we talked about who's an upset specialist, one of the biggest races of his career on this racetrack just 3 starts ago when he ran a 98 buyer and won at 42-1.
Yeah, the problem with him is, again, the 2 of his last 3 starts when he ran his 2 best races of his career, he had a lot of help on the front end. Those races kind of fell apart, and he's going to, his running style. Now in a 4-horse field, it's probably going to pull him closer to the front end, but more often than not, that takes away their punching power late in the game.
There he is, 9-2 on the board on the Saturday feature here, the Excelsior from Aqueduct. But 2-5 favoritism, First Constitution, but our analysts here siding with the other Todd Pletcher runner, his stablemate, Untreated, the better price at 5-2. John Imbrial with the call of the Excelsior. And they're off. First Constitution was away just a step slow, is now moving up in between horses. And there goes First Constitution to challenge Son of an X for the lead, racing into the clubhouse turn. Untreated is down at the rail and then Forewarned. And it is First Constitution who will be first as they go around the turn and head for the backstretch. First Constitution by 1.5 lengths, now by 2 lengths. Son of an X races in second. And then it is Forewarned and Untreated. The opening quarter mile, 24 2/5 seconds. They're on the backstretch. First Constitution, the big favorite here, leads by 1.25 lengths. Son of an X is second by 1/2 length. Forewarned is on the outside in third, almost 2 lengths to Untreated, who trails the field in fourth. First Constitution leading here by 3/4 length. Son of an X is second by 3/4. And Forewarned is on the outside, 2.5 lengths. Back to Untreated, the trailer, half mile, 48 3/5 seconds. It is First Constitution and Kendrick Carmouche who will take the field around the far turn. First Constitution in front, 1/2 length. Son of an X in between horses. Forewarned is on the outside, and those two are getting closer now to First Constitution. First Constitution challenged here by Son of an X and by Forewarned on the outside, and now those two have passed. First Constitution is being asked for more. Untreated is on the extreme outside as the field comes into the stretch. Here is Forewarned. First Constitution looking to get back in it again down towards the rail, but it is stablemate Untreated who is right alongside of Forewarned, and Untreated has now taken the lead. Forewarned continues to battle on. First Constitution is back running in third. It is Untreated. Forewarned coming back again on the inside, and it's going to be a photo finish in the Excelsior. Was it Forewarned on the inside or Untreated on the outside? Forewarned might have come back and won this race. Uriah St. Louis, the upset specialist. Did he do it again here? Horse who won at 42-1, just 3 starts back in a stakes race here at Aqueduct. He was in a tight spot right there. Did he get his nose down?
He did, right there. Puts his nose down. He may have been in front before the wire as well, the jump before and the jump after the wire. 9-2 on Forewarned. Give all the credit in the world to Dexter Haddock. Trevor McCarthy comes right alongside with Untreated, who was trying to get in just a little bit, Greg. And you see Trevor's trying to keep him off of Forewarned along the inside, and Forewarned, Dexter Haddock refused to lose today, and they just hung the number up 5-2, 3-4.
Trevor McCarthy on the 2, trying to make that as tight and as uncomfortable as possible to that horse on the inside. But credit Forewarned and Dexter Haddock. Big effort here, and he was put up as your unofficial winner.
The entire complexion of the race changes as soon as the gate opens. You see First Constitution, your 1-2 favorite. He just doesn't break cleanly. He breaks last in the field of 4. And Untreated was in front of him. Son of an X was in front of him. And Kendrick Carmouche gathered him up, asserted himself, and went between runners and got to the lead. But at no point did First Constitution really look comfortable today. Kind of spits it going into the far turn, right around the 3/8 pole. You saw everybody kind of just attacked him and went by him, and he's going to be a well-beaten third.
So 9-2, Forewarned with the win. Uriah St. Louis, Dexter Haddock. Let's go back to Mig for more on the start.
Yeah, Greg, the 3 First Constitution, he acted up just a little bit right before the break, tossed his head about. When the break came, Horse has to set their legs. They have to have their legs square. He kind of tried to set his legs and slipped behind. He lost his footing behind. That's what made him miss the break a little bit. Kendrick Carmouche had to kind of hustle him up to secure position in between horses. And a lot of times when a horse breaks like that and they lose their footing and then they have to be asked, they panic a little bit. They don't get into a good enough rhythm. Their breathing isn't as smooth, and they just run out of air. And that's what looked like to happen to First Constitution today. Untreated, loomed up like he had the race won, but let's give Dexter Haddock and Forewarned a lot of credit. Changed his style a little bit, laid up closer to the pace, was used more, and battled gamely to the wire. Uriah St. Louis, owner, trainer, they'll have a nice trip back home to Parks.
And that's about as close as you can get right there to riding that line. Trevor McCarthy on the 2 untreated without having a DQ, if that horse had won.
Yeah, I just went official here. 5-2 Forewarned, and Uriah St. Louis ships up and grabs another big one.
Originally from Trinidad, came here as a teenager back in 1973, and he's had some big success, including a Jockey Club Gold Cup win at 45-1. We're going to take a timeout. Doppelganger, Bob Baffert's Derby contenders moved to other barns so they could compete in the Run for the Roses. Can Tim Yakteen get this horse in the first Saturday in May with a big effort?
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's D'Etat's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's D'Etat has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's D'Etat.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
And here is Sharp Azteca now to take the lead. 3/4 up in 1:10-4. It's Sharp Azteca with the lead as they come down for the finish. It's Sharp Azteca, and he was sharp as can be today to win the Cigar Mile. 1:55.
Tremendous Saturday of action all across the country. Here on America's Day at the Races, our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Of course, they stand Curlin. He had his big moment in the Arkansas Derby back in 2007 in a dominant performance and would go on to have an incredible career.
He was amazing. He was an amazing two-time horse of the year. Yeah, great minds think alike, right?
He still looks like he could win.
He was good, and he was good. You know, it's funny this time of year. You always think about him because of what he tried to pull off, and he's the barometer, right? Well, if Curlin couldn't do it, how is this horse going to do it? That's in my mind, anyway.
Forewarned, Uriah St. Louis owns and trains his 7-year-old who notches another big victory here. Dexter Haddock refusing to be intimidated down on the rail. Pays $11.40. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. I'm here with a very happy Uriah St. Louis owner, trainer. I'm really impressed with Forewarned and his ability to fight, and he's showing a little bit of a different dimension. He's able to lay up closer to the pace.
Well, we've been training him a little different because he's one of those lazy horses. He don't want to jog. So what we do, we walk him around for about 25 minutes before we take him out. And when we take him out, a pony takes him back for about a quarter of a mile, and then he just turn him around and let him gallop because he don't wants to. He hates jogging, you know. So, and since we've been doing that, he's been doing great. So, if it works, don't change it.
Any concern in the stretch? He was in so close to the rail, but he shows so much heart.
Well, the last race he got beaten at nose, and he should have won. And it still hurts, but you know, one thing about him, he's gonna fight. He's one Ohio bred that is going to fight. He fights all the way to the wire, and he did it today.
Uriah, congratulations. Great job. One of the good guys. Always happy when Uriah St. Louis gets some money, and I know it's going to be a nice ride back to Pennsylvania.
Worth the trip indeed. What a victory for Forewarned, and that did feel like a heavyweight throwdown. That horse taking punches and able to finish and cross the wire first for the 11th win of his career. Let's take a look at the cross country. Pick 5, follow along, 130,000 plus in that pool, acting out, a price to begin it. And now 1140 that's going to play a lot bigger than that with an odds-on favorite defeated for Todd Pletcher. Our main event, of course, still to come on the road to the Kentucky Derby. Let's send it out to Hot Springs and Lafitte.
Yeah, Greg, we've been tracking this story since last spring. Just after Medina Spirit won the Kentucky Derby, he tested positive for betamethasone. Now, it's a legal therapeutic, but the amount that was detected was over the legal limit. And for two-time Triple Crown winning trainer Bob Baffert, he was handed a 2-year suspension by Churchill Downs. Now, this would prevent Baffert from entering horses in the next 2 Kentucky Derbies, nor could Baffert-trained runners earn points in Kentucky Derby qualifying races. And then in February, the late Medina Spirit was disqualified from his Derby win by Kentucky stewards. Baffert suspended for 90 days, separate from the Churchill suspension. The matter remains in litigation. Now, this is what has changed of late. Last week, several Kentucky Derby prospects were moved from Baffert's barn, including Doppelganger, 3-1 second choice in today's Arkansas Derby. He's now with Tim Yakteen, and because he's with a different trainer, Tim Yakteen, Doppelganger is eligible to earn Kentucky Derby qualifying points this afternoon. Gary, there is a lot to unpack here, but let's just start for the challenge of a brand new trainer, Tim Yakteen, taking over Doppelganger. He just received the horse, and now he has to prepare him for the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby.
Well, Lafitte, I think this is probably the smoothest transition that any of his horses could have going to Tim Yakteen. He was with Bob Baffert with the quarter horses when he made transition to the thoroughbreds. He was with him for a long time. When Charlie Whittingham, the great Charlie Whittingham, started training, Bob said, go to Charlie. You're going to learn even more from him. But he's continued to follow Bob's horses. He watches these horses train every day at Santa Anita. He uses the same techniques as Bob Baffert does. So he took that to his own barn when he went private. So I think this is probably the simplest transition that can be made in this situation. I saw Tim Yakteen on Thursday morning here at the racetrack. He had a smile on his face. He was relaxed, looking forward to this effort this afternoon.
He's never started a horse in a Kentucky Derby, a top 2 finish by Doppelganger, and that could change very quickly. Now, look at the field for the Arkansas Derby. Number 6, Secret Oath, the favorite. Number 4, Doppelganger, 3-1 second choice. Race 12, post time around 7:35 Eastern. Gary, Doppelganger as an individual, how good do you think he is?
Well, it's hard to say how good he is because his best number that he's ran in speed figures was sprinting. As he stretched out, the numbers have at least stayed a little bit the same, maybe regressed a little bit. There's a question, what's his pedigree say he's going to do? He's by Into Mischief out of Real Quiet, so Quiet American. So its pedigree says that he should be able to get at least the distance of today's race.
So many layers, so many storylines to today's Arkansas Derby, and there's another with Doppelganger, second choice on the morning line, 3-1 for Tim Yakteen. He's been chasing Forbidden Kingdom, top-ranked West Coast Derby prospect out west. And the racing only gets better as we get closer. Horses will be saddled shortly. Field updated odds for the $400,000 Oaklawn Mile. Not bad for a Grade 3 event. Bob Baffert does have a runner in this one. Number 4, Saison, 5-2 morning line favorite, 6-5, 14 minutes out. When we come back, could be a big day for this young trainer, Rudy Brissett. Doesn't have an Oaklawn Mile runner, but he's stocked with 3-year-olds. First, Ugiri in the fantasy. Needs Kentucky Oaks points to qualify. Best news, doesn't have to tangle with Secret Oath. We the People does. Light and experience, loaded with talent. Arkansas Derby, third choice in the wagering.
Perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap.
It's known agenda for St. Tobias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TBG Delmar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We are proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. And welcome back here to Oaklawn Park on Arkansas Derby Day. First graded stakes of the afternoon. It's a Grade 3 Oaklawn Mile, and we'll start with the heavy favorite. That is Cezanne, going out here for trainer Bob Baffert. Now, he looks the part. He looks like an Adonis here in the infield. He did so back in the paddock, too. And he's a horse that, yes, he's a 5-year-old that's only made 6 career starts, but he's made them count, as 4 of them have been wins. You can see that this horse has had issues, some soundness issues of staying on the racetrack, but he looks as though he's training really well heading into this Oaklawn Mile. Now, Bob Baffert has said that he's looking to get this horse to travel over longer distances and participate in those graded stakes in California in the handicap division. Though I'm not quite sure of that, although seems counterintuitive given his pedigree. This guy looks like a miler at most. He's built more like a sprinting type, but he does tick every box as far as a 6-5 favorite goes. To his outside, a bit of a long shot here in number 5 Roadster, but since his last start, which was back in September at Laurel, he has had a tie back surgery. So to tie back a flap in a horse's throat, which kind of flips back and forth. So it can allow them to breathe more freely. And you can see in some of his races, he holds his head a bit higher, searching for that air. Hopefully, he drops his head and runs on today. He looks really well prepared for this start back, really fit, healthy for trainer Mike Stidham, and a horse that has shown a lot of promise and talent throughout his career. And then we see the return of Folsom to the races, making his 4-year-old bow here. Looks as though Brad Cox has him right and ready for this effort. Very fit. I just wish that he had filled out a little bit more in the interim, going from 3 to 4. But Greg, he's a horse that I thought had a viable excuse, being down on the unfavorable inside last time we saw him in a very contentious and tough Pennsylvania Derby.
Yeah, indeed. That was won by Hot Rod Charlie. Midnight Bourbon was right behind him that day in an eventful Pennsylvania Derby. 2 horses that Maggie just talked about there, Roadster and Folsom, both coming in off layoffs.
Yeah, and it's going to be curious to see. You see Roadster, who's obviously a 6-year-old now, has not won, Greg, since April 6th of 2019 when he took the Santa Anita Derby. A little bit different for Folsom, who just turned 4 3 months ago.
Well, we're going to look at both of these coming up in just a moment. There is Necker Island. Horse who was in the 2020 Kentucky Derby. Way behind Authentic. And Law Professor, another horse coming in from the West Coast, whose dirt races look very good and make him a contender in here. He's 7-2. He's actually the second choice on the board in this race. Another look at that tremendous crowd on hand on this gorgeous Saturday afternoon in Hot Springs for Arkansas Derby Day. This race actually kicks off this late pick 5 wager. Here's Runnin' Ray. Horses put together back-to-back wins here at Oaklawn.
And we'll see how much speed he shows on the Martin Garcia from the inside draw. You would imagine under the gun he's going to be forwardly placed in here, even though he's a big price.
That is a big price on a horse who's been first or second in 10 of his 17 starts. Mosa, Mike Maker sends out.
Yeah, Mike Maker has this son of Uncle Mo who's going to need some pace on the front end to come with his big late kick.
Market analysis, he's won 2 of his last 3. He likes to be forward for Robertino Diodoro.
Yeah, he's another one. The blinkers went on last time. He was able to rate from just off the pace, but you would have to imagine they're not in here to rate, Greg.
Bob Baffert's Cezanne, 5-year-old, will have Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, I think he might be better a little shorter. I think Maggie's right. Maybe the miles is where he is stretched. That work on March 27th came in the afternoon, right around post time at Santa Anita.
Here's Roadster, winner of that Santa Anita Derby, as you mentioned, back in 2019.
A long time between drinks. He's a big price. You get paid if you like him today.
Silver Prospector for Steve Asmussen. He was his second to the very talented Olympiad in the mine shaft.
Kind of found himself on the lead because there was no pace last time. If he can be a little more forward than usual, I think he could be a sneaky horse in here at 7-1.
One of these layoff horses making his 4-year-old debut for Brad Cox. Here's Folsom.
Yeah, he didn't run well in the Pennsylvania Derby. Went to the bench, got a little freshening. He went on a 3-race win streak last spring and summer, though.
Necker Island, trained by Chris Hartman.
Yeah, we'll see. He got the job done at Oaklawn in the short stretch of the mile run. He's 3 for 6 at this distance.
And John Velasquez, he'll ride for Mike McCarthy on Law Professor.
Blinkers go back on. This horse wore blinkers as a 3-year-old. They go back on. You see him getting a little washy out there at Oaklawn Park this afternoon. His best dirt race came in an off-the-turf race, so we'll see what intended dirt start does for him today. He's 7-2. He's the second choice, like you mentioned. I'm a little surprised by that.
Well, the big races all still to come, beginning here in a race that kicks off this late pick 5, and Brad Cox, he's going to be involved in all of them. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, looking to kick off a big graded stakes afternoon, the reigning Eclipse Award winner, Brad Cox. And Brad, you bring Folsom back here, first start as a 4-year-old. As you were saying, a little bit of a tough start, but you got to get going somewhere.
Yeah, he accomplished a good bit last year, so he doesn't really have any conditions left. But he's doing well. He's trained really well down at the fairgrounds. Just gives us confidence to try this. I think he should get a good setup here. He ran well here last year, which was another move or reason to come here and try Oaklawn. It's a little short maybe, but you know, hopefully we just get a good run out of him today.
Well, you're got a bit of a wild card coming up in the fantasy, and Bubble Rock's never run on the main track on a dirt surface before, but you had said that a tight dirt surface may suit her. Or do you think you're getting that today?
Yeah, we're getting a tight track for sure. We breed several horses this morning, and you can tell by the rest of the card so far that the track's tight. Horses are getting over it. They're turning for home and not changing positions a lot. I do think it's fair though, because there's been some closers kick on, but this is probably if she's going to take to the dirt, this would be the surface to try her on.
And a lot of speed. She's posted outside. Where do you see her early?
You don't want to get a fight with her. I'm going to tell Ricardo just let her kind of break and kind of let her place herself and comfortably, and hopefully, as long as she takes to the dirt, I'd say half mile into the race, we'll probably know how it's going, and if she's carrying beyond that, we probably have a chance.
Brad, we're talking to you throughout the day. You've been very high on your Arkansas Derby contender, that Cyberknife, saying that he's training well and starting to put it all together.
Yeah, I'm hopeful. He's done, I thought his last race was his best race. I thought he got some really good figs out of it. I think they stack up with the group today. If he can run that race and stay straight down the lane, I think he's set up for a big race. I think, his style should fit. We're going to break running. We're not going to take back or anything. We're going to be up in the mix and see how it goes.
Brad, as always, thank you so much for your time. Great insights and best of luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Maggie.
All right, Brad Cox with a loaded afternoon. We'll see what Cyberknife does in that Grade 1 Arkansas Derby coming up, Lafitte.
Late great trainer Jack Van Berg once trained a colt by the name of Gate Dancer. He said he was more psychiatrist than trainer. It sounds like Brad Cox has some of that going on with Cyberknife. So talented, but trying to get him to mature and become more professional. We'll see how he does in this afternoon's Arkansas Derby, Gary. Then here with the Oaklawn Mile, and you have Cezanne, $3.65 million purchase for Bob Baffert. Even money 2 minutes out.
Yeah, and you know, he's run a mile before. Granted, it was at Los Alamitos race course where they have the longest straightaway in the United States. For him to achieve that, that tells me that he can get the mile. Granted, it was quite a while ago. So we've got a racetrack today that is being very, very kind to speed. You heard Brad talk about the horses, glib horses are getting over it very well. He saw something that I really haven't seen today, and that's closers. They might be able to close, but they better be involved early on in that turn and have themselves in prime striking placement coming into the stretch.
And Cezanne does arrive with momentum, Gary. This is his latest. Grade 2 San Carlos. Last month, Santa Anita, Cezanne winning with authority.
Yeah, and under Flavian Pratt once again. And listen, they blew this horse out in 46-4 before putting him on the airplane. For the people that don't know it out there, that was the fastest work of the morning. Bob Baffert, notorious for that. He works them hard. He expects them to run hard in the morning. He wants a preview of what they're doing. So he got that previous to coming onto this airplane and getting the hot springs.
Cezanne, an Adonis, Maggie described him as. Doesn't run often, but when he shows up, he typically runs his race, and the wagering public expecting him to do just that. Even money for this Oaklawn Mile, JK. And then you have this really fast gelding drawn inside, Run-In Ray, who's rattled off 2 straight wire-to-wire scores here at Oaklawn.
Yeah, maybe before we get to the gelding, I have also been referred to as an Adonis too. So Cezanne, nothing special if you ask me. I'm just joking. The one Running Ray, this is a horse I like, drawn towards the inside. You have that early speed. You know they'll send away from there. I think this horse can go a little bit longer, but I think the mile is not going to be a problem at all either. And I like the price at 14-1. The other horse I wanted to mention, the 8 Folsom. Now look, slow down. I'm not quite saying this horse is Gun Runner or Frosted, but I am saying that a lot of times when you have these talented 3-year-olds that roll together really good races and then somehow don't really get over the hump, if you allow them to come back as 4-year-olds, you can sometimes get something special. There's always a possibility that we could see that with Folsom. And then towards the outside, the 10 Law Professor, another horse that I thought was really interesting. I love that kind of tactical outside trip at Oaklawn Park. Not crazy about the price on Law Professor, but from a pick 5 standpoint, he is definitely a horse I would want to have in the mix.
Law Professor, as Anthony had mentioned, a little warm out on the racetrack. There he is, Southern California Invader, exiting the Grade 1 Kilroe on grass. He was second to Express Train in the San Pasquale in early February. See what his rider, John Velasquez, does, the Hall of Famer from the outside post. Number 10, Law Professor, still looking at Run-In Ray. Thought it was interesting, Gary, number 3, Market Analysis, Louis Contreras, going to ride the favorite, Secret Oath, in the Arkansas Derby. Had 3 mounts scheduled for the afternoon. One of them scratched. This is his only mount of the day before the Arkansas Derby.
He's living G. Stevens style. Listen, he's been all over the place. A lot of people, I'm going to explain who he is. He rides all summer up in Canada, had great success up there. He's won their Queen's Plate multiple times. He's been to the big dance before. I got to the point when I came here to Oaklawn Park and was riding the winter in 2018, I told my agent that, listen, I don't want to ride every single race. I came here to ride good races and do as well as I can. I want to be just right when I ride the big races, and that means containing me and saving me for those big dances, and that's what I've seen here. We have the same agent, Dave Fedor, and yes?
No, wouldn't you prefer more than one race? It almost feels like inserting the quarterback with 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Go out and win the big one for us.
These are long days, extremely long days. Most of these jockeys were in the weighing room at 9 o'clock this morning. We had a 12:10 post Central Time, 13 races today. When you're riding the feature race, is the 12th race. It can be a very long day if you're not having a good day out there on the racetrack. I like to keep my mind right, straight, and be concentrated on the big dance. And I've got a feeling that's exactly what's happening here. He was on 2 other live mounts, live in here. Horse has speed. Going to get this one out of the way, a little blowout, if you will, and settle in for the big dance.
Lots of time to think about it. Louis Contreras there, Market Analysis here. Later, a date with the filly Secret Oath, 5-2 morning line favorite for the Arkansas Derby. This Oaklawn Mile, 2nd of 4 stakes races. Gary Silver Prospector, who is currently 9-1. There he is, red colors, the gray. You know, no shame in losing to Olympiad, right? And he's versatile. He's effective. He can win in a multitude of ways.
Yeah, look, this race is full of speed, multiple horses. And if we see 3 or 4 horses winging it, around the first turn, out of the gate, into the first turn. One other thing I want to mention for the people at home that don't know it, the mile races here, they actually finish at the 16th pole, so the stretch is much shorter. So these jocks are going to be moving about a 16th of a mile earlier than you normally would in a mile and 16th race.
Around 60,000 on hand. Arkansas Derby Saturday from Oaklawn, and we're all set for the $400,000 Oaklawn Mile post time. All eyes on Cezanne, odds on.
Good start. Folsom had to check soon after the start. Runnin' Ray, Market Analysis, Cezanne, and Roadster. These 4 race out and go quickly. Law Professor's going to take back and try to angle over and save some ground alongside Silver Prospector. Necker Island and a slow-starting Mimosa. The trailer is the troubled Folsom as they head to the backstretch. Market Analysis puts his neck in front. Runnin' Ray is second at the rail as Cezanne secures a good striking position. He's galloping third and 2 from the front. It's 2.5 back to Silver Prospector, Roadster. They both have 4 lengths to make up. Law Professor, Necker Island, and Mimosa all are 5 off the lead, and they're 3 in front of Folsom as they're up the backstretch in the 4th Oaklawn Mile. Finish line is the 16th pole, and Market Analysis trying to get there first. Market Analysis, a 2-length lead on Runnin' Ray in second. No excuses on this trip for Cezanne. He's a joint second now and 2 from the front. Then comes Necker Island to the outside in Roadster. Mimosa's at the rail. Silver Prospector splits horses. Then comes Folsom. Law Professor is the trailer, and here comes Cezanne. Cezanne is outside of Runnin' Ray. Runnin' Ray puts his head in front. Cezanne is second. Folsom is passing horses with each and every stride, and here comes Folsom in the pink cap. He's got a lot of forward momentum. Cezanne off the top of the turn. He leads, but Folsom is after him in second, and here's Folsom to put his head in front. Cezanne battles on to the inside. Runnin' Ray. It's either Folsom or Cezanne, and Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom! Folsom beats Cezanne in the 4th Oaklawn Mile. Runnin' Ray was next, then Silver Prospector and Necker Island.
Thriller in the Oaklawn Mile. Folsom runs down the favorite Cezanne for trainer Brad Cox in what could be a big afternoon for jockey Florent Giroux. Ugiri in the Fantasy, Cyberknife in the Arkansas Derby, and a victory here with Folsom in the Oaklawn Mile.
Received the perfect trip from Florent Giroux. The fractions were fast up front, and he bided his time, swung out off the turn, had all that forward motion as you heard Vic Stauffer communicate. JK, you called it before the race, buddy.
Folsom. Kentucky Derby winning connections. Mandaloon from a season ago crossed the wire in second, eventually declared the winner of last year's Kentucky Derby. Juddmonte Farm, Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, Folsom here. Some trouble early in the race for Folsom, Derry. And when Florent Giroux pulled the trigger, you could see him picking him off one by one, rounding the far turn, and that stretch drive with Cezanne. That got the fans up out of their seats.
Yeah, and with good horses, sometimes trouble can be helpful when you're getting that kind of fractions up in front of you. It'll make you be more patient, get the horse out, and ride your race. He was probably sitting back there saying, I'm just got to take my time now. I lost the position I wanted early on, and he play into it and make a positive thing out of trouble.
For Cezanne, any excuse whatsoever?
No, he had a perfect stalking trip off of those fast fractions. He moved when he needed to move. No excuses whatsoever for Cezanne.
He ran big for the 2-time Triple Crown winning trainer Bob Baffert. Just outrun late Folsom. And while we focus so heavily on the 3-year-olds on the first part of the year, and understandably so, with the Kentucky Derby, the Triple Crown, the older horse, the handicap division, Greg, deep and several talented runners in this older handicap division.
Yeah, a lot of names we keep seeing year after year out there in the Midwest. Folsom, that was impressive off the layoff at his 4-year-old debut. He wins at 8-1. We still have the nightcap coming up here in New York. 6-furlong sprint. New York breds in a $40,000 maiden claiming event. Interesting race coming up. We have a 5-2 favorite outside, but this horse at 5-1, major player in here.
Yeah, Ria's Angel. I can't believe the price on this horse. He's second choice in the pick 5s, which are all paying ridiculously well for the second consecutive day. You got to be getting involved at Naira Bets on that late pick 5 here at the Big A. The prices have been insane. I sound like Crazy Eddie now. Swiss ran for $40,000 tag once, did not break cleanly, came with a big run late, got beat less than 3 lengths, tried special weight competition a couple of times, and now he's back where he seemingly belongs. And now he just went to 4-1 now. So yeah, I mean, his destiny is probably is the second choice in here. But he's a square price. I mean, if he's 3-1, I think he's a square price.
That is the horse to beat, though. Mischief Mogul dropping class for Todd Pletcher. He'll have that outside post. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, Greg, I think this is a really competitive, wide-open affair, and I wouldn't be surprised if any number of 4 or 5 won this race. The 4 horses, that stood out, starting with the 3, Tonalistic. He ran once. It was Delaware Park against Open Company. It was for Maiden Claiming. He's been off since last May, but he's come in with a series of really good works. He looked ultra fit in the paddock, and I think he's going to be very, very tough to beat. Ultimately, he's going to be my top selection. Really like what I saw from him, particularly in the warm-up. The 4, Kingstown, first-time starter for Mark Hennig, made a real nice impression. Very nice mover. Looked good on the racetrack. The 7, Ria's Angel. I agree completely with Anthony. I think this horse is an overlay. I really liked what I saw from him in the paddock. I think he's the horse to beat without a doubt. And then, of course, the Todd Pletcher on the outside, the 9 horse, who is your favorite, Mischief Mogul. He looks good. He didn't really stand out to me over anybody else, but when you look at favorites, you're looking for some sort of a weakness or something that you could pick on and say, well, I don't like him for that. I couldn't fault him. I just prefer others. I think Ria's Angel at 3-1 is a better bet, and the 3 at 5-1, Tonalistic, to me, is the horse to beat.
Mig, thanks. There again, that favorite, the 9, though, on the outside. He's only had that 1 start. It came at Saratoga last summer for a Hall of Fame trainer, and now he drops him all the way down in class. And who he faced in that race, Shipsational, horse who was on the Triple Crown Trail until recent injury. I mean, he was 2nd in the Sam F. Davis, 3rd in the Tampa Bay Derby, and he won a couple of New York bred stakes.
Gelding, blinkers. I'm sorry, Gelding, Lasix, layoffs in July. Going to try a fast track for the first time. And most importantly, off of that effort, as the 8-5 favorite, a drop down to the $40,000 claiming rates. I know this is the time of year where a lot of these bigger stables start to consolidate a little with the 2-year-olds coming in. Todd Pletcher's probably going to have 100 2-year-olds come in at some point. I think this horse has a couple of red flags. He can obviously win this race, but I'd rather have Ria's Angel at the better price.
Meanwhile, the 2, Vincent, a little bit intriguing too. He ran good first time out against a little bit softer, and then had problems in that second start. He was actually the favorite, broke through the gate, then hit the gate coming out. We'll see if he can get a better go today, but this is the one to beat here. The Todd Pletcher Class Dropper start number 2 with Kendra Carmouche. Mischief Mogul. It's the nightcap from New York. Let's go to John Imbrial for the call.
In the gate for the 9th race. And they're off. Dancing with Rico and Mischief Mogul, those 2 from the outside. And now quickly moving up, there goes Kingstown. Kingstown to the front. He's got a short fuse, has moved up into 2nd. Mischief Mogul is now back in 3rd. And then it's Dancing with Rico and Red Jet. They are right together, 4th and 5th. On the outside is Ria's Angel running in 6th, followed by Tonalistic in 7th. The trailers are Vincent and On the Hill. The quarter, 22 1/5 seconds. It is Kingstown, the leader, 3/4 of a length. He's got a short fuse in 2nd. Then it's 7 lengths back to Mischief Mogul and Dancing with Rico. Red Jet is dropping back as the field comes for the top of the stretch. Kingstown on the inside. He's got a short fuse on the outside. They are right together through a half in 46 2. Dancing with Rico, Mischief Mogul. They are 3rd and 4th and gaining ground. And On the Hill, who was way back, is putting in a big run out in the middle of the track. Here comes On the Hill up to challenge Dancing with Rico. And it is On the Hill who has taken over. On the Hill from way out of it to win the nightcap.
on the hill for the Jimmy Bond barn with the victory. The 9, the favorite in here, completely stymied in the stretch.
Door closed on Mischief Mogul. I don't know if he would have won this, Greg. On the hill was flying down the center of the course here. But Mischief Mogul is going to, you see him in the black cap. Kendrick Homus tries to get outside.
Got
and
bumped
now he's
right
gonna,
there.
Yeah, he got bumped there. He's going to try and go in between, and there you go, door closed. Door closed on him. In the meantime, on the hill, just careening past horses on the far outside, and is going to get the job done here under Heeman Harkey.
His horse had shown ability. I can't believe he escaped at 10-1. His problem had been getting out of the gate. He's had poor starts in just about every start of his career, but he showed ability last time out when he got second, when he was last early on. He was actually stepping up from his last start to face a little bit tougher. Gets the win. We just saw Folsom off the bench with a victory at 8-1. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah. Here with winning rider Florent Giroux. And Flo, this is a horse you're very familiar with. And as we were just talking, he was getting good towards the end of his 3-year-old campaign. What about now as a 4-year-old? This is a big effort off the bench.
Yeah, definitely. Brad and his team did a great job, getting him ready, today. So I thought that was a great job, credit to them for bringing back, at the top, level. And like you said, there was some great races at the back end of his 3-year-old campaign, especially the last one at Parks, when he ran, with Hot Rod Charlie, Midnight Bourbon, and American Revolution, and they all great one, horses caliber. And we're hoping we can win one with him this year. Hopefully, step it up, another notch, and I can see why not, hopefully with the right setup, he likes to come from the back. If they go too fast in front, I know he's the one who's going to come.
And that he did, well, like a freight train. But 2, we'll see a little later on. You made a decision to take off We the People, a horse that will likely be the second choice to ride Cyberknife. Was that a loyalty decision to Brad Cox, who you have had so much success for?
Yeah, a little bit, plus I've been working on Cyberknife for a long time, prior before his first race, and I couldn't ride him his first 2 races because I was out of town. He's a difficult horse to handle, and I just felt, that was a very tough decision, and Rudolph, is a great friend of mine, and I was 2-for-2 on his horse, top connection, and I hope they understand, I ride a lot for Brad Cox, a lot of success, and like I said, it's a horse, I've put a lot of time, effort, since probably last August and September on him, and I think he's finally maturing nice, and I thought his last race was excellent, and I think if he can duplicate that today, I think it should be very tough.
Well, Flo, you've started the day the right kind of way with this win with Folsom. Looking forward to what you can do on Cyberknife.
Thank you.
All right, guys, Florent Giroux will be aboard Cyberknife, reunited with him. And as he said, a horse that they put a lot of work in, and hopefully it all pays off today a little bit later.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll also see him on Yagiri in just a little bit in that Grade 3 Fantasy. Folsom, nice start to your 4-year-old campaign with a win in the Oaklawn Mile here at 8-1.
Yeah, big price, $18.80. 8-1 on the winner, a horse that was a little bit of a live 3-year-old last year.
Pick 5, healthy, $19,000 and change. Cross country pick 5, 2 legs remain. The Fantasy and the Arkansas Derby, and that's a pretty healthy beginning.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I needed untreated. I'd have been alive if untreated would have held off 4-1, but such is life, my friend.
Always more races ahead, and you can still make it back in the next races we have coming up, including the Arkansas Derby. It was a lot of fun working with you.
Yeah, same here. I'm going to go home and watch you guys.
All right, yeah. Andy Serling going to be stepping on the desk with me in just a little bit. We're going to take a timeout. A lot more still to come, including the main event, that Arkansas Derby. Later on, of course, next, it's the Road to the Oaks. Brad Cox is going to try Bubble Rock on the dirt for the first time in her career. She's the morning line favorite. We'll be back.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Run Happy was a #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. Run Happy is represented by Smile Happy, the Kentucky Derby individual future pool favorite. A leading dirt sire and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful. Call Bernie Sams now and book your mare to Eclipse champion Run Happy right now. Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Hot Springs, Arkansas. Population 39,000. Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Attendance today, more than 60,000. But why? What's everyone here to see? Maybe the start of something special.
Smarty Jones in full stride and pulling away.
The sport's next superstar?
Curlin is going to decimate this field.
The next Triple Crown winner?
American Pharaoh. Breathtaking in a mesmerizing performance.
But this time it's different. Because of her, a filly, trying to become the first to win this race in 38 years. Is she that good? Good enough to beat the boys?
This is another dominant performance for a budding superstar, Secret Oath.
Her trainer's been here before. T. Wayne Lucas, legend. He saddled the last filly to win an Arkansas Derby. He saddled the last filly to win a Kentucky Derby. Decades later, can the coach do it again? Party is on at Oaklawn Park. Massive crowd on this first Saturday in April. Going on for hours and not stopping anytime soon. Biggest day of the year, biggest race of the year. And there she is, the filly everyone's here to see. Secret Oath, 5-2 morning line Arkansas Derby favorite as showtime approaches. Spectacular day of thoroughbred racing. Welcome back, everyone. America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. From the infield, welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. There are certain stories that just write themselves. Female athletes competing with male athletes, whether you're talking about horses or humans, it's always intriguing. Now, Dwayne Lucas has already said that he's still leaning towards the Kentucky Oaks with Secret Oath. But should she win today and beat the boys, two things happen. A, she has enough points and would qualify for the Kentucky Derby. B, Dwayne Lucas would have a very difficult decision to make. Let's take a look at the field for the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby. 9 3-year-olds, and of course the filly. Grade 1, $1.25 million purse, mile and an eighth. Race 12, post time, 7:35 Eastern. Number 6, Secret Oath, 5-2. Morning line Arkansas Derby favorite, as I am joined by one of only 3 human beings ever to win a Kentucky Derby aboard a filly, Hall of Fame jockey Gary Stevens. That was winning colors back in 1988. So you know what it takes. Can Secret Oath do it? Can she beat the boys at the highest level of the sport?
We're going to find out here in a couple hours, but yes, I think she can. She's a filly that's got a great mind. She's really improved from her 2-year-old season to her 3-year-old season, winning the combined 27.5 lengths with the 3 races this year. She does it with more ease with each race. With the more training she gets, the better she likes it. She's got the physique for it, the stride for it, and she's a little bit sassy too.
The attitude, every great athlete, a mean streak, a wrecking ball this year. Secret Oath, there she is in the Honeybee. 3 wins this year, 3 devastating victories, as Gary mentioned, a combined 23 lengths. Later in the show, Gary Stevens sits down with her legendary trainer, Dwayne Lucas. Gary, what do you remember most about May 7th, 1988, the day you rode winning colors to victory in the Kentucky Derby?
I had so much confidence after she had won the Santa Anita Derby. with such ease. She won the Santa Anita Derby by 10 lengths. I consider that her best race of her career, even better than the Kentucky Derby was. But I knew that she was going to be in front if she got a clean break. She accomplished that. When I went under the finish line the first time around, I had a smile on my face. They were leaving me alone up front. She was a speedy filly, a completely different style than what Secret Oath is. Secret Oath has got this stock in pounce, and I like that in this year's Arkansas Derby because of the amount of speed that there is. And I guarantee you that Wayne Lucas, he's going to have to think hard, but I don't think that thinking if she wins today, and I think she will win, maybe I'm putting the cart in front of the horse, but I think the filly will win, and I think the decision will be very easy for Wayne Lucas.
No pun intended. Something about the story gets the blood pumping. What will Secret Oath do? Will she qualify for the Kentucky Derby? We'll find out in about an hour and a half. And then you have the competition, Maggie Wolfendale. Which of her male rivals figures to be keeping D. Wayne Lucas up at night as we get closer to the Arkansas Derby?
Possibly Lafitte, and the cleverly named We the People, son of Constitution, lovely pedigree, second dam, multiple greatest stakes winning dirt sprinter in Harmony Lodge. He has burst onto the scene here at Oaklawn with some fireworks, winning his first 2 races, both of which at route distances for Rudy Persett, who is a former assistant to Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, but Rudy's been out on his own for several years now and is making quite a name for himself. And while there was a little bit of hesitation running back off the blowout win in the entry-level allowance in 3 weeks in this Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, he said the 5 weeks to the Kentucky Derby from today weighed more heavily on the decision to try to pick up some Derby points here in this Grade 1 Arkansas Derby. And while he is a horse that is light on experience, he's certainly a horse that has shown an affinity for this racetrack. We'll see, can we the people get the better of the filly in our featured event? Lafitte.
We the People all set for his stakes debut in the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby. Look, I'm not saying he's Justified. Justified was a Triple Crown winner, all right? All we're saying is that he's on a very similar schedule, We the People. The one start in February, the second start in March, and then that final Kentucky Derby prep in April. We the People, the acid test this afternoon in the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby. And when we come back, the fillies in the fantasy. There's Bubble Rock, tepid 3-1 morning line favorite. She's never raced on dirt. That's about to change with a trip to the Kentucky Oaks on the line.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vacoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Vacoma, the one to catch. Vacoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us on FS1 on Arkansas Derby Day from Hot Springs, Arkansas. Program brought to you in part where you can play all the action at Naira Bets. New members get signed up, started, get a $25 free play with that code GET25. Go to NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to take advantage. Greg Wolf in studio alongside Andy Serling. Good to have you back.
It's good to be back. It's good to be here with you.
Great to be here. And we got the big races still coming up here at Oaklawn. We just saw an upset in that Oaklawn Mile. Now it's the fillies trying to qualify for that Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah, I don't think you and I are particularly surprised to say Dream Lith is vying for favoritism in here. She seemed like a logical horse. She drew well. She probably should take advantage of what should be at least an honest pace in this race. Thought she was pretty dangerous. I mean, I understand that Bubble Rock is a wild card here, and she's not an untalented filly. But she's really got a pedigree that leans much more towards surf and synthetic. And this is not the kind of, to me, this is Bradcock's taking a shot, big purse, important race, try to get Kentucky Oaks, but I bet against her.
Yeah, see what you have, and it's sort of, she's an X factor. But to take that kind of money, we will see with Bubble Rock in her dirt debut coming up. As for Dream Lith, she's the slight favorite right now. She ended her 2-year-old campaign in a big way, winning that Grade 2 Goldenrod.
Yeah. She got the right trip that day. You know, she got a much better ride than she'd been getting. She'd kind of been a little too close to the pace. She's a horse that needs to relax a little bit. The problem is, we kind of liked her that day at 9-1, and at 2-1 today, I mean, I do think she's the horse to beat. I'm not betting against her, but I don't want to jump in at 2-1.
Well, here she is in her 3-year-old return to the races. Didn't overwhelm us by any stretch.
She didn't. She was a bit wide in that race, and it was a race that pretty much saved the leader who was pulled up. It was kind of a merry-go-round race, so it was tough for the closers.
Looks like she's working big, though, coming back. Here's Beguine taking a big step up.
That's the thing. You know, she's got some speed as well, but there's other speeds in here, and she's really got to improve.
An even bigger step up for I Feel the Need.
Feel the need for what?
It was a maiden 50 claiming victory, and now taking on Graded Stakes Company. Why not take a swing? Last chance to try and get into the Kentucky Oaks. Magic Circle, this is a Busanda winner in New York.
Yeah, but when she won that day, she took advantage of a big bias. She's not the speed of the speed in this race. I know it's a trainer change, but why should we assume that she'd improve from Rudy Rodriguez? Not a fan.
Brad Coxey has, of course, Bubble Rock outside. He also has Mariah's Fortune.
Yeah, I mean, I thought her last race was okay. This is a tougher spot. We'll see if she can get the right trip with Pratt.
Ugiri, she was second behind Dream Lith as a 2-year-old in that Goldenrod.
And she actually ran pretty well that day. She probably needs to be in front to be most effective. She didn't run badly behind Secret Oak last time.
Yep, who will be probably the favorite in the Arkansas Derby to come against the boys. Hardy Constitution, Joe Sharp, that was a big maiden win.
Yeah, you would think this horse is going to have to be forwardly placed, stretching out. She's a wild card in this race.
That was sprinting. This will be the first time going long for her. And then Bubble Rock, again, the dirt debut for Brad Cox.
Obviously, she's a talented horse, but understand, what's she missing? A Grade 3 race at Keeneland on the turf? This is the time to try dirt. If it doesn't work out, you point to big races in New York with a horse like this.
Bubble Rock now has become, again, the favorite. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with trainer Rudy, excuse me, I've been in New York too long. Rudy, my apologies, Percent. As you send out Ugiri here, and as you were saying, she probably needed that last race, and she has handled herself beautifully in the preliminary so far.
Yeah, I mean, that's what, that was the whole plan, is to run her, as a prep in a ONEB, and, she came out the race in a good shape, in good order, and she had some good breeze, and she handled everything well today, so, we see what happened.
We the People, coming up a little bit later. For people who don't know, you're a very hands-on trainer. You get on a lot of your own horses, and him in particular, as you said, he's not the easiest horse to be around. How do you feel, though, about him coming into this race and what he's been telling you on the racetrack in the mornings?
I mean, training-wise, obviously, he's doing good if we run him. We wouldn't do that if we don't think he's doing good enough. We were able to school him 2 weeks ago, and thank you to Oaklawn, because he was not in, but they let us to go in infield anyway. So we were able to school him twice, and we plug him, and the horse has been handling everything very good. So we see what happened. We think he's very talented. Now he's got to show it on the track.
Well, Rudy, best of luck. Thank you for your time, and here, especially with you, Gary.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, Rudy, getting ready to possibly have a big afternoon here with this fantasy and then the Arkansas Derby. Greg?
Going to be fun to watch. Maggie, thank you. Let's go back to that Goldenrod. back at the end of the 2-year-old campaign for both Dreamlith and Yagiri. Dreamlith, of course, won that race, but Yagiri came back as a 3-year-old and ran the better race as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. I think the thing with Yagiri is you just worry a little bit that she's a better horse when she can control in a race, and it's not going to be easy to control with Hardy Constitution outside of her, but going towards the inside and even Magic Circle. So this could be a contentious pace, but you have to imagine that Florent Giroux is going to come out with the intention of trying to beat a speed. It doesn't mean it's going to work out, but if it does, and she's able to control, she can win this race. If she gets engaged and the pace gets hot, that's going to help Dreamlith. I kind of think they're the right 2 shooters in this race. I think they're the 2 best proven dirt horses. Is that fair, at least going long?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm a little intrigued by Magic Circle. We'll see what she can do.
Okay.
2 minutes to post. Grade 3 fantasy on the road to the Oaks. Let's go back to Lafitte and Gary.
Yeah, Greg, it's the fantasy, a.k.a. the praise God we don't have to run against Secret Oath Invitational, Gary. And I feel like that might be the best thing you can say about Yagiri is that she doesn't have to face Secret Oath today as she did in the Honeybee.
Yeah, 100% Lafitte. Not facing her this time. Perhaps if she wins today and Secret Oath does not, then she'll have to meet her in the Kentucky Oaks.
Very quick, Yagiri pictured. Currently 4-1. Dreamlith drawn inside. Ramon Vasquez, a date with Un Ojo in the Arkansas Derby, figures to do her best work from off the pace this afternoon.
Yes, she does. And she won the Grade 2 Goldenrod last year, and Yagiri was second to her in there. Look, I'm going to throw out the race at Fairgrounds, the Rachel Alexandra. She ran too poorly to believe. She had some workouts over that ground, and they weren't her normal type of workouts. That tells me she may not have liked the Fairgrounds racetrack, the surface there. She's come over here. She's had 2 excellent workouts here in March. Dreamlith has. Ramon Vasquez climbing back aboard of today's been on her last 3 races. I like the inside draw for her. She can save ground. There's enough speed in here that perhaps she can get the job done.
Good stuff with Rudy Brissett. Maggie, final thoughts here as we approach post time for the fantasy.
Well, as we kind of thought, Lafitte, that the horse who's never been on the dirt before in a race is favored, which is just crazy to take a short price on a horse who's trying something for the first time in Bubble Rock. Now, as far as pedigree, it's a little bit more turf tilted. More Than Ready can certainly get a dirt horse. And the second dam was Dixie City, who was a Greatest Stakes winner, winning the Demoiselle as a 2-year-old, going 1.125 miles on the main track. I still think she's a turf horse, but I will say, even when you walk across this track here, it hardly breaks away from you like our heavy New York and deep New York racetracks. So if anything, if there's going to be a dirt track she likes, it will be this one here, and she probably would also like Churchill Downs. She's fine, but I just thought there were more interesting types in here, and going into the race, I did prefer number 1, Dreamlith. Super works. Robertina Diodoro said her last work in 47-2 gave him goosebumps. It seemed like she needed the race last time, coming up here from the fairgrounds, and she looks ultra fit. She's also pretty edgy. She's gotten a little bit hot on the racetrack too, and she comes in today wearing front wraps for the first time. Now, Magic Circle's a horse that I'm very familiar with, having raced her entire 6-race career in New York. This is the most fit I've ever seen her before a race, and also the most relaxed, which is a difference in training styles, because Rudy Rodriguez, who formerly had her, is a guy who likes his horses coming in fresh, coming in on their toes and carrying a little bit of weight, whereas Steve really kind of likes to turn the screws on them and for them to act very calm. He schools them a lot prior to the races. So I think that's the effect that we're seeing here with Magic Circle. But I've loved watching this filly develop. I think she's taken a step forward with each subsequent start. Guys?
Yeah, Mag, I really liked Dreamlith, and here's why. Dreamlith had some nice races as a 2-year-old, and then when she came back to make her first start as a 3-year-old, that took place in this time where Robertino Diodoro, her trainer, wasn't necessarily doing what Robertino Diodoro does, which is winning races. He was kind of in a cold spell then. Now he's come out of that. I'm hoping that Dreamlith comes with him. What she did as a 2-year-old puts her squarely where she needs to be today as a 3-year-old.
Gary, we're looking at Magic Circle, but regarding Dreamlith, there she is. What are you seeing?
Well, I saw the same thing as Maggie, and Maggie's seeing her. I'm watching on a monitor right now. She's getting warm, but she's not overly edgy. It is a warm day, warmest day that we've had in some time. So she looks fine to me out there on the racetrack. Not a lot of concern. I'm like Maggie. I love what I've seen of her workouts in the morning for Robertino Diodoro, but she's keeping herself composed right now. It's not like her head is somewhere else. She's paying attention. They're going a little over post parade, which was expected here with this large crowd today.
Key, Kentucky Oaks, Prep, 170 points available, 100 to the winner. There's Dream Lith. Let's circle back to Magic Circle. And none of these fillies are going to intimidate her, Gary. She faced the likes of Echo Zulu, Gerrymander, Nest, Venti, Valentine as a 2-year-old filly. Strength of schedule is hers. And this performance in the Busanda, very sharp.
Yeah, it was extremely sharp. And if she can repeat this performance, they're going to have to deal with her through the stretch. There is one other speed horse in here, so whether she gets away with an easy lead or not, I don't see that happening, but I would say that's the plan. She's been on the lead in every one of her races except for one, and it was a poor performance there. She didn't run a horrible race in her last race back there at Aqueduct, but if she reverts to the race, the Busanda 2 races back, they're going to have to deal with her through the stretch.
First start for North America's all-time leading trainer, Steve Asmussen. Magic Circle, ridden by Jose Lascano. He'll ride Chasing Time for Asmussen in the Arkansas Derby. I think you won this race in '86 with Tiffany Last, didn't you, Gary? And came back to win the Kentucky Oaks, first of 2 in your career.
Yes, I did, and she was a great filly for the great legendary Lazaro Barrera, and that was the first classic that I ever won.
Fixed offer standing by. Key, Kentucky Oaks Prep. It is post time for the fantasy.
They're at the post. They're off. Good start. UG Ree and Bubble Rock with Beguine. These 3 are quickest. Hardy Constitution and Magic Circle are next. Then Dream Lith. To the outside of her is Mariah's Fortune, and the trailer is I Feel the Need. UG Ree to the backstretch. She takes charge and leads by a length and a half from Bubble Rock in second. Beguine is tucked in at the rail in third, and 2 from the front from Hardy Constitution, who travels fourth. Magic Circle is midfield, fifth and about 5 from the lead. She's 2 lengths in front of Dream Lith. At the rail, and a length to Mariah's Fortune, and the trailer is I Feel the Need up the backstretch in the 50th running of the fantasy, and UG Ree is doing it well. She's 3/4 of a length in front of Bubble Rock, who is just outside, and a menacing presence indeed. Hardy Constitution and Beguine are together, 3rd and 4th. 2.5 to Magic Circle. Dreamlith stays at the rail, 6th with 5 lengths to make up. Then Mariah's Fortune and I Feel the Need, 3 furlongs from the wire in the fantasy, and it's still UG Ree strong on the front end. She's a length in front of Bubble Rock in second. Beguine is right there. So is Hardy Constitution. Dreamlith is beginning to unwind, but she's still about 5 from the front. I Feel the Need's about to run by her. Top of the stretch, UG Ree still leads. Bubble Rock is ever closer in second, and now the lead is only a half length as UG Ree sprints to the final furlong. Beguine is running a big one at the rail. Here's Bubble Rock outside of UG Ree. Beguine is trying to come through at the fence. 3 of them headlong the final 16th. UG Ree is still there. Beguine trying to push on by. Bubble Rock no better than 3rd. UG Ree or Beguine. UG Ree, Beguine, UG Ree. The 50th fantasy goes to UG Ree over Beguine. Close for 3rd.
Nails. Tough as nails in the stretch. UG Ree turning back all challengers, holding on 100 points towards the Kentucky Oaks. Back-to-back stakes wins. Jockey Florent Giroux.
Yeah, she set all the fractions early on, and just a tremendous run from her all the way through the stretch. Great ride from Florent Giroux. Tightens it up just a tad on Beguine, but Francisco Arrieta goes left-handed. Watch the slight duck out right there. I don't know if there was contact made. It's not going to matter in the end because UG Ree hangs on, wins by a head. Gutty performance.
Beguine to her inside. UG Ree responds. Bubble Rock on the outside looked poised for the stretch drive, but in the end, Greg, just too much. UG Ree, all heart in the fantasy. Next stop, the Kentucky Oaks.
Had to dig in and battle against a filly trying winners for the first time here. It's very stubborn.
I agree. It looked like Begin was going to get her in there, and she ran very well. And this is what Florent Giroux is good enough. He doesn't mind going a little too fast, maybe early, to secure the lead with a filly that needs to have the lead. He understood that's what he had to do. It was a fast first quarter. I'll tell you something, though, and maybe it was a criticism of the rest of the field, and Dreamlift did no running. But the way that race was run, I'd be worried a little about the closers in the Arkansas Derby because nobody made up any ground at all in that race, and the pace was very honest.
Yeah, being forward really all day long has been a good place to be, and how much does that flatter the form of Secret Oath? We're going to see it go against the boys later. This Secret Oath dusted her when they met in the Honeybee.
Oh, they're not even in the same planet based on that race. But Secret Oath is not a horse that's going to be forwardly placed. So if you feel as though the racetrack is not helping those horses, she could be compromised. And I think that's something to think about going forward.
Well, we're going to take a timeout. Among the foes Secret Oath will face in the Arkansas Derby on the road to that first Saturday in May. Unoho, the New York bred, at 75-1. There's an inquiry, though. Hold on, 7293. It could be. We had thought it was Yagiri.
Racing it always keeps you guessing.
So we'll try and figure out what this is all about.
I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, Gary touched on it. If it involves the first two, and I agree. I mean, at least on the pan, from what Gary said, I agree. It felt like the two came out, so I don't know what they're talking about, but why don't we look at it, Greg?
Well, here's the head-on. We're going to get it back to Lafitte and Gary.
Yeah, Greg, and right about at the 16th pole, inside the 16th pole, what are you seeing here, Gary?
I saw that Ujiri drifted in. There was a slight tap, and then I saw Arietta go hard, extremely left-hand, and then come out and right back at him. I guess he was thinking green light. We made some contact, some very slight contact. Florence trying to come over, tighten it up, intimidate. That's part of the rules. There's a slight, ever so slight tap there, but I think that was original was 50-50, and then it was all Begin that was coming out in the final 50 yards.
Yeah, if anything, I thought the runner-up came out, as you said, Begin, and it looked like Ujiri just holding her ground through the stretch. You noticed the contact during the live running of the race. You said, like, uh-oh. And what you can't tell if it's the outside coming in or the inside coming out.
One thing is definite. If we are able to run this back and show it again, watch the harrow marks. And it looks like that we're not going to be able to do that. But if you watch the harrow marks, what I saw was I saw Begin come out very, very sharply after the initial light contact, rubbing of boots, if you will, or rubbing paint. And that's not something they're going to take somebody down in this quality of a race, I wouldn't think. You're going to watch Francisco Arietta and the black helmet cover go left-handed right here, make a couple of swats, and his horse comes out and initiates the contact. Then I'm saying this name all wrong, evidently. We have been all day long. But the winner, eventual winner, just leaned and tried to hold her ground and was not causing that contact. UGB.
Maggie, what do you think?
I could not agree more with Gary, and I just caught up with Florent Giroux. I said, what do you think? He said, I got nothing to worry about. And he hopped right back on you, Gary. So Francisco Arietta is talking to the stewards, actually just got off the phone now. Obviously, both jocks trying to plead their case. The inquiry sign is down now, Lafitte.
Awaiting an announcement. No change. If you had Ujiri, no need to sweat. She takes down this Fantasy, showing all kinds of grit, heart, determination. You saw Rudy Brissett there. Big smile, Gary. A filly with enough points to qualify for the Kentucky Oaks. And for Brissett, We the People, coming up in about 30 minutes in the Arkansas Derby.
That's one down, one to go. He's got an Oaks starter. It looks like if she comes out of this race well, it was a big performance from her. Now all she's got to do is await We the People.
And that's the thing about this sport. See, that's Giroux and Brissett teaming up here. Yeah, they go against one another, trying to beat one another about 35 minutes. Brissett, of course, has We the People, and Giroux will be riding Cyberknife for Brad Cox. We'll see how it all unfolds. That's next. Ujiri taking down the Fantasy winner share, that $600,000 purse, and the main event in about an hour. Arkansas Derby, the one-eyed wonder, Uno Ojo, shocker in the Rebel, 75-1. Can he do it again? We'll find out. And Barbara Road, he's been the bridesmaid all season. Can he break through this afternoon? The gray, serious threat in the Arkansas Derby. We'll be right back.
The sun shines bright on Caraconti. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconti, standing at Gainesway.
Racecourse is the most beautiful racetrack in America, hands down.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to the breeding stock sale. Book one, good to have you back with us.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Program brought to you in part where you can play it all. Go to NYRABets.com, download that NYRABets app, get signed up and started as we have a prime time Derby prep coming up in the Arkansas Derby. Of course, we just saw an Oaks prep in the Grade 3 Fantasy, and it was a throwdown to the wire. Yagiri wins the battle for Rudolph Brissett and Florent Giroux.
I love the way Florent, when he really riding his best. He's aggressive and he's taking no prisoners, and there were a lot of speed near, and I don't think it's that others didn't go. I think he just went faster than they did. 22-4 is very quick for the first quarter going into a turn here. 46-2 the half. This filly earned it. Begin really dug in, ran a good race to be second, especially given her lack of experience in here. But Yagiri, or whatever you want to call her, she was best. Now I'll tell you something, Greg, I don't think she's winning Kentucky Oaks, but she's a potentially interesting player in that Kentucky Oaks because of her speed and need the lead running style. She's a potential problem for a horse like Echo Zulu,
who is, of course, the 2-year-old champion who just returned recently and was challenged pretty heavily by Hidden Connection.
Yeah, she was. Now, she may improve from that, but she's never had to deal with a particularly fast horse on the front end.
Cross-country Pick 5 follow-along. It has been price after price in the first 4 legs with just the Arkansas Derby remaining in here. So this is going to be sensational. And forewarned, that's going to pay a lot bigger than 1140, beating an odds-on favorite.
I agree. A distant third choice in that race. I agree. And not an easy sequence to put together. I thought I was clever having the first winner, but I don't know how much farther I would have gotten. And I don't think I would have used the winner of the Excelsior.
So Arkansas Derby still to come. The Philly Secret Oath with that test against the boys. But my favorite race of the day is actually coming up next because I am a huge fan of Garhole.
Yeah, it'll be fun to see Garhole. Now, you and Jonathan on record is saying that you believe that he can compete against open stakes horses. So he better win today, and based on what the public thinks, he's going to win. I don't think he should be 3-5, but he is way the horse to beat, especially with Storm the Court, a Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner coming off a long layoff. And Macron, he's okay, but he should have won last time.
Well, John Ortiz, he trains Garhole. He's got a couple of nice sprinters in his barn in Hollis and Mucho. Garhole might be facing them on April 23rd in the Count Fleet if he runs big here. Let's get back to Lafitte.
Breaking the stakes activity, but stakes caliber runners in the upcoming 11th here at Oaklawn. But for the Arkansas Derby and the horses that pave the way, this is where the Smarty Party took off. A Fleet Alex, the lung infection, coughed up the Rebel, came back to win the Arkansas Derby. Many would still argue should have been a Triple Crown winner in '05. The modern-day Big Red. Curlin, how good was he in the Arkansas Derby? Eventual Preakness winner. And American Pharoah in 2015, ending the longest drought in Triple Crown history. When you do so, you get a statue right in front of Oaklawn Park. American Pharoah, Triple Crown winner in 2015. So that's part of the first part of the season in racing. The Kentucky Derby, 3-year-old candidates. Will we see a Triple Crown winner this year? Gary, in terms of the talent overall, looking at the field for today's Arkansas Derby, like, how good collectively do you think this group is?
Well, I think there's two possibilities. There's two horses that I've got my eye on. That right now it's Epicenter from the Fairgrounds, the Louisiana Derby. That is my pick at this point in time. That could change here in about an hour. I think that Secret Oath, she is that type that if she runs a huge race today, and we the people, we don't know what he's made of yet. He has not even been asked to run yet. He's only had 2 races. He's come back trained forwardly. So I think there's a good chance we could see a top-class performance this afternoon.
3 races, 3 different winners, 3 different surfaces. Let's revisit the Rebel. 4 of them exiting. 1, 3, 4, 5 eventual finishers in the Rebel, running in the Arkansas Derby. And how was Unojo able to spring this massive 75-1 upset?
The trip that he got, for one thing, he's got talent, but the trip he received under Ramon Vasquez was a pretty ride. So far, the prettiest ride I've seen of the meet. I think that had a lot to do with his performance, the way he ran. It was a superb performance that day, but listen, he got the perfect trip. Will he get the perfect trip today? Can he repeat that with an extra 16th of a mile?
Do you like the horses exiting the Rebel? How do you feel about them in the Arkansas Derby? Another look there at Unojo, who is continually underestimated. 20-some-odd to 1 in back-to-back races when he ran second, and then 75-1 in the Rebel.
I thought the better horse in the race, and I don't want to take anything away from the race that Unojo ran in the Rebel, but Barber Road, I thought that Ray Lou Gutierrez was a little indecisive coming into the stretch. He had followed pretty much the entire trip, Unojo, and had he stayed on the fence, he may have gotten up and won. He started the drift out coming into the stretch, and then he decided, nope, I can't get out and be effective there, so he dropped back in. He had to wait for room for a matter of 3 or 4 strides. When the hole opened up, he was able to accelerate, wind up, gets beat 3/4 of a length and a closing half a length. So I think he's a horse that's really going to enjoy this added 16th of a mile today.
He only has the one eye. You don't need both eyes to run really, really fast, right? He's trained by Ricky Corville, Maggie at his stable earlier this morning with more on Unojo.
I'm back here at the barn of Unojo, this year's Rebel winner. Now, he is a horse that lost his eye when he was about 14 months in the paddock during a thunderstorm in which a branch came down and lacerated his eye, and therefore they did have to take it out. And while they were breaking him, according to trainer Ricky Corville, he was a horse that was a little bit green, always had to test things out, as he's also testing me out here. But that once he got on the racetrack, it was a different story. And as Ricky's son, Clay, describes, what he lacks in vision, he makes up with the innate competitive nature of a thoroughbred.
Good fight.
His name is Unojo, which is, we named him that because he only has one eye. But we got him in as a yearling to break. But when he first came in, I was like, oh, this could be a challenge. What you'd think would be he would be scared of people on his blind side or scared of stuff running into him or bumping him, and he wasn't, you know. He was spooky, like look at things on the ground, or he would see things that you were like, man, you shouldn't be able to see this, you know. Like, how can you see these things with only one eye? But, I mean, once it was time to start running, it really didn't bother him anymore, you know.
Unojo to the inside, ethereal road, a final charge from Unojo!
He's a really cool horse, you know. He's not mean, he's not bad, he likes the attention, that's for sure. But we're hoping to make it to the Kentucky Derby, you know, that's the goal, but we'll see how he runs this weekend in the Arkansas Derby, and hopefully he runs good and comes out of it good, and we'll go from there, you know. The plan's to be there for Saturday in May.
Well, Un Ojo is already on the road to the Kentucky Derby with his win in the Rebel. He would not be the first one-eyed horse to make it to the Kentucky Derby. Todd Pletcher has sent out Patch as well as Pollard's Vision. So we'll see, will he solidify his chances in this year's Kentucky Derby with a win here in the Arkansas Derby? Lafitte?
You gotta be careful, Maggie. You get bit over there. Very trusting, Maggie Wolfendale. Un Ojo. If you didn't have a horse to root for in the Arkansas Derby, now you do. What will the one-eyed Rebel winner do in the Arkansas Derby, JK? But I know, look, you're the handicapper, right? You're just crunching numbers. You don't have time for that kind of sentiment. If I had to pin you down to one exiting the Rebel, the four of them running in the Arkansas Derby, who do you think runs best this afternoon?
Yeah, to be clear, if you didn't pin me down, I would say none of them. But since you are pinning me down, I'm going to go with Barber Road, the 3-horse. Look, I'm not crazy about his style, a horse that wants to come from way out of it, because you're just so dependent on the pace in front of you. You're also dependent on your trip. Are you going to get stopped? Are you going to be wide? There's a lot of things that can go wrong when you're dealing with a deep closer. However, he has had a tough trip in his last 2 starts. I think Barber Road is very, very interesting in this spot. I think that he can pick up the pieces late. I just wouldn't be cutting in line to bet him to win this race.
Barber Road, he's been right there. Right there in the Smarty Jones, the Southwest, the Rebel. Gary, he's honest. I think we can count on him running his best, bringing his A game. The question is his A game good enough?
I think it is good enough, you know, if he steps it up another notch.
A+.
Yeah, he's got to bring the A+ game. But Raylu Gutierrez, listen, I just hope that Johnny Ortiz does not get into his head. He said he wants this horse to break sharper today. If he takes him out of his style and has that in his head, I think he's taken away his best effort, and that is to close into what I think is going to be a decent pace up in front of him. That's his style of running right now. Understand what Brad's saying, that he wants him, just that first jump he wants faster. But if he gets excited and sends him into that first turn, I think he's taken away his best weapon.
What a moment for Raylu Gutierrez. He's never ridden in a Kentucky Derby or an Arkansas Derby. Barber Road right on the cusp in terms of points. Anything better than a fourth place finish, and he's in the Kentucky Derby starting gate. So many storylines. We'll have the answers to all these questions in less than an hour for the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby Race 12 here in Oaklawn. Horses in the paddock for the 11th, 18 minutes out. Riders up. Post-parade as our coverage continues here. America's Day at the Races, Arkansas Derby Saturday from Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales rate. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Gangster Museum of America. Yeah, not in New York, Godfather fans, like not in Chicago, Untouchable fans, right here in Hot Springs. Not just a horse racing town, Hot Springs, Arkansas, but it is on this day. Not so much to do aside from the racing. Got to visit that Gangster Museum of America here in Hot Springs, Arkansas. And this crowd, more than 60,000. Hall & Oates blaring through the grandstand on Oaklawn Signature Day of thoroughbred racing. The fans here and such a loyal horse racing fan base, and here for the biggest race of the meet in less than an hour, the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby. The 11th race about 14 minutes out. Horses are in the paddock, and Gar Hole, Gary, wow, odds on 4 to 5 here, a winner in 4 of 5 starts coming in.
Yeah, and he was running against Arkansas breds in all of his races up to this point, and he's won 4 consecutive races, and he's not just winning, he's destroying these horses and doing it in fast times the way you're supposed to do it. I know he's Greg Wolf's favorite horse right now of the meet. Maybe that'll change later on this afternoon, but yeah, he looks like he fits with these horses. He's currently a 4 to 5 favorite right now in his first trip against Open Company.
Seeing those colors in the Arkansas Derby winner's circle and Triple Crown race winner circles, John, Ed, Anthony, Shortleaf stable. Gar Hole, Maggie, strictly the one to beat in this upcoming 11th at Oaklawn. What are you seeing?
Here in the paddock. Sorry, it is so loud in here. I can barely hear our show going on. As we'll take a look, though, at a former Grade 1 winner, 2019 Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner, Storm the Court, comes back off the year-plus 13-month layoff here today for trainer Peter Urton. Now, he looks incredibly fit heading back, and I like the progress that he's made as he does return now as a 5-year-old. He's grown up. He's this long, leggy, lanky horse. With that being said, I feel like the 6 furlongs here today is just a jumping off point. I'm not sold on him turning back to the sprint distance, which, albeit, he won a long, long time ago going 5.5 furlongs. But I just think this is a race to get into. Like I said, he's done really, really well, though, from 3 to 4 to 4 to 5. So I like that, but not sold against some horses who have recency. And the hot recent horse is number 5, Gar Hole, your current favorite. I'm sure a lot of Arkansas breds here in the crowd backing the Arkansas bred, taking on Open Company for the very first time. In the paddock, he has been really laid back, and Johnny Ortiz saying earlier to me that he has been a little bit of a difficult horse to kind of put it all together, hence this somewhat late start to his career. But he's really putting it together this year, going 4 for 4 thus far at this Oaklawn meeting. And earplugs in, really relaxed, really robust, strong-looking animal. We'll see how he does, though, against Open Company for the first time. As a horse who caught my eye the most in the paddock, guys, number 11, Supremacy for Brad Cox. He has run some fast races here and there. I think last time he was completely compromised after the poor break, but he's on the outside today. He's going to spend the least amount of time in the starting stalls, which I think is a good thing for a horse that might have a propensity to get a little nervous in there, a little distracted, and he's full of energy in the preliminary so far. He just looks fantastic, Lafitte.
Talking about Supremacy, Maggie, as you look at Gar Hole. Florent Giroux on Supremacy, trying for a 3rd straight victory. A couple of stakes wins, Fantasy, Oaklawn Mile. We'll see about Supremacy and if he can upset Gar Hole in this upcoming 11th race on the undercard of the Arkansas Derby. Post-parade and the 11th when we come back.
Honor Code, a multiple Grade 1 winner from the final crop of the legendary AP Indy. Never off the board in 11 starts, he was crowned champion older horse before retiring. Now he is living up to the promise of his pedigree. With progeny like Grade 1 winners Honor AP, Max Player, and Maracuja, and multiple 6-figure yearling sales, Honor Code stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
Today at Oaklawn Park, top-ranked 3-year-olds face off in the $1,250,000 Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, the final leg of the Kentucky Derby Prep Series at Oaklawn Park. Watch and play the Arkansas Derby today, live on FS1.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS1, brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Some great shots right there. We're getting set for the Arkansas Derby still to come. Final Derby prep in the Midwest, and the winner will guarantee a spot in that starting gate that first Saturday in May. Very contentious sprint is up next. We start with Storm the Court.
Well, he is a horse that has the races good enough to win this, but it's been a long time since he's run, and you just don't know if he's really a 6-furlong horse. Never tried it before.
Here's a son of Run Happy. Happy Mac for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, he just has really never regained that good form he showed early in his career.
Joe Frazier, he put together back-to-back wins in the summer of last year.
Well, he just hasn't been the same since Ollie 3.
33-1 right now. Nuclear Option, a bigger price next door.
Coming off the claim after a disappointing effort. Tough to claim from Robertino Diodoro. Has some good back races, though.
The odds-on favorite Garhold, John Ortiz, said to his owner, don't worry that he's an Arkansas bred. He deserves to go against Open Company.
He better win here because I don't want to see Greg cry. So I'm just rooting for him because I know. And I got to tell you, I have an affinity for him, too. He's been a really fun horse to watch.
He has. Named after a watering hole in Little Rock that was the place to be before it was shut down. Absolute chaos for Jimmy DeVito.
I love the name. He's got that one decent race on synthetic, but his dirt races just look a little subpar.
Major threat here to the favorite Macron.
Yeah, I think that Macron is in some ways the second likeliest winner, but geez, I thought he hung like a chandelier last time at 4-5.
Edge to edge, it's a big price on a horse who, off a short layoff back in December, ran big here.
I don't disagree with you, and it's Chris Hartman is very dangerous. I think he actually has a chance in here.
And 7-1 outside, Brad Cox, Florent Giroux supremacy.
Yeah, Maggie has some interesting things to say about a horse. He does have that race at Churchill going back 3 back that's good enough, so maybe he'll run better today.
Well, the man with the horse to beat, the Arkansas bred, in Open Company for the first time, John Ortiz standing by with Maggie.
Ready? Here with John Ortiz, and it's a phenomenon, Johnny. When this horse came out, I love you, Gar, and when he just went by in the post parade, people were cheering. I mean, how cool is that to train a horse with such a fan base here in Arkansas?
Well, like I said before, this is a horse for the course. I mean, this is a horse that's representing the county, the state, Oaklawn. I mean, we're here. The horse is here. He's a crowd favorite.
It's really cool to watch. I love the fan involvement here. People are really true fans. But for you and testing the open waters of Open Company for the first time, how do you think he stacks up? Obviously, people think he stacks up very well at 4-5.
No, it's a tough race. I think it's a competitive race. The horse belongs. You know, don't worry about the Arky bred next to his name. He's a horse. He's a horse for the course, like I've said. You know, we should expect the tough horses to be up there. I'm expecting him to sit off the pace a little bit and just do what he does best, which is run him down the stretch. And I told Ricardo the last start, you know, just I want to see him come down the stretch. I want to see him run through the wire, because this is what we wanted to see. We want to see what we can do today.
Well, also seeing what you can do maybe in Kentucky, as you will send out Barber Road in the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby next. He's gotten a piece of it every time here. How do you win today, Johnny? You said you wanted to put a little bit more speed into him.
You know, he's fresh. You know, we train him a little lighter. He's happier. He's acting a little bit happier. We cut back from 5.8 for workouts to 4 furlong workouts, and he seems to be loving it. I mean, you've seen the video of him bucking around, just going off to go play. So he's a happy horse. That's all I care about. As long as my horses are happy, they're fresh, you know, whatever they do out there, it's what they can do. You know, right now, I'm hoping that there's enough speed for him to close into. I love the way the last race played out. You got a horse that closed really strong. Hopefully I expect the same results as the last race.
Well, Johnny, best of luck with both of them. We will be rooting for you, or at least the people in the crowd will be rooting for you here with Garhole.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I'm glad. I hope we get it done for them.
Well, Johnny, thank you for your time. And guys, as Johnny said, happy horses win races. We'll see. Garhole happy, as well as Barber Road. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. We'll find out. I mean, before this horse even ran, when he was on the farm, he was physically imposing. John Ortiz had said you would have never known he was an Arkansas bred.
You know, that's not very nice to say about the other Arky breds. What are you saying about the Four Things?
This is a horse who deserves to be in open company.
No, he is. I mean, there have been a smattering of very talented Arky breds over the years, and not to be too hard on them, but, you know, it's not going to have the breeding program to produce the kind of horses they're going to be at a high level. But, you know, Richie says it a lot, Mig, that a good horse can come from anywhere, and this just shows it. And he's obviously a bit of an exception, but listen, you see a Bernardini's sire, you see a Fleet Alex Dam, so there is some pedigree somewhere in there, but he's a freak.
Perhaps a stepping stone to the Count Fleet on April 23rd. We'll find out in a few moments. Let's go to Lafitte and Gary.
They do love him here, Greg, almost as much as you do. Gary, who is the most popular racehorse you ever rode?
It had to be Beholder. She won championships from 2 to 6. There were people that had signs when she would run and actually cheer for her when she would come back all the way through the tunnel at Santa Anita. Wherever she went, she had fans.
Jonathan, who's the most popular horse you ever rode?
I think his name was Pepe, down in the Bahamas. I believe that was his name. Look, Andy brought it up earlier about Wolfie and I both having a thing for Garhole, and us both thinking that he can be competitive and could win against open company. The problem is, for him in this situation, is there's a really talented racehorse in here that I think is an open company stakes type himself in Macron. So if Garhole, for whatever reason, runs second in here to the 8-horse Macron, I'm not going to go back on the fact that I think that Garhole can and should be competitive versus open company stakes. But if Garhole runs his race last time, he'll win this one. So it's exciting. It's exciting to see a horse that comes from what some might think is modest breeding, being an Arkansas bred, to be running the numbers that he's running and to be competing on these stages. Because I think this is the last time we'll see him without running in a race that has a G next to it, a grade 1, grade 2, or grade 3.
Graded stakes racing, the highest designation of racing in North America. Greg Wolf can't wait to see him in a stakes race, Garhole. But what about this guy, Gary? And Macron exiting this February 28th heat for trainer Steve Asmussen, Jose Lascano to ride today. Going to just missed on this afternoon.
Yeah, he ran a game race. He was a little further back that day than he generally is. He possesses some early speed, but they went lightning 21-2 that day. And the horse that wins this race, Heart Rhythm, he went on to run in the our big horse here, that Ron Moquette, and I'm drawing
Whitmore.
Whitmore. He went on to run in the Whitmore. It was beaten just a couple of lengths in there, so that tells you the quality that beat him that day. That was Open Stakes Company. So I think this is a very good horse. I think if he gets away a little better today, and the pace is not quite as quick as it was last time, I like Macron too.
Macron, serious contender here, 5-2. Have you made a? How do you feel about the track now? We saw Folsom close and win speed held in the fantasy. How do you feel about the way the track is playing? This is the last race before the Arkansas Derby.
I think it's a very fair track at this point in time, unless Folsom just ran out of his mind today, which he may have. J.K. pointed out that sometimes that 3-year-old to 4-year-old year, the horse had no conditions. He goes in to the Oaklawn Mile and wins the way that he did today. So that might have been a freaky race for him. I still, if I have my choice here, I think Garhole has more early speed than Macron does. So I'm going to favor Garhole in here. I still think that speed is very dangerous on this track today.
We'll be saying goodbye to our viewers on Bally Sports San Diego. Coverage continuing here from Oaklawn Park. Marquee day of racing, Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, the 12th race. So what you're saying is if you're a rider, you're not making any like major adjustments on the horse you'll be riding in the Arkansas Derby because of any sort of bias or tendency of how the track has played this afternoon.
That was always a rule with me. I always felt, unless it was specific orders or instructions from a trainer that they wanted me to do something specific, I would not vary on a horse's style. I may encourage him a little bit, but I found that 9 times out of 10, when you take your horse out of his natural running style, that you're going to get yourself in trouble. The horse has a reason that they have their style, and it takes training to see if a horse will actually handle the circumstance that you're about to put him into just because the racetrack is playing a certain way on a certain day.
And maybe this Asmussen-Lascano combination heats up with Macron. We mentioned Asmussen had like 16 runners in 11 races today without a victory yet. Maybe that changes here, and then they have chasing time in the Arkansas Derby. Maggie, final thoughts.
The more I watch Storm the Court, Lafitte, and although I thought, you know, this is probably just kind of a prep race, and it still may be, but the more I watched him, the more I liked him. He kind of, once he got the tack on, once he got on track, he really puffed himself up, and he's done really well. And this is class relief. I mean, this is a guy that has competed in primarily Grade 1 company, if not other graded stakes and Grade 2s and Grade 3s since that Breeders' Cup juvenile victory. So, little class relief. We'll see if he handles the cut back in distance, but he looks ready to go off the bench.
Banked more than $1.3 million. Storm the Court. Huge upset in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile a couple of years back for trainer Peter Urton, and has Flavien Prat in the saddle. Prat, a date with We the People in the Arkansas Derby. That's next. All set here. Garhole. What'll he do? Odds-on favorite in the 11th at Oaklawn. Vic Stauffer standing by.
They're at the post. They're off. Happy Mac and Absolute Chaos break well. Storm the Court has asked for speed, and here's the Breeders' Cup winner, Storm the Court, to challenge for the front. Edge to Edge and Macron are next, then Supremacy, followed by Nuclear Option and Joe Frazier, and the trailer is Garhole. They are absolutely flying up the backstretch. Happy Mac and Storm the Court just could not be going any faster. They are 3 in front of Absolute Chaos. 2.5 back to Edge and Supremacy. Macron has 7 lengths to make up. He's 2 in front of the Arkansas bred Garhole. At the back of the pack, Nuclear Option and Joe Frazier. The battle up front continues. Happy Mac and Storm the Court. Absolute Chaos. Macron catches the eye. If he finds a way through, he could be tough. Edge to the outside, and here's Absolute Chaos to put ahead in front, but Macron is after him. Absolute Chaos leads by a length. Macron, now Garhole is erupting, and here comes Garhole up into third, and he's after the new leader, Macron. Macron has the lead. Absolute Chaos. Garhole to the outside. Macron. Absolute Chaos. Garhole. Macron. Absolute Chaos. Macron. Macron beat Absolute Chaos. Garhole was third. Close for fourth between Supremacy and Storm the Court.
They're on the board now. Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen, Jose Lascano, just too much Macron in the stretch of this 11th at Oaklawn.
Yeah, and this is an extremely fair racetrack. I've just decided, Lafitte, they were flying early. 21 and short change early on. That's flying for the first quarter of a mile. And then you see Macron running a brave race, great ride by Jose Lascano. The thing that was interesting here, how far back Garhole was. He had a lot to do, even with the fast fractions. He was a long ways back. Got the gap that he needed, but Macron, he got first run on him, and he comes away a winner today, Lafitte.
Garhole, the odds-on favorite, having to settle for a third-place finish. Absolute chaos. Was resolute in deep stretch with Alex Conchari, but Macron and Jose Lezcano, the gray, just kept plugging away, and out-duels them to the wire. Macron in the 11th at Oaklawn. Results when we come back. And a look ahead to the main event, Grade 1, $1.25 million Arkansas Derby. The filly, Secret Oath, 5-2, morning line favorite, ready to tackle the boys for her legendary trainer, the coach, D. Wayne Lucas. Of course, a 4-time Kentucky Derby winning trainer. Won a Derby with a filly. Will try and win a second Arkansas Derby with a filly. That's next.
I like the big arena. I was getting a little bit, maybe a little flat because I didn't have a Derby horse or Oaks filly or a Breeders' Cup horse the last couple years. But now, boom, here we come at this late stage.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front.
It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic.
Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the Woodward.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
We're back on America's Day at the Races program, brought to you in part by Nyra Bets. Go to nyrabets.com, download the app, get signed up, started, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. There she is, the filly, getting set to tackle the boys for D. Wayne Lucas, who did this back in 1984 in the Arkansas Derby with Althea. Secret Oath, trying to win her 4th consecutive race, and obviously have options on whether to run in the Oaks or the Derby. That first week of May, she's going to be fun to watch do her thing. We just saw the 11th on the card, and it was Macron. Steve Asmussen, Jose Lezcano, $7 for the victory. Absolute chaos at a big price, running second. Garhole, slow start, winds up third. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning trainer Steve Asmussen. And Steve, Macron, he seems to be such a versatile type in that they were flying up front, and he was more than happy to sit off of it and come with that late run.
He ran a really good race today. You know, Jose gave him a very good trip. We did have the other horse in there that was going to be used a little bit early because he has had success from the front end, but they did a little too much, and it laid out perfectly for Macron.
And actually, our Jonathan Ginchin was talking that this was a horse that could potentially take the next step into stakes races. Is that something you see on his horizon?
Well, we're right on the cusp of it. You know, a great opportunity financially here with the conditions at Oaklawn. Awfully, his numbers are very close to it. I thought today was a breakthrough performance, probably the best that he's run. But I definitely feel that there's stakes in his future.
Well, as we're gearing up for the main event here, the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, you send out Chasing Time. Two-back, brilliant with the allowance win. And was there a bit of an excuse that you found coming out of the Rebel last time?
Well, I think that the Rebel, he got a little tireder than I expected to. I mean, possibly wanting to give myself an excuse because I think we're capable of better. I thought that the Other Than was very easy for him, and then back in the Rebel with very good pace in the race and stuff, he got a little tired. I really like how he's responded and trained from it, and he can jump forward. His numbers are nice and consistent, and I think that with the timing from the Rebel to the Arkansas Derby and the intensity in training, that he's very close to jumping forward. It's a wide open race.
It really is. The filly, obviously the talk of the town, but anybody else can certainly jump up. Wishing you the best of luck. Congrats here with Macron, though.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen gets the win here with Macron. Could that be foreshadowing of what's to come, guys?
Maggie, thank you. We will find out. Asmussen, of course, a 4-time winner of the Arkansas Derby, including last year with Superstock. It's our ABR race of the week, and maybe the most exciting Derby prep that we've had to this point, with the presence of Secret Oath, that filly taking on the boys.
And boy, the money is pouring in on her early, 4 to 5 right now in the wagering. She's good, and it'll be interesting. I am a little concerned. Now, we did see that last race. Obviously, we saw a collapse in the last race. We also saw a supersonic pace in that race, because you watched the fantasy, and it did seem like a race where the closers never got in the race. But she may be a little bit better than some of the closers we've been seeing running earlier. She adds a lot of intrigue to this race, but it's an important stepping stone towards Kentucky Derby. I don't think we saw the Derby winner coming out of the just recently run Florida Derby. We saw a good horse last week in Epicenter. What will we get out of the Arkansas Derby?
Well, 3 consecutive wins for the filly, Secret Oath, by a combined 23 lengths against her own division. Now stepping outside of that division to tackle the boys in the Arkansas Derby.
And she blew away a horse that just won the fantasy.
Yeah, that was Geary earlier on in the card. A massive crowd on hand to see Secret Oath for Dwayne Lucas go up against the boys in the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby on the road to that first Saturday in May. We'll be back.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced a winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Last spring, they won the Kentucky Derby together and didn't learn about it until this winter. It's not ideal. not satisfying, and they're not done trying.
It's Cyberknife for Florent Giroux, and Cyberknife will lead them all home.
He was only 14 months old when he lost an eye. Underestimated from the beginning. Underestimated in the Rebel Stakes. Dismissed at 75-1.
A final charge from Oh!
He's undefeated. Perfect in 2 starts. In moments, the test of his young career.
We the People is now 5 in front. Next stop, Arkansas Derby, we'll see.
She's on the road less traveled. The path of most resistance. Is she ready for this?
Secret Oath to win the Honeybee.
100 Kentucky Derby points to the winner. Grade 1, Arkansas Derby is next. So many intriguing storylines. Packed house, Oaklawn Park. This is America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. How do you measure greatness in the sport of thoroughbred racing? And maybe it is just Kentucky Derby wins, Triple Crown wins. But there is something to be said about longevity. And for trainer Dwayne Lucas, he has done it all, and he's not done yet. Back in 1984, of course, he won this Arkansas Derby with a filly, Althea. Now he's trying to win a second Arkansas Derby with a filly. Now, it sounds like a really long time ago, because it was. Not just because the picture's black and white. 1984, a long time ago. To lend perspective, this is what was happening in the world of sports. Look at this. Patrick Ewing's Georgetown Hoyas defeat Houston in the NCAA men's basketball final. In fact, today's the 32-year anniversary since Georgetown's lone title, and then Ewing spent like 50 years playing with the Knicks. I still can't talk about this one. Celtics beat Lakers in an epic Game 7 NBA Finals series. Cedric Cornbread Maxwell Finals MVP. Wimbledon, a couple of legends, Martina Navratilova, 5th of 9 singles titles. John McEnroe probably yelled a lot. 3rd and final Wimbledon singles title. 2nd time in history, Los Angeles played host to the Summer Games. So much of the festivities at the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum. That fall, a rookie guard from the University of North Carolina made his NBA debut. Michael Jordan scores 16 in a victory over the Washington Bullets, the start of an immortal career. And a few weeks later, the inaugural Breeders' Cup at Hollywood Park, Racing's Championship Day, where SoFi Stadium currently stands. So that's how long it's been. And for Hall of Fame trainer Dwayne Lucas, again, trying to win another Arkansas Derby with a filly. Coming up here, Secret Oath, the 5-2 morning line favorite. So what still drives him after all this time? We sent the jockey who won a pair of Kentucky Derbies for Dwayne Lucas to ask him that very question.
All right, so Wayne, this is the first time this is ever going to happen in my life where I'm going to start the conversation. Why are we still doing this?
Well, we're both so damn competitive that I don't think if we weren't doing this, we'd have to figure out something else to be competitive. We'd be bass fishing in a tournament or something. I like the big arena. I was getting a little bit flat because I didn't have a Derby horse or Oaks filly or a Breeders' Cup horse the last couple of years, but now, boom, here we come at this late stage.
It is Ethereal Road and Cavad coming to the wire. Ethereal Road has the lead.
So now you got Ethereal Road and the filly, Secret Oath. So we can go all the way back to Althea, Winning Colors, Serena's Song. What makes these fillies different?
You'd think it'd be difficult to know. Every day is an evaluation, and that's all training is. You evaluate where you're at, build on it, and move to the next day. When you're fooling with these fillies, every once in a while that brilliance shows up. And once you see it, then you keep hunting for it every single day till you get it. And once you fine-tune it, then it becomes so special that you start looking at something like the Arkansas Derby.
This is another dominant performance for a budding superstar, Secret Oath to win the Honeybee.
Has this filly changed things a little bit for you here lately?
it does put some spring in your step. It makes it easier to get up, and that's true of any of us in our profession, and whether you're riding or training. When you have the passion for this game, it eliminates all the excuses.
You've already stated that even if she was to win the Arkansas Derby, your goal is still the Kentucky Oaks. And if Ethereal Road wins the Bluegrass Stakes the following week, would you run them both together as you did with, say, Serena's Song, Thunder Gulch, and Tabasco Cat?
Timber Country.
Timber Country, sorry.
You know, assuming we get a good race here, we'd have to get a really good effort here. What it would take would be a vote from Rob and Stacy Mitchell, because they're the check writers, and they sign it on the front. I sign mine on the back. So I'm going to get her as good as I can make her. I'm going to do everything I can to get her at that day, either that Friday or Saturday, and then let Rob and Stacy do what they want. I would love to give them the experience of the Derby. The Oaks would be, I'd love to give them the Oaks too, for that matter, but the Derby, you know, you and I have been there, held court there. It is a different animal in itself. So if they want to go that route, that would be the one thing that would put it over the top and put me into the Derby with her.
Doors open. Like the doors open. If Secret Oath blows their doors off of the Arkansas Derby, perhaps a start in the Kentucky Derby. And look at that list of fillies Lucas has trained over the years. Surfside, Serena's Song, Open Mind winning Colors of Gary Road to victory in a Kentucky Derby. Sakawista, Life's Magic. Some of the very best 3-year-old fillies we've seen over the last 35 or so years, Gary. You've been riding or rode for Dwayne Lucas like for that long. How is he, sitting down with him there, like how has he changed over the years?
He hasn't changed, Lafitte. His work ethic is every bit what it was the day that I met him, the first time that I stepped into his barn. He gave me my first big chance here in 1984 on a horse, or 85 on Tank's Prospect, my first $500,000 race. And he instilled a lot of confidence in myself by the way he worked and what he thought of me. But he has that aura about him. Anybody he talks to and he surrounds himself with, they feel good about themselves. You know, when he wins races here, he's got this deal where he always finds a young child in the crowd with their family, takes them in for the experience of that winner's circle moment, maybe making another fan. So he's been our biggest fan of this industry from as far back as I can remember, and he still is.
Yeah, just to take it a step further, Dwayne Lucas, you mentioned one of his Preakness wins, like Maryland, everything comes back to Cal Ripken Jr. Dwayne Lucas won his first Preakness in Maryland before Cal Ripken Jr., baseball's Iron Man, before he made his Major League debut. That's how long Dwayne Lucas has been at the very top of the sport of thoroughbred racing, as we take you inside the numbers, by the numbers of this Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, the history, where it all started. Oaklawn first established in 1904. Arkansas Derby first run in 1936. So who was fastest? Guess who? The filly, Althea, trained by Dwayne Lucas, 146.80. Back in 1984, the filly, most wins by a trainer. He learned underneath Dwayne Lucas. Todd Pletcher with 5 Arkansas Derby wins. Ironically, the first Kentucky Derby he won was with Super Saver, who was defeated in an Arkansas Derby. And the Arkansas Derby winners to win a Kentucky Derby. Sonny's Halo, Smarty Jones, and of course American Pharaoh, who would go on to do more damage. Arkansas Derby winners to win the Preakness, 7 of them. How good was the Fleet Alex in 2005? And of course, Curlin 2007 going on to victory in the Preakness Stakes. Arkansas Derby winners to win the Belmont Stakes, 5 of them. Creator, the great deep closer. Go watch Irad Ortiz's ride in the Belmont Stakes. Absolute textbook. And of course, in 2015, the colt who ended the longest drought in Triple Crown history, American Pharaoh, the only Arkansas Derby winner to capture the Triple Crown. The Arkansas Derby by the numbers. That was then, this is now. Maggie Wolfendale standing by with this Arkansas Derby Paddock report.
Well, Lafi, we got to start with the filly. That is Secret Oath, as there's some pedigree for her to be a big fan of Oaklawn Park, as her dam, Absent-Minded. She was a multiple stakes winner here, including 2 editions of the Bayacoa, and even cooler, her groom, Arturo, is the groom of Secret Oath, too. So Wayne Lucas, just that long, storied success with these young fillies and mares as they go on in their careers. And let me tell you, as Gary was mentioning earlier, this filly stacks up really well against her male counterpart. She is big. She has this massive, fluid stride, even at a walk, and it's so evident out on the racetrack, too, when she's at full speed, but so classy acting. She's everything I'd hope she'd look like here in the paddock. Her coats come into that rich, hydrated, summer-looking coat. Everything looks good to go for Secret Oath, as she is currently even money on the board. As we'll take a look at number 4, Doppelganger. He's a son of Intermission. Blinkers coming off today. That shadow row is still on. He's a horse, though, I don't know how much better he gets with more ground. He's going 1 1/8 here, and I gotta tell you, he does not necessarily look as though 9 furlongs is going to be his cup of tea. He looks fantastic, strong, robust horse, but I just feel like more ground might be preferable for, or less ground, excuse me, might be preferable for him, but not the case with number 9, We the People. This guy is much bigger than I anticipated. He is tall, he is so rangy, so long from poll, which is the area between a horse's ear, to tail. So that always indicates a horse that the more ground they get to cover, the better. And I love what I'm seeing from him in the paddock. For a horse that's only run 2 times previously, he's handling himself with the utmost of class. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. His Grand Dam, We the People, Harmony Lodge, who was a Grade 1 winner of the Ballerina for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, as I've said before, she was so good, she won a Grade 1 with the MiG. MiG actually gave her a great ride that day for Todd Pletcher. I'm sorry, Todd Lucas.
Multiple graded stakes winner.
Getting a little giddy here.
7-2 on We the People. But Secret Oath, the story, obviously, and the headliner in here, the Honeybee. She was in a precarious position for a little bit in this race.
Yeah, but she's just so much better than these horses, and I do think it's important to note that the horse she blew away in this race, Yagiri, came back and won the Fantasy today with a very nice performance. So it's a big flatter to Secret Oath. The pace in this race, that's really the question. The speed is supposed to be on the rail in Kavod. It's tough to get Kavod to get 9 furlongs in here, so that should bring other horses in the race. But I think you have to worry, are the horses that are going to be sitting closer? A horse like Cyberknife, who I think is a dangerous player in here, could he get the jump on her? She has the best buyer speed figures. She's good.
92, she had a 93 3 starts back, and her Martha Washington in between those two. She did that as easy as could be. She got an 88 that day, but she was barely touched when she just blew that competition away by 7+ lengths that day.
And you were telling me her Thorograph figures make her an even stronger favorite.
Yeah, I mean, it's standout in terms of the rest of the competition. Can she do it against the boys? Can she get that extra 1/16 of a mile here? She is a short price favorite. Here's We the People, horse who looks like he has a lot of upside for Rudolph Brissett.
In general, I always sort of take a wait-and-see approach with horses like We the People, the horses that have run reasonably well in these prep races, and there's nothing wrong in these allowance races, nothing wrong with his performance. I'm not knocking him. But a lot of times they get a little overrated when the competition gets a little tougher. Now, having said that, it's not as though you have a field that has a plethora of horses that have run fast races and stake races. Doppelganger, who can win. He was a distant second his last start to a very good horse out west. We the People can get it done. I'm going to try to beat him in this race, though.
Still, and historically, too, obviously, we saw a Triple Crown winner not get started until February of his 3-year-old campaign, but often that's not a recipe for success.
Right, just because somebody finally did it doesn't mean it's the way you most would prefer to get to the Kentucky Derby.
He is 7-2. He'll have that outside post with Flavian Pratt, and will get fairly good run into that first turn, and they do have that long stretch to finish into here at this 1 1/8 in this Arkansas Derby, but it is even money. Did you expect to see Secret Oath that short a price?
I kind of did. She's sort of the name horse in this race, and sometimes these horses, they attract a little bit more than maybe they should. And the truth is, you think of a lot of people looking at this race, they go, the only horse I've ever heard of in this race is that filly. Secret Oath, and I think it's getting bet like that. I think she's a little bit over bet. I'm going to use her in exactas with the 4 horse in here and the 8. I think she's going to be tough to keep out of the number, but I think Doppelganger and Cyberknife both have a chance.
There is her trainer, Dwayne Lucas, 86 years young. And once again, with an ultra-talented filly, the last trainer, of course, to win a Kentucky Derby with a filly. That was with Gary Stevens aboard, winning colors back in 1988. Does he have a filly with that kind of quality? Again, he's going to have a decision to make, you would think, if she's able to beat the boys in this spot.
You know, it's interesting. I believe there has not been a single filly to get points on the Triple Crown Trail since they instituted that point system about 10 years ago. So she would be the first one. And Wayne Lucas, as you've said and we've talked about, he's not saying he's committed to the Derby in here because he wins.
They're leaning Oaks, yeah.
Go to the Oaks and then go to the Preakness. There was a pretty good horse that did that about 13 years ago.
Start with an R?
Yeah. Start with the Rachel Alexandra.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Here with rider Luis Contreras, who has been aboard Secret Oath for her last 3 very impressive wins. And Luis, the thing that is so impressive about her is that she seems push button. How many gears does she feel like she has underneath of you?
I don't know. It seems like she has so many. When the last times I've been riding her, I'm just hoping she get the same thing today.
How do you think she stacks up against the boys?
Well, I'm very confident with her. Wayne is very confident with her, so I think she's gonna do a great trip, and we up in the best for her.
And Luis, you've won multiple Queen's Plates in Canada, but maybe you're not the household name that people are used to as far as a United States racing, Kentucky Derby. But for someone like the legendary Dwayne Lucas to have the faith in you to keep you aboard such a special filly, how much confidence does that give you?
Oh, Wayne, to ride for Wayne is the best thing that ever happened to me. It gave me lots of confidence, and it make me do what I know to do, what I can do.
And you've done just that with her. Wishing you the best of luck. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, we just got the call for riders up. Lafitte and Gary, the energy here is tangible.
Even in the infield here, we can feel it as you look at Secret Oath, 6-5. Maggie, I think you bring up a good point with Luis Contreras, the experience or lack thereof on some of racing's biggest stages. This is a riding colony featuring the likes of Joel Rosario, Florent Giroux, Ricardo Santana, Gary. How do you know this moment won't be too big for Luis Contreras?
Because Wayne Lucas knows it's not too big for Luis Contreras. Back in 1988, when I won the Santa Anita Derby on winning colors, every jockey's agent in the country was a hold of Wayne Lucas, including your father's jockey agent, Angel Corderos. He could have very easily taken me off for the bigger name jockey. He had the faith in me because he knew that I had the faith in the filly. Good horses made me better. Once I realized what it felt like to be on top of very good horses, it was instant. I could feel from a horse's back what Wayne Lucas sees on the ground, and other top trainers, not just Wayne Lucas, but they see what a jockey feels, and that's something that's very difficult to explain.
What does he tell the jockeys in the paddock? I remember I had this conversation with jockey Jose Valdivia. He was riding a colt named Going Wild for Lucas in a Kentucky Derby, who should have been 1,000 to 1. And he said after talking to him in the paddock, he says, man, I thought I was going to win the Derby. Like, what does he tell you guys?
He builds confidence. By the time you're done talking with Wayne in the paddock, you feel like the only way you can get beat. Now, you can be 90 to 1, and still, by the time you walk out of that paddock on horseback, you feel like the only way you can get beat is if I screw it up. It's not going to be the horse's fault. Normally what he would say, hey, look, take 5 pounds, put about 5 pounds of pressure in her mouth, put a little smile on her face. He hasn't changed. He's still given the same instructions. I'll tell you another thing about Wayne Lucas. We discussed it the other morning. He very rarely looks at a daily racing form. He tells you where he wants his horse, and he expects you to be there. And I'm like, Wayne, there's 3 or 4 other speed horses. I could tell him, but I saw this all these years later when I was not riding for him. But Wayne, you don't even look at a racing form. You don't even know when there's other speed in the race. He just laughed. But that's the story with Wayne in the paddock.
Greg, you remember what a big deal was made of Coach Dick Vermeil appearing in 2 Super Bowls 19 years apart with the Philadelphia Eagles and then winning with the Rams. Wayne Lucas, like 38 years apart, trying to win this race with another filly.
Be an incredible story, no question. And in fact, you know, when Althea did it, She actually equaled the track record that was set by Wild Again in the Oaklawn Handicap a day earlier.
And Wild Again, of course, later that year won the inaugural running of the Breeders' Cup Classic. I'll note that Lafitte did not make that football analogy to me, but I have heard of Dick Vermeil, Lafitte.
Here is Doppelganger. Doppelganger has been chasing a horse that's very dangerous on the Derby Trail because of his speed, has not been able to run that horse down.
He's the first horse from the embattled Bob Baffert barn that's going to be running in a Derby prep where he can qualify for points, as they have made a trainer change the connections to Tim Yakteen, who had worked for Bob years ago. It was an inevitability for these horses to be able to get points. And he's also a very interesting horse, as you pointed out, because this race we're looking at him running second. He's running a distant second behind a horse that Forbidden Kingdom, for trainer Richard Mandella. There are a lot of people, and I'm not going to sit here and argue with him, think he could be the one in Kentucky Derby time. We'll see him in the Santa Anita Derby next weekend. And I think Doppelganger will give us a little bit of insight into Forbidden Kingdom. A win here, it can't help but flatter Forbidden Kingdom.
Got a big 6 furlong drill as well since that last defeat to Forbidden Kingdom in the San Felipe. Meanwhile, here's Cyberknife. This is a horse who is rapidly improving for Brad Cox.
He's my kind of horse in this race. If you look at his effort in the LeCompte, the race he ran poorly 2 back, he was 4 wide to 5 wide pretty much the entire way around the racetrack. He just had a ridiculous trip that gave him absolutely no chance. He's a horse that needs to be more forward. And you look at the horses breaking inside of him. Most of them aren't particularly fast early. And Florent Giroux, as we saw in the fantasy, he understands the value of speed. So I have to believe he's going to look to be going forward. Now, he's not going to be in front of Cavode, but he could perhaps be sitting second to a horse that may be a bit distance challenged. Some may say, well, that poor effort you're talking about in the Risen Star or LeCompte came without Lasix, but he had run reasonably well early in his career as a 2-year-old without Lasix.
Yeah, in fact, crossing the wire first, even though he got DQ'd in that performance, that was without Lasix as well. He is 6-1 right now. The 8-horse Cyberknife for Brad Cox, who of course has Zozos already.
What do you think is, I wonder if Zozos, who ran second last week's Louisiana Derby, better off missing the Derby and putting the Preakness. 3 starts
potentially. It's going to be hard to resist for the owners,
though,
isn't it?
A little of a cloud computing type situation, though.
Yeah, but how hard is that to resist?
Well, Seth Klarman did it with cloud computing, and it paid off dividends. So might be something worth considering.
Here's our post parade for the Arkansas Derby. Cavode speed inside. The blinkers come off.
It's been some meat for Chris Hartman. It would be an incredible meat if he wins this race. I would understand somebody taking a flyer with this horse. He's not bad. I don't know if he gets the distance, though.
Steve Asmussen, he's won this race 4 times, including last year with Super Stuck. Here's Chasing Time.
My problem with this horse is, what race does he have that makes him a legitimate contender?
Seemed to be on the improve, and then he did not move forward in that Rebel. Here's Barber Road. He was closing fast in the Rebel to run third.
He was, but he got a great ride by Ray Luce, saving ground the whole way. The race was falling apart. My instinct is you throw a blanket over all the horses in the Rebel and bet against them going forward.
As Andy mentioned, formerly with Bob Baffert, now to Tim Yakteen, Doppelganger.
I think this is a very, very interesting horse, and he is going to give us a little bit of a window, perhaps, into some of the talent we've seen out in California.
The one-eyed wonder, the New York bred, who got a brilliant trip to win that Rebel.
I wouldn't bet him in a million years, but he's a neat horse, and it's hard not to root for him, and we are in New York.
Fun story, Ramon Vasquez will be back aboard the filly. The 6-5 favorite, trying to win her 4th in a row, tackling the boys, Secret Oath.
She's the story of the race. She's the intrigue of this entire weekend's Triple Crown preps. Will she win this race, and will she use it to get to the Derby?
Ben Diesel, sent out by Dallas Stewart.
Yeah, he's just not good enough. I tried him 2 back. He couldn't have got a better trip and perfect ride, and he's just not good enough.
Cyberknife, Brad Cox, and a son of Gunrunner.
Yeah, I think he is perhaps the biggest threat to the filly.
6-1, Florent Giroux will be aboard. And how good is he? Here's We the People, his stakes debut.
That's the question. He is the second choice. I think there's I'm putting my play together to play against this horse. But listen, he has done, as they say, nothing wrong in his races so far.
With more on the filly, Secret Oath, let's go back to Maggie.
Here with owner Robert Mitchell of Breland Farm. And Robert, I loved your interview with Lafitte last time we saw you here in the Honeybee, and you're so modest and so humble, but you're playing with the big dogs today against the boys. What warranted this decision with Secret Oath in this Arkansas Derby?
Well, I hope the boys don't beat up on my little bitty filly, but I think that she's earned the right to be here. I mean, her numbers look good. On paper, she looks good. She's already won a grade 3 in the Honeybee, and she likes this track. She comes right out of her stall, walks onto the track. What better chance do we have? And this is also a grade 1. Had we have raced in the Fantasy, that's a grade 3, and as a broodmare owner, this is a bigger step up and increases her value. Plus, this is more than a $1.2 million race. So when you look at the fact that her numbers are better than everyone, why would I not do this? But I'm also aware that even though I have very good reasons, I could still be wrong. And, you know, the favorite wins 30% of the time. That means you're the favorite and 2/3 of the time you lose. When else in life does that happen? So I understand we may be the favorite, but I also understand we could lose, but I think she deserves a shot.
Now, you always have the Kentucky Oaks in your back pocket if everything goes accordingly, but what would you have to see here today to warrant a placement in the Kentucky Derby?
I would just have to think that through. We've been very non-committal on that. I mean, I haven't ruled anything in, I haven't ruled anything out, but let's just see what she does. I mean, you know, we don't know. I mean, let's just wait and see.
We are all on the edge of our seat. Thank you so much for your time and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
All right, Rob Mitchell of Breland Farm. And as he was saying, guys, he has never raced a horse that he hasn't bred. And he and his wife, Stacy, are so hands-on in this process. And I'm sure it would mean the world to him to take down this Arkansas Derby.
It's amazing, Maggie. Never raced a horse they didn't breed. Robert and Stacy Mitchell, Gary, Robert told me something before the Rebel Stakes that has just stuck. He says, you know what the sport needs right now? Like, we need a hero. We need a hero, and maybe it's her.
It may be her. And everything she's showing me on the racetrack right now and in that saddling enclosure, her composure is the mark of a champion. This is what gets them to the level that they're at. You had asked me earlier in the show how you know what separates them, what do they need. The first thing that they need is what's between their ears, and she's showing plenty of class right now.
JK, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't cold water the filly at post time.
Look, I'm a fan of fillies, especially when they run against the boys. It's a lot of fun. It's very interesting. In fact, I have 2 tattoos of fillies who beat the boys, Rachel Alexandra and Zenyatta, what they did and the feeling they give you when they come storming down the middle of the track, or Rachel, they're trying to run her down. It's just exciting. With that said, I just don't quite think that Secret Oath deserves to be the price that she is yet. Now, maybe she turns into that superstar today, or maybe she turns into that superstar on the first Friday or first Saturday in May. As a betting proposition, I just think she's a little bit overbet, and I'm going to try to beat her just from a number standpoint, and I'm going to go with the 4 Doppelganger and the 9 We the People. Those are the 2 horses for me, specifically Doppelganger. A lot of it has been made about the switch from Bob Baffert to Tim Yakteen. I'm just kind of pretending that didn't really happen. This horse has been trained by Bob Baffert for all this time. Whatever it is that you expect to see, if he was trained by Bob Baffert, I think it's going to be a very similar situation. And then We the People to the outside. We saw Rudolph Brissett earlier with a nice win. I think that this horse is drawn well and has figures to beat these other horses as well. So I'll officially go with the 4 Doppelganger as my top pick, but I do think the 9 We the People is also live in here.
Doppelganger, JK. There he is, Gary. All-world jockey John Velasquez in the saddle. And now with Tim Yakteen, previously trained by Bob Baffert, who's had 7 horses go under the wire in front in the Kentucky Derby. A 6-time Kentucky Derby winning trainer, officially 2-time Triple Crown winner. And Doppelganger has been squaring off against one of the best 3-year-olds in the country, Forbidden Kingdom out west, who runs next week in the Santa Anita Derby.
Yeah, and I think that everything that JK just said, he said perfectly. Bob Baffert has been training this horse, but we spoke earlier of the transition from trainer to trainer, and Yakteen goes so far back with Bob Baffert. He's not going to change anything that in this horse's training regimen. And he knows what the horse's training regimen has been because he's been there watching while he's training his own horses at Santa Anita. So anytime that happens, you're gaining knowledge. And you gain that knowledge by watching not only your own horses train, but other people's train. And it just happens to be that Bob was his mentor when he first got into the game, period.
And let's not forget what happened like a week ago in Dubai. Country Grammar, for the most part, was somewhat dismissed for trainer Bob Baffert. All eyes on life is good. And Country Grammar pulled off the upset in the $12 million Dubai World Cup. Look at that crowd. Again, there are 39,000 people. The population in Hot Springs, around 60,000 here for this moment, this race, the Arkansas Derby. And for Barber Road, Gary, he's been right there. He's been so close in the Smarty Jones, in the Southwest, in the Rebel Stakes. Has more ground to work with today, and watch him close in the stretch of the Rebel, moving fastest of all.
Yeah, and you see Ray Lou Harris Gutierrez start the angle out there, then he drops back inside, and he's behind Unoho at this point, and he has to steady, gets him running again, and then he's going to hesitate right here. Goes on again, the hole opens up. Watch the ground he closes in the final 75 yards of this race. He's just like a big steam engine getting rolling right there. The extra 16th of a mile is going to help him today.
And the track, Gary, as you see, the road to the Arkansas Derby, and for Barber Road, Unoho, the victory there, the one-eyed New York bred who has consistently been underestimated, consistently outruns his odds, 75 winner of the Rebel. This race, this Arkansas Derby, will be the first Derby prep run on a truly fast track. The Smarty Jones sloppy track, that loose cuppy track for the Southwest Stakes, and all that rain that arrived around post time for the Rebel.
I'm going to say that this is the first real racetrack that we've run on during this hard winter and early spring with the freezing weather. There's nothing that Hot Springs, Arkansas could really do, Oaklawn Park could do about the conditions of the track, as we hear the crowd roll just before they go behind the gate, Lafitte.
Everybody on their feet. Crunch time, Maggie.
Well, you just heard the roar from the crowd as horses approach the gate for this $1 million Arkansas Derby, Lafitte. Cyberknife really quickly. Connections very high on this colt by Gunrunner, whom I must say is exquisitely put together. Just a true athlete in the physical form of the thoroughbred. Brad has said he's had some bad habits in the past, but as far as preliminaries go, he's handled himself beautifully. We'll see what he offers here in this test. Guys.
Very dangerous Cyberknife. Florent Giroux looking for a third win on the afternoon. Quickly, Secret Oath. How will we know she's in the right spot early on?
She'll be very comfortable with ears up, and Luis Contreras, he'll look confident going into the first turn, sitting still on her.
Post time for the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby. Can she do it? There's a reason an estimated 50 million watched Billie Jean King and Bobby Riggs in the Battle of the Sexes. It's the filly taking on the boys with 170 Kentucky Derby points available. Vic Stauffer with the call. Post time for the Arkansas Derby.
They're off. Good start. Kavad and Chasing Time, a hard scent doppelganger. Cyberknife is in the mix, and We the People could be 5 wide at the clubhouse turn. Flavian Pratt will not have any of that. He's going to take him back and drop over. Then comes Barber Road, Secret Oath, and Unoho, and the early trailer is Ben Diesel. Around the clubhouse turn, it is Kavad. He's a length and a half in front of Chasing Time and Doppelganger. Doppelganger wanted the lead. He's done no better than third early. 2.5 to Cyberknife. Then comes We the People. Secret Oath is outside of him, and outside of her is Ben Diesel. Then a length to the Rebel winner Unoho, and Barber Road is between horses. Only 6 lengths first to last. Up the backstretch in the 86th Arkansas Derby, Kavad is the leader. He's 5 furlongs from the wire and leads. Here's an early move from Cyberknife. He's going to split horses and be a joint second inside of Chasing Time. Doppelganger is 4 deep, and he's 2 from the front. Secret Oath is last, leaving the backstretch. Then comes Unoho. They round the far turn, and Kavad has the lead, but Cyberknife is right alongside. Now Secret Oath is unwinding. She's just gone from last up into third, and look at this move from Secret Oath. She's within 2 of the lead. There's a quarter of a mile to run in the Arkansas Derby. Cyberknife has put away Kavad, but he has to deal with Secret Oath in the center. Then comes Barber Road, a final furlong. Cyberknife, here comes Secret Oath on the outside. She's still 2 lengths behind. Cyberknife, Secret Oath is not going to get by the Arkansas Derby winner, and his name is Cyberknife. In front. Cyberknife won. Barber Road got into second. Secret Oath was third. Maybe Doppelganger for fourth.
Cyberknife. The high five there. Raylu Gutierrez and Florent Giroux for last year's Kentucky Derby winning trainer, Belmont winning trainer Brad Cox. Florent Giroux, Cyberknife, repelled the charge of Secret Oath and holds on to take down this Grade 1 Arkansas Derby.
And a tremendous ride from Florent Giroux. They went extremely quick the opening quarter of a mile, 22 and 1. That's sprint horse speed. He was able to tuck over, save some ground down the backside, found the gap, and when those horses that were paying the price for that early opening quarter, early half mile, paid that price. This horse has a lot of stamina to him. He's a class act. I believe that J.K. and Andy Serling picked this horse. Right idea. They thought he was going to be dangerous. He was dangerous. He's the real deal, Lafitte. And the filly ran good in defeat.
You hear this crowd when she was last and Contreras unleashed her and moved from last to third. This place was electric, but in the end, the filly started to tire Secret Oath and just too much Cyberknife. Florent Giroux, big afternoon here, victorious in the Arkansas Derby. And for Brad Cox, look, he had said that he's difficult. He's really hard to deal with, just headstrong and immature, but he had the physical tools, and we saw him on display on this afternoon. Cyberknife in the Arkansas Derby. Down to Maggie with winning trainer Brad Cox.
He did it, Brad. You knew this horse was going to do it. It was impressive. And talk about the move that Florent Giroux pulled going into the turn.
Well, it's a good move. It's a good move now that he won. But I'll tell you one thing: if he would have gotten nailed, he'd have been in trouble. But no, look, he's a good colt. He really, really is. He's a good colt. I'm proud of him. He stepped up, and he's a Grade 1 winner now. That's exciting. And we got 5 weeks to prepare.
I was going to say, you have another starter in the Kentucky Derby, being a Louisville native. How much does that mean to you with the horse that is really impressed in this Grade 1 Arkansas Derby?
Yeah, no, it's huge. And, also we had a horse just run second up at Turfway. So Mr. Fort, he's been in the game a long time. He's had some luck in the Derby. He didn't win it, but he's close. So hopefully we may have 3 in there. We'll see how it goes. But, this is good stuff. We kind of struggled kind of throughout the winter, but I felt like we had some colts that were ready to pop and run big races, and it worked out.
Brad, they're getting good at the right time. That's what you want. Go get your picture taken. Congrats.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Brad Cox, your current reigning champion trainer, as Greg Cyberknife. He went off and drew away from this field quite nicely.
He did. That was impressive. And, you like to be going to the Kentucky Derby the right way, and this horse seems like he is.
Well, that was a very impressive race. When you think about how quickly they were moving early, 22.11 for the first quarter is absolutely flying. Even though the first eighth is on a straightaway, he was 4 wide. Flo did everything right, and I like what Brad said. It was the great ride as long as it worked out, which is the way it goes for riders. But he tucked in, but he realized they were trying to back it down a little bit, and I think he felt the field bunching. He thought, I got to make my move now. And by making that move, he created a little more separation, and I think it made the filly have to work a little bit harder making that wide move. And the filly ran well, got a little tired for second, but made a big wide middle move. Not a bad effort by her. But there is no doubt that Cyberknife was the best horse in the race. And when a big race is run, you want to feel like the best horse won.
And we certainly get that feeling here with Cyberknife. Second chance in Graded Stakes Company. Black and Gold Silks, the 8-horse. First behind those top 4 up front, or top 3, I should say. And then here he starts to kick into gear.
Yeah, I mean, this is the move. Like, this is the moment, right? If you take what were the most key 100 yards of any race, that was it when Flo said, I'm getting in the race. I'm not going to sit here and tuck in and wait for the field to bunch up, and maybe the one backs up in my face, and I'm going to say to myself, what were you thinking? He said, no, they're tiring, they're slowing it down. I see a little bit of an opening, I'm going for it. And he did. And he didn't rush, because he waited for Kavod, because Kavod is good enough to get to the top of the stretch, right? He wasn't going to blow right by him. And he got there, and we were talking here. I mean, the filly had made this tremendous run. That is a tough run to make. You can't make a half-mile run, no matter who you are in general. Even though she's making that move, I said to you, Greg, look at Flo. He's just sitting on Cyberknife, and he had a lot of horse in the stretch. I will say, though, this is a good effort by the filly. I'm not sure finishing third for 20 points isn't good for them. It makes their decision easier.
Yeah.
She's going to Kentucky Oaks. I think she's going to be the horse to beat over Echo Zul in this race. I think she got a lot out of the effort today. She can come back in the Preakness if they want, or they can take a different route with her. They tried, not disgraced. Barber Road will go to the Derby. He'll take some money. If the pace collapses, maybe he's the kind of horse that picks up pieces, because let's give him some credit. He got a good ride, he got a good trip, but at least he was there at the end, unlike any of the others.
And he's been there at the end now 4 straight races, the Smarty Jones, the Southwest, the Rebel, and now the Arkansas Derby. But this moment about this horse right here, Cyberknife, a horse who is on the improve for Brad Cox, who, by the way, has your Derby winner from last year about a year later, Mandaloon.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's very happy with that. But he wants to win it like anyone else can win, and I think Al Gold, who's Gold Square stable, was not able to get there. He had an eventful trip to try to get there. But I'm sure wherever Al's watching the race, he's very happy, and congratulations to him as well.
Huge effort. Could have been a bit of a risky move, making that early move. Florent Giroux, Cyberknife to attack Kavod. In the end, it pays off, and the son of Gunrunner is on to the Kentucky Derby. We'll be back.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, multi-millionaire Shivaji, plus these standout performers. Now his biggest book in the past decade will be 3-year-olds in 2022. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Well, the first Saturday in May, it is right around the corner, but the third and final leg of the Triple Crown, not far off either. The Test of the Champion. Get your tickets now to the Belmont Stakes. They are on sale. 3-day Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, June 9th through 11th, and attendance this year capped at 50,000.
It's going to sell out. Don't miss out. I mean, think how exciting the races have been today. This is just a mere warm-up for a day like Belmont Stakes.
An entire week is tremendous. Go to BelmontStakes.com. to get your tickets Saturday, June 11th. That third and final leg of the Triple Crown, or who knows, we could have another Triple Crown on the line.
You never know. Maybe it'll be Cyberknife. So should we? So the connections of this horse. Not somebody who loves to fly, and I can relate to that. Had a plane going out of Florida yesterday with a few friends. Plane had a half hour out of Florida and got into an emergency and had to drop about 5,000 feet before they were able to maintain the pressure. They had to fly back, and I think the owner said, "That's it for me. I'm not getting back another plane," and I can't blame him, but you know what? He got the money in the way it matters, so congratulations
Enjoyed
to him.
it from home.
Yep.
Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Florent Giroux and Flo, a horse that you picked. You picked the right one. But Cyberknife, talk about the move you made going into the far turn.
I was right behind them and looked like I was going to go very wide. And the hole was right open up, in there. So I just went for it. My horse is very handy and can go through anything. So I just took advantage of it. Looked like it paid off, right when I passed, Steve's horse, by the half a mile, it just faded away, and my horse was able to get another breather from there. I just waited as much as I could, and when I went down the lane, I asked him for what he got, and he responded to me for about 50 yards, and he started going left and right, and it just shows, he's not even like to his absolute best, he doesn't dig deep into his lungs yet, and I can tell he came back and wasn't blowing at all, and he has all the talent in the world, but he needs to put it all together, for the first Saturday of May for sure.
Can he do it in the 5 weeks? A horse that you have worked with a lot in the mornings too.
Yeah, definitely. There's no doubt. I think he should be one of the favorites. Steve's horse was very impressive, Epicenter, last week. But he just bring back tons of great memories, even with Steve too. I'm sure he was happy for the win. Being a son of gun runner, and he was my favorite horse, by far. And I can't wait. I'm very excited.
It's so cool that you rode his daddy too. Well, Flo, congratulations. Big win here.
Thank you, Meg.
All right, Florent Giroux aboard Cyberknife. As he was saying, he had all that success with his dad, Gun Runner. Didn't win the Derby with him, though. But he could do it with one of his sons, guys.
Yeah, the ascent of Gun Runner as a stallion continues.
Ascent. He's like, I don't think, forget about Uncle Mo. He's like a rocket shooting through the air. And we don't even, early voting is running next week. I mean, it's unbelievable how his progeny is doing.
Look at this cross-country payout in the Pick 5. $22,182. Lowest price was $10.20 Yagiri.
To be fair, the parlay is, a good over $30,000. So it's about $8,000 for 50 cents. That's a tough one to put together. It's interesting. There wasn't a single horse in there that was unhavable. The question was, could you get them all on the same ticket? And I'll tell you what's funny about it. One of the toughest results in the whole sequence might have been in the 4-horse field here at Aqueduct, where the third choice won.
Uriah St. Louis, known for upsets, does it again, with Forewarned in that race.
Tell you what, some good racing today.
It was a fun Saturday afternoon. Let's take a look at the new Derby leaderboard. And Epicenter, many believe, right now anyway, is probably not, of course he's the top of the list, but the horse to beat potentially right now?
I think he is. I will, listen, you want to wait for the buyer speed figures to come out. You want whatever speed figures you like. You want to look at them. And I will say that the winner of this race, Cyberknife, deserves more credit, I think, because he moved into such a fast pace. So I think his number in a pace basis may be a little bit better than a final time number. But I don't think we saw a performance from either White Barrio or Cyberknife that necessarily displaces Epicenter. It doesn't mean that either of those horses can't be Derby horses, and I loved what I saw from Cyberknife today. But I have a feeling that if we're going to see a new favorite, it's going to come out of next week's preps.
Well, here is that Grade 1 Florida Derby, and White Barrio, when he won the Holy Bull, he was a couple of works short, but still was able to get it done and impress. He comes right back, and now he takes this Grade 1.
And it featured a very quick pace. The simplification went in this race, and he actually ran pretty well. Not surprisingly, as we had talked about in the show, Classic Causeway faced real speed and tougher horses, and he abdicated pretty badly around the turn. Perhaps we'll see him come back in shorter races going forward. Very good trip for the winner, White Barrio. Charge It, who was a little over bet, but still went up to 3-1 late. Maybe he's still learning things, putting together a little green in the stretch.
Just his third start.
Yeah, lugging in a bit. People will like him. The problem that I have, and I want to see the final time figures, because if it comes up a super fast race, you don't want to say, oh, I think the race stinks, and it turns out it was a really fast race. But the way it was run and the manner, way they ran down the stretch, I wonder how strong the race was. Doesn't mean these aren't good horses. Doesn't mean like horses like Charge It can't keep improving for trainer Todd Pletcher. But right now, watching it, I like what I saw from Cyberknife more.
White Abarrio, just one blemish on his resume. He's 4 for 5 lifetime. He's obviously been a specialist at Gulfstream, where he is now 4 for 4.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if those horses run hard down on that Gulfstream track, if they can go to Kentucky and go well. But I think one thing that keeps happening, Greg, and we've talked about a lot, is that we're not seeing disappointments. We're not coming out of these races going, yeah, they really just weren't that good. I mean, I think that Florida race, want to see the figs, might not be a great race, but I don't think it's a bad race. I certainly think Cyberknife ran very well. I think the filly ran well in there. You have to give credit to the closer who got second in the race. Keeps on coming. There's nothing wrong with Barber Road. You know, you can say, yeah, he's kind of sucking up, he's picking up pieces, but he's doing it. And sometimes those are the kind of horses that get at least a big piece of the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, he's doing it time after time after time. He's in the mix. But we've said it a lot, even coming into this weekend. This is a wide open year in this 3-year-old division. There's no standout, and I think even after today, we can say the same.
Oh, I completely agree with that, and we'll wait. We'll see how the races are evaluated by speed figure makers, and we've got the 3 big preps next weekend as well. The Wood Memorial here is going to be a tremendous race. Early voting, Morello, Donegal, Mo Donegal running as well. The Bluegrass, you're going to have the Smile Happy. Zandon are running in that race. California with Forbidden Kingdom. So there's some big guns yet to have their final prep.
Dwayne Lucas.
We'll see if he can compete against tougher horses. I can't wait for next weekend, and I think this is one of the most exciting derbies at this point that we've had in a long time.
Oaklawn Road to the Derby started with the Smarty Jones on New Year's Day. A couple of those names have already faded on the Triple Crown Trail, and now Cyberknife takes the big one. That 100-point race, and that has earned him a spot in the starting gate first Saturday in May. The big one in New York, final stop on the road to the Kentucky Derby next weekend in the Wood Memorial. You talked about some of the big names that are going to show up. Barise, another name that's going to show up for Mike Maker. Early voting, though, he has been exciting in limited starts for Chad Brown.
He's only run twice. Obviously, his figures are going to have to get better, but he ran a high 80 buyers in just his second start, going 1.8 miles while setting a supersonic pace. He's got speed that nobody may want to deal with.
Is this the year Steve Asmussen gets his Kentucky Derby? Morello comes in, perfect 3 for 3, and he's done it gradually from 6 to 7 furlongs now to 1 mile, winning in the Grade 3 Gotham.
And I love the fact that his assistant in New York, Toby Sheets, is getting some credit, a little pub, a little publicity for Toby, because he's the one who's had this horse all along, and Steve even talked about that. I mean, he just dismissed the Pletcher horse top of stretch. Yeah, that horse probably doesn't want to go this far, but he's not a bad horse. And Morello, with the utmost of ease, in a matter of strides, opened up 3 lengths on him.
And you saw how easy he did that. A very quiet Jose Lezcano with his hands, showing you how impressive this performance was by the 2-year-old champion, Classic Empire. We will see. You look at this race, this was obviously the mile. He'll get 1 mile and 1/8 in the Wood. But the way he wins here, it doesn't make you think that more distance is going to be any kind of problem.
Right. I mean, listen, you don't know, does one horse get better with more distance than another one? Obviously, all of those things are questions in racing. But as you say, Greg, it seems like each race he's running a little farther and he's running faster. Now, part of it is a maturation situation, but it doesn't seem like the distance is going to be a problem. And the fact that he's not as fast as early voting, but he's not slow. And he'll put himself in the game, and that's only going to help him going 2-turn races.
Speaking of, he didn't get the biggest figure in his stakes win, but the way that he did it, and the fact that he did it off just a debut maiden win, was very impressive.
No question about it. It was really impressive. And the thing is, horses Unoho, a distant second in this race. The 4th place finisher was second in the Tampa Bay Derby, and all the dirty work was done by early voting. This was a tiring track, and relatively speaking, if you look at Timeform US and their pace figures, they have him setting a relatively speaking faster pace than even Forbidden Kingdom did out at Santa Anita. This is a very, very fast horse. Is he getting better? How will he do as the distances get longer? Well, he's a gun runner, and these gun runners, they feel like they can do anything.
You wish, well, maybe he won't even need it, but you almost wish he had a little more seasoning, a little more time. He's not going to get it, so he's going to get one more chance. and we'll see if he can pass that test.
Well, I mean, that's what Chad Brown said. He's going to come to that race. And don't forget, these same connections, they finished third in the Wood Memorial with Cloud Computing. He had the points to go to the Derby. They passed in the Derby. They went to the Preakness and won the Preakness. So there are people who are not afraid to make a tough decision and say, maybe the Derby's not the right move for him, we'll go to the Preakness. So a lot's going to happen, but you can't say these horses, at this point at least, aren't Derby contenders.
These names could be the next competition for Cyberknife, but today is all about the son of Gunrunner. Impressive in this Arkansas Derby as we send it back to Lafitte and Gary.
Cyberknife, guys. Florent Giroux, 3 stakes wins on the afternoon here at Oaklawn Park. Gary, we have a chance to take a deep breath and kind of digest what we just saw. How do you feel about Cyberknife, the victory today and moving forward 5 weeks in the Kentucky Derby?
He's the real deal, and you heard in his interview with Maggie that Florent Giroux said that he's still learning. He was all over the racetrack once he got within 50 yards of the wire, the last 50 yards. He said he gave him that acceleration. He did great to give him a breather around the turn once he'd made that decisive move going into the turn. And he filled up with oxygen, and he actually made the lead very easily while Secret Oath was making that huge run around the turn. As Andy said, her losing ground. I want you to watch Barber Road as they enter the stretch. He gets trouble again. The filly drifts in just a little bit. She has to steady under right-handed pressure from Raylu Gutierrez. And he ducks in from the whip, ducks back out. Don't just pay attention to the winner. Pay attention to some of the horses that were back behind. The filly runs a gallant race. No real excuse for her other than she was wide around that final turn. She made that big run down the backside and around the turn. There's no way she could sustain that. Cyberknife, he's the real deal. I think the question is, what about we the people?
I think that Greg and Andy brought something up. Cyberknife there going into the winner's circle. Al Gold, I don't blame you. I wouldn't have gotten back on the plane either. They brought up that Secret Oath finishes third, probably enough points for the Kentucky Derby. I almost feel like this is a better result. And let's say she finishes second, defeated 3 parts of a length, and she has the points and you're tempted to go that route. I think what we saw today, start thinking about taking on even better 3-year-olds, 1.25 miles. I think maybe, if not winning, maybe that's the best result in terms of what path she'll be led on moving forward.
Absolutely, it's the best path. And we heard our owner talk about the value of this filly. Listen, her value increased more by finishing third today in the Arkansas Derby against the boys than her value would have increased winning the Kentucky Oaks or winning the Fantasy today. That's just the way the game works. So they accomplished one deal there, and I don't think there's any way after her performance today that she'll run in the Kentucky Derby. They'll do the right thing by her. There's nothing even says that she has to run in the Fantasy. This was a grueling race for her. I'm sure Wayne's going to see how she bounces out of this race and not too tired to go on. Look, she's got 5 weeks until the Kentucky Oaks, minus 1 day. But I'm sure that they're going to figure it out. She lost nothing in defeat today. And like I said, Barbara Rowe right there again, finishing second once again. I think there's still more there, but I know that there's more for Cyberknife than what we saw today. He's going to take another step forward.
Maggie, she gave us a thrill. She gave 60,000 a thrill here at Oaklawn Park. Secret Oath, and finishing third is the favorite in today's Arkansas Derby.
I don't think she lost anything in Lafitte either, as I did get a chance to catch up with the legendary Hall of Famer Dwayne Lucas afterwards, and he said the only negative was that maybe he wished that jockey Luis Contreras could have waited just a bit to push the button with her, saying that she kind of arrived at the leaders a little earlier than he would have hoped, but that she ran well, he's proud of her, and on to the Kentucky Oaks if everything is a-okay with her emerging out of this. And, you know, Gary, you have been here with Barbara Rowe, with John Ortiz all winter, and it was like they won the Arkansas Derby. They were cheering and in tears of happiness when Barbara Rowe came back, and they were just, Johnny Ortiz said to me, it's like we won. But on to the Kentucky Derby, I think, with them, for a horse that really has showed up in each of these Oaklawn Park prep races. And guys, as I'm standing here, I got a great shot of watching Brad Cox walk away in hand with his young son Brody, and Brad truly does make it a family affair, as he has his 2 older sons a part of the business as well. So congratulations to them with Cyberknife, a horse that they had high hopes for, and he delivered today.
I think it was Tom Amos who made the comment before the Travers. He said, you know, Brad Cox has had a really good career over the last year or so. The run that he's been on. Last week, Zozos, second in the Louisiana Derby. He has the points for the Kentucky Derby. Cyberknife wins today. He's on to the Kentucky Derby. The filly was Valiant. Valiant in defeat. A thrill for the 60,000 here at Oaklawn Park and Barber Road. Plugging away, plugging away, plugging away. He has the points to go to the Derby. But it's Florent Giroux. Big afternoon. 3 wins, a wave of the crop past the wire. Cyberknife takes down the 86 Arkansas Derby.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
We bought the Taproot filly out of Tisn't She Beautiful and will be trained by Todd Fletcher. Extremely athletic, a lot like him. We're excited to see him on the track.
Beautiful filly. She's out of a graded stakes mare that ran early as a 2-year-old, so I like that quite a bit out of her. This filly looks like she's going to be super early and precocious. Very good muscled filly, just a lot to like about her.
Taproot, standing at Gainesway.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
Back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you where you can bet all the action. Go to NYRABets.com or download that NYRA Bets app and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling with you. Still one more race to come at Oaklawn, and it's a state-bred sprint, allowance optional claiming field. But this is a competitive group to close it out.
It is. I was really hoping, you and I were talking about this, and I said, in a perfect world on Arkansas Derby Day, there will be a race after the Arkansas Derby. It'll be a full field of Arky breds. They all have the exact same speed figures, and my dream came true.
Look at that. Ask and you shall receive. Twisted Dixie is going to kick things off.
There's one of a number of horses cutting back from a route to a sprint here.
As is UVC.
There you have it. See, I said a number of horses, and right away, this one showed speed going long. We'll appreciate the cutback.
This horse ran the best race of anyone, I feel, last time out.
If Chicken Hawk runs back to that figure last time, it's Good Night Irene.
One sent out for Steve Asmussen. I'm a Bling Cat comes off a win last out.
He ran a pretty good buyer figure last time, claimed by Carl Broberg, who's been enjoying a solid meet.
See, Navy SEAL next. He's double-digit odds. He was a distant second to the talented Garhole two-back.
Yeah, I just feel like he's a fringe player at best. He's not quite as good as some of these, but not impossible.
Calvin Burrell will be aboard. Super Geek, blinkers go on.
He, too, is turning back. He needs more than a turn back. Needs to speed up.
Meanwhile, a horse who won on a wet, fast track, Bellamy's Roan last start.
Yeah, I can't evaluate his performance. He ran it in the fog, much like I'm in.
Data Storm. Source also faced Garhole last out, was no match.
He just looks too slow. That's why he's a big price.
Leading rider David Cabrera will be aboard. Mahomey, long time off for him, and he ran decent in the comeback.
I feel like this horse is taking too much money because John Velasquez is riding. On the other hand, it is a rider upgrade to get John Velasquez.
Macho Rocco, speed with this horse.
I agree, speed, but he's in a tough spot. So there's other speed. He's got a speed right outside of him, too.
Yeah, that would be Goodnight Archie. Ricardo Santana Jr., rider change.
And I think this horse should appreciate getting back to a dry track.
And in from the also eligible list, Blame JD, more speed, and blinkers come off.
Yeah, I don't think he's good enough in his recent form. He has back form good enough, but he could inject a little more speed into a race that already theoretically has a pretty quick pace.
Good betting race, JK, to close out this card at Oaklawn.
Yeah, it's a good betting race. Well, kind of. It's a hard race. Those aren't always the best ones. There's a lot of options in here. I think the 4, I'm a Bling Cat, taking the money in here. This is a horse that, switching to the Carl Broberg barn, that's a plus, I would think. But also, Carl Broberg is pretty good with horses that he brings back pretty quickly. This horse is coming back after 16 days. Between 12 and 20 days, so right somewhere in between that kind of 2-week to 3-week mark, he's 23%. So he does this move pretty successfully. The horse is taking a lot of money. I've noticed that when Broberg's horses take a lot of money at Oaklawn, they typically run well and get bet down also from the morning line. So I think I'm a Bling Cat's probably likely going to run well in here. But I'm in agreement with Andy and Wolfie with the 3 Chicken Hawk. This is a horse that, if he runs his last race, he's going to win this race from a speed figure standpoint. The other encouraging thing about Chicken Hawk is that back on December 3rd, this horse ran fresh for Steve Asmussen and won. Now, the figure wasn't that fast that day, but I do like to see when a trainer understands how to get a specific horse ready to win off of a break. Now, this isn't the longest break in the world, but it is a significant break from January 28th all the way until today. So I'm going to go with the 3 Chicken Hawk, although the 4 I think is extremely live. Lafitte, I miss you.
Did he hand it off to us?
I think so.
We haven't? Hey, Jay, did he say, I miss you too, man. Especially when, you're doing this well with your selections. You had the $1,400 cross-country pick 5 last week. You were zeroed in on Cyberknife today at a good price, 5-6-1 at post time for the Arkansas Derby. I want to get your take on Cyberknife as an individual moving forward and how this race, in terms of the Kentucky Derby in 5 weeks, how this impacts the Derby itself and what you think about Cyberknife as a Derby prospect.
Lafitte, this is great. This is how good of friends we are, that you're giving me credit for horses I didn't even pick, and I appreciate that.
Did you like Cyberknife?
I did mention Cyberknife. I mentioned him on my podcast like 3 days ago.
Next time, next time, just take it and shut up. Just take it. Just take the credit and shut up.
I was going to. Look, I think he ran well. I think I will say this. The middle move that he made in the middle of that race that Andy referenced is a hidden good thing. And I think that he does get a little bit of bonus credit for that for me. But a lot of these horses are going to have to get faster to beat who I think is going to win the Derby, who's going to run next week. And that's a nice little teaser. He'll be out in California.
Forbidden Kingdom, Santa Anita Derby, Wood Memorial, Bluegrass next week. Andy had Cyberknife going in. 5-6-1 at post time. And yeah, again, Al Gold, who the issues trying to get here and the scary plane ride and wherever he's watching, like, congratulations, enjoy it. You deserve it.
Yeah, absolutely. I was impressed with this win today. I want to see how fast the race comes back. It was a funny run race. First quarter extremely fast. Then they slowed it down midway down the backside. To follow up on Wayne's comments after the race.
Did you think Contreras moved too soon?
Well, here's my take on it. Is I would have been possibly picking some horses off down the backside when they slowed that second quarter down, and then maybe gave her a little breather going into the turn. If you're going to be critical of it at all, I can see what Wayne was talking about, and Wayne can be critical. That's what he observed, and I'm not going to argue with the coach. He was straightforward with me when I was riding for him. He'd tell me when he thought that I rode a questionable race or judgment wasn't just right. So I'll leave that up to the coach.
You can count on the honesty, absolutely. But I didn't walk away saying to myself, she was best. The best horse won the race.
Absolutely.
On the day in Cyberknife. Winding down, Arkansas Derby Saturday in front of this big crowd today. Thrilling afternoon of thoroughbred racing. 13th and final Arkansas bred sprint for older horses. Big Stoffer standing by with a call. 13th and final on Arkansas Derby Saturday at Oaklawn.
And Blame JD. They're at the post. They're off. Awkward start, UVC. Good start, Goodnight Archie and Macho Rocco. I'm a Bling Cat and Chicken Hawk are close up. Then Blame JD, Bellamy's Roan, Data Storm, and a Navy SEAL at the rail. Twisted Dixie and Mahomie, then UVC, and the trailer is Super Geek. Up the backstretch with Goodnight Archie and Chicken Hawk. These two will match strides. Goodnight Archie ahead in front. Chicken Hawk is second by a tight length to I'm a Bling Cat. Data Storm is 3 wide. Macho Rocco's on the move 4 deep, and at the rail goes a length and a half back to Twisted Dixie. Then comes Navy SEAL and Bellamy's Roan. 5 back to UVC and Mahomie. And now the trailer, as they leave the backstretch, is Super Geek, and the leader is Goodnight Archie. Goodnight Archie, a half length in front of Macho Rocco, who ranges up 3 deep in second. Then Blame G. Chicken Hawk's back at the rail in fourth, and the top of the stretch, Goodnight Archie leads. Blame JD is second. Macho Rocco is between horses. I'm a Bling Cat dives to the inside. Twisted Dixie, and here's Blame JD in the center. He's alongside Goodnight Archie. I'm a Bling Cat, a close third. Blame JD, Goodnight Archie. I'm a Bling Cat. Late charge, Twisted Dixie. Blame JD, Goodnight Archie, Twisted Dixie. This ended up being Twisted Dixie and Goodnight Archie, and it's an inch either way. Blame JD was third. I'm a Bling Cat was fourth.
Cavalry charge, wild finish. On the outside, Ponytail, Kelsey Haar, right hand, Twisted Dixie responds, and I think got there. Big Stauffer thinks she got there at 15-1.
I'm not going to disagree.
I think he got there.
Out in the middle of the racetrack, it's tight. Advantage here always goes to the horse on the outside with the angle that we're watching right now. Yeah, you got
about ahead.
As Eddie
And the bob.
Delahousie would say, won by a half a length. One easy, boss.
Eddie D would say, up, jump the devil. Twisted Dixie in the 13th and final by a former Arkansas Derby winner, Arch. So what's this like the Grand National here in the final 16th of a mile, Gary?
Yeah, they were scrambling. There was a couple of horses that encountered some trouble going into the turn, steadying, trying to find somewhere to go, and Kelsey Haar,
she's
finds
really
the right
improved.
avenue.
She really has improved.
I'll say one thing about her. She rides as hard as anybody that has ridden here at the meet, always trying her hardest, never giving up. So I've watched her win multiple photos over this winter and early spring. I'm impressed by what I see with her riding.
Twisted Dixie in the 13th and final, fastest Arkansas bred of all in this one, Kelsey Haar. You can see big smile here. It means something winning a race. Arkansas Derby Day at Oaklawn Park. And it means something that filly won. Ujiri takes down the Fantasy. 100 points. Next stop, the Kentucky Oaks in 34 days at Churchill Downs. We'll be right back.
Like father, like son. The start of Palace Malice's career at stud closely resembles that of his sire, Curlin. Curlin was the sire of 2 first crop graded stakes winners, while Palace Malice was the sire of 3 first crop graded stakes winners. Subsequent to Structer's Breeders' Cup victory, he attracted a stellar group of 200 outstanding mares who will shape the future of this promising young son of Curlin. With his best crop of yearlings to date, now is the time to breed.
Winding things down at Oaklawn Park. Welcome back, everyone. America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Crowd here at Oaklawn today around 60,000. We had the president of Oaklawn with us, Louis Sella, and we discussed, Gary, how difficult it was the last couple of years during the course of the pandemic, an Arkansas Derby with nobody here or limited capacity, and how he felt, how proud he was, and what it felt like here in front of a truly packed house at Oaklawn for their biggest day of the year.
Well, I can tell you this, an experience that happened to me the first thing when I was walking into Oaklawn Park today. Guess who was with me? Florent Giroux. We had to wait at the crosswalk for about 5 minutes for traffic to go by with the police officers directing traffic. And he said to me, look at this. He said, this is great. He said, it was like playing, like if you were a football player playing in front of an empty stadium. He said, this place is going to be packed today. He says, I'm pumped up. He said, I feel like I'm going to have a good day. Guess what he did?
No question. The 3 stakes wins exactly the way Oaklawn should feel on Arkansas Derby Day. You saw Kelsey Haar, that big smile, like she won the Arkansas Derby, $32 winner to wind things down. The stakes racing, though, started like, I don't know, a couple of days ago, it feels like. Had the carousel for the sprinters. We had the Oaklawn Mile as this division for older horses, Gary, seems to be getting deeper in several talented individuals. How impressed were you by Folsom and his rally from off the pace in his 4-year-old debut for Judd Montt, Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, Team Mandaloun?
I was really impressed. I didn't know what kind of chance he was going to have in here coming off of that long of a layoff. He hadn't been seen since September of last year. That's a lengthy time away, and he ran against a bias, I thought, early on. Maybe not so much as the way the track showed up, but heck of a race.
You know who was pulling for Secret Oath in the Arkansas Derby? That filly, Ugiri. She wins the fantasy onto the Kentucky Oaks, where she might have to tangle with Secret Oath once again. Didn't work out for her last time, but she does qualify with this win in the fantasy.
Yeah, and a super game race, tangled all the way through the stretch. Showed a lot of gameness here, never quitting under heavy pressure from Florent Giroux. Big effort today.
34 days till the Kentucky Oaks qualifies, does Ugiri. Another look, deep stretch, and she's talented, Gary, but the dogged determination when she was being tackled from all sides.
Yeah, and the bumping incident at the end of the race, sometimes you ride horses that give up when you make contact. Other horses relish that fight, and she showed that grit and determination this afternoon.
You see trainer Rudy Brissett there. Things didn't work out with We the People in the Arkansas Derby, but this will be a big opportunity from him in the Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah, it certainly will. I mean, he was the assistant for Hall of Famer Bill Mott for a number of years, went out on his own. He's got plenty of support, but this is his first day on a real big stage with a winner of the Fantasy Stakes, a contender going in. Excuse me, bug just flew in my contact. So it was a big day for him, and I'm sure he's looking forward to running the first classic race.
And for Florent Giroux, Brad Cox, again, last year's Kentucky Derby win, but they want to win one outright. Giroux, I'm sure you know better than anyone, a 3-time Derby winning jockey. He wants to feel crossing the wire and 150,000 at Churchill Downs cheering him on. He learned about his Derby win, as did Brad Cox, 10 months after the fact this year. They'll have another shot with Cyberknife, victorious today in the Arkansas Derby. We thank you so much for joining us from Oaklawn Park for the Hall of Famer, Gary Stevens, Maggie Wolfendale. I'm Lafitte Pinkai, Andy and Greg in New York. Great day of thoroughbred racing here at Oaklawn Park. Thanks so much for joining us on Fox Sports 1, where it was the Florent Giroux show. The 3 stakes wins. Folsom in the Oaklawn Mile, onward and upward. Victorious in his 4-year-old debut. That filly, Ugiri, might have to tangle with Secret Oath once more in the Kentucky Oaks. Wins the fantasy. That was stakes win number 2, Florent Giroux. The 3rd in the marquee event, Cyberknife takes down the 86 Arkansas Derby. Next up, Churchill Downs in the Kentucky Derby. Have a great night, everyone.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit War Dancer.